We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket چې دی ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Well, a very good morning from us as well here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Essex. It's the first day of Kent against Essex in the County Championship. Two sides needing points for very different reasons even this early in the season. Essex to try and keep up their assault on the summit of County Championship Division 1. Kent in second bottom, hoping for points to get themselves away from that bottom two. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Dick Davis and Sonia Twig today to take you through the first order of the day is Kent, or the Essex have won the toss and will bat first, so their opening pair, Nick Brown and Dean Elgar, are out in the middle right now. So Kent bowling first. In this one, I can tell you there are 3 changes to Kent's team, all of them bowlers, with Parkinson, Arafat Bhuiyan and Wes Agar, the Australian, coming into the side at the expense of Nathan Gilchrist, George Garrett and Bayer Swanepoel, who are not in the side today. So we'll take you through the 2 11s as we go through, more or less. Actually, I can do that before the first ball is bowled. Nick Brown's going to take first strike for Essex. Dean Elgar at the other end, the South African left-hander. And here we're all going out online, all good for us on the BBC Sport website and app, and with the pictures for BBC for Kent County Cricket Club as well. Here the BBC providing commentary, and delighted to do so. It's a fresh, bright morning. I'll get this out of the way first. It's very hot in the commentary box. Okay, we've done that one. It's hot even when it's -5 here at Canterbury in the first couple of hours in the commentary box, but pleasantly fresh out there right now, and lots of sun. Wes Agar round the wicket then to Nick Brown, the left-hander. 2 left-handers to start out there for Essex. Close to the off-stump, good leave from Brown, taken by Harry Finch slightly down the leg side. So I was going through the Essex lineup. So it's Dean Elgar at the other end, and Nick Brown taking first strike. It's Tom Wesley, the captain, Jordan Cox, formerly of Kent, of course, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Aaron Beard, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. They are the Essex 11. As Agar, the big Australian, comes bounding down from the Nackington Road end, deflected out towards point, and Ben Compton fields under the wide floppy hat for Kent. For Kent then, it's Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, Marcus O'Riordan, Joe Denley, Harry Finch, Joey Everson, Grant Stewart, Wes Agar, Matt Parkinson and Arafat Bhuiyan. No Jack Leaning. It was thought he might take some sort of part in this, but still that hand injury after his marathon 170 odd here at Canterbury a couple of weeks ago is troubling him. Agar then to Brown, left outside the off stump. Little bit of movement off the pitch away from the batter, but no great pace at the moment. Kent, an array of 4 slips at the moment. Messrs O'Riordan, Crawley, Denley, and maybe at a gully rather than the 4th slip is captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he's not too far away from Joe Denley there. There's the man at point, that's Ben Compton, an extra cover, and a wide mid-on, mid-wicket, and I think that's it. Is Agar bending the back, big effort ball, deflected out by Brown confidently again towards Compton at point, and there is no run. So welcome wherever you're joining us. Do feel free to get in touch. We'll give you the ways and means, but certainly as far as emails go, kentcricket@gmail.com. I'm monitoring that one today. Sounds very flash. I've managed to get through the password system. If you feel like greeting us this morning, telling us your hopes and expectations, whether you're a Kent or an Essex fan. Here's Agar then, bowling. Oh, it's a great ball. A little bit more life there, and a little bit of a matador sway out of the way by Nick Brown at the end of it, going through to wicket-keeper Finch. So no runs on the board as yet. bit of bounce for Agar, but that is very much generated, as I said, by the big Aussie. Broad of chest and shoulder, and giving it some from the Nackington Road end. A couple of niggling injuries for Kent in their bowling lineup, which means 3 changes today. Groin injury for George Garrett, sustained at Somerset, as Agar bowls to Brown. Good solid forward defensive. You can see how hard the ball is hitting the bat though. It's a little judder as it got to Brown. He sees off the first over from Agar though, without huge trouble. One just got some extra bounce, I think, the 4th ball there. But 1 over gone. It's a maiden. Where's Agar? Bottom that one out. It's going to be Grant Stewart at this end. 9 on his back, bowling from the pavilion end up the slight slope. So George Garrett with a groin injury. It's back trouble for Nathan Gilchrist, which keeps him out of this one. And Bayer Schwanabal being rotated for Wes Agar in this one. The overseas. Updating your BBC Radio Kent listeners, we will be throughout the day. Please don't be alarmed. It'll all be fine. Here's Stewart over the wicket then to Elgar, who addresses that one, defends it up to Joey Everson. At mid-off. So very similar field for Dean Elgar to start. 3 slips and a gully. Actually much more of a gully, Daniel Bell Drummond, than he was behind Nick Brown off the bowling of Wes Agar. Don't know what that means. Analysis, I'm sure, has been done. It's Stewart. Flicks the ball to the stumps on this follow through, but beyond nothing doing. Good morning, Mike. Sunny day here at Canterbury, and 2 sides primed for this. Well, not only because of a rivalry, the Battle of the Bridge, they call it, Kent against Essex, but desperate for points for different reasons. Essex hoping to keep up their assault on the top 3 of the county championship, and Kent in the bottom 2, hoping for points to take them away from the relegation zone. Even in this early season, it looks like the die is cast of these 2 sides' struggles over the season. Essex hoping to be county champions, perhaps, and Kent very much hoping they can avoid relegation. 3 changes for the home side here at Canterbury, all of them bowlers. Wes Agar, Matt Parkinson and Arafat Bouyan come into the Kent attack. Kent have lost the toss. Essex will bat first. Kent will be hoping they don't rack up the runs, Essex, like they did at Chelmsford against them, and hope to bowl them out cheaply. Beautiful morning. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So single from Dean Elgar gets them underway. Essex 1 for none. And Stewart to continue. 4th ball of the 2nd over, and that was a bounce ball. It's tipped, as it were, over the bar by Joey Everson, stretching for that one. Actually, no, maybe that was a chance. He's actually just slapped one hand against the other. Was that a chance? I'll have to look back on the replay there. I assumed it was a bounce ball, but maybe he was just thinking about the stop there. There's a bit of an ooh, but I think that may have been a crowd catch. And frustration from Everson, maybe, from not cutting off entirely. But in the end, it looked like a pretty good stop to me. But 2 runs taken from it. And here's Stewart bowling once more to Brown. Turns out a bit of bat and pad towards square leg, picked up on the run by Arafat Bouyan, I think it is there, and no run ensues. Indeed it is. Arafat Bouyan with the stop. 1 ball to come from Grant Stewart. I'll bring Dick Davis in very shortly. BBC Essex, of course. They've dispensed with the gully now, just the 3 slips in as Brown faces. Forward defensive, and end of the over. 3 off it, the first 3 runs to be on the board this morning. Essex 3 for none in the sun at Canterbury. Beside me is Dick Davis. Dick, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, listeners. Good morning, viewers. And yes, what a glorious day it is. And well, theoretically, it's the day you want to win the toss. And obviously from the Essex point of view, it's to be hoped that they take full advantage of that. But, you know, we've all been watching enough cricket to know that things don't always go according to expectations or plan.
And obviously they racked up the runs in the reverse fixture, and Kent were defending defending their wickets for a draw. Jayden Denley with an heroic effort.
Yes, yes.
On his championship debut, his first-class debut for Kent. But Critchley and, of course, Jordan Cox, who I gather used to play for Kent. It's barely been mentioned.
Yeah, so rumour has it, yes.
Yes, but he'll be looking forward to putting one over his old side again, I'm sure.
As Agar moves in from the Nackington Road end, bowls, and that's just played defensively by Dean Elgar. Elgar opening the batting with Nick Brown. And
this side looking pretty good this season.
it is, yeah. They had that really phenomenal win against Warwickshire last weekend. And although Warwickshire deny it, as they would, you know, really not enforcing the follow-on when they had Essex on the ropes at tea time on the Saturdays, unbelievable. And yeah, there may have been a few inquests at Edgbaston after that. But I mean, that takes nothing away from the brilliance with which Essex resolutely went about getting 330 to win. That's just played defensively by Agar.
And a good bowling effort as well to bowl themselves back into the game, I suppose.
Well, yes, I mean, Warwickshire's angle was it wasn't not enforcing the follow-on that lost it for us. It was only getting 94, I think it was, in the second innings. Well, you know, in all games, in all aspects of life, it's rarely down to one thing, is it? It's usually down to a combination. And, yeah, so, yeah, Essex now lie third in the table. There's Agar. Moves in again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. Both batsmen left-handed, and that goes through to the keeper. And yeah, I realised as I was describing that we had somebody on social media saying, you know, why do you actually describe every ball and we can see what's happening on live stream? I think we need to point out that a great number of people, maybe the majority, I don't know, are not watching on the live stream. They're just appreciating it, well, hopefully appreciating it via BBC.
You'll be the judge of that, yeah.
Well, yes. And as Agar moves in and bowls, and it's edged down towards the slips. I think it probably bounced just in front of second
Crawley,
slip.
I think it was actually a decent stop in him, wasn't it?
It was a decent stop,
left.
yes, with his left hand, shoving your left hand out. Yeah, probably not even on the half volley. It probably bounced a little bit before him.
But a little bit of life in it from whereas Agar was seen this before, and these pitches at Canterbury, which can be difficult to extract life from. Had a good first over, I thought. One or two getting a bit of lift.
Yes.
A little bit of edge there, but...
Yes, moves in again, bowls, and it's just played defensively out to mid-on. 3 without loss. And Essex will just need to and want to make the most of this, winning the toss and build up a big score.
It's a sort of result, I suppose, against Warwickshire, which must put huge belief into the side. If they didn't have it before, that you could turn around a deficit like that in first innings.
Yes, indeed, yes. And that's just... Well, I was going to say that's just pushed out to mid-on. It was far better than that. I didn't give it full value at all. It was a very, very well-timed on-drive. I emphasise the word timed because he didn't really hit the ball. He didn't put a lot of effort into it. And the bat met the ball at absolutely the right time. And the ball sped away just to the onside, well, offside, since they're both left-handed fit batsmen. The offside of the stumps at the far end. And, yeah, shot of the morning, really. Not that spectacular. I mean, it's not sort of T20 wham-bang stuff, but it was, very, very well executed. And every scrap of his vast years of experience coming to the fore there for Dean Elgar. We would, as ever, welcome emails if you want to share your thoughts with us and tell us what you think of things, whether you're... Come back to that later.
Beg your pardon, that's Grant Stewart bowling to Brown, deflected into the offside. He has 2 from 10 so far. Elgar 5 from 9. You know, given out the anyone can email any address, can't they? kencricket@gmail.com is the one we most commonly use. And
I always have to look this up.
Yep.
BBC Essex Cricket. BBC Essex Cricket.
Yeah.
Come back after this delivery.
As Stewart bowls to Brown, a bit more of a punch up the wicket. This one fielded off his own bowling.
At gmail.com.
There we go. So your listeners will probably be used to those. That one. But yeah, so kencricket@gmail.com or bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, whichever you prefer.
So whichever you come through on, we will read them out and share them with all and sundry and welcome them even more to the point.
Yeah, if you can keep the language to a minimum, that'd be great. It'll help us in self-censoring those, but I'm only joking. Our listeners are very classy.
Oh.
As this one again is actually hit with slightly more force by Brown into the onside this time. Arafat Bhuiyan fielding at mid-wicket. A hop, skip and a jump from him as he fielded there. I have to say, he looks full of the joys of spring, a bit like a spring lamb, Arafat Bhuiyan. Delighted to be back in the side.
Yes, well, plenty of spring lambs around at this time of year. Well, and a lot earlier, of course. Sometimes they start in midwinter, don't they?
Let's see how as Stewart bowls, defended by Brown. Up to mid-off. See how springy he is if Essex make a decent attempt at this total. But at the moment, all things possible, obviously. 7 for none, Essex.
Oh yes, we've seen some strange turnarounds on this ground. None more so than when Essex beat Kent. I don't know how long ago it was. Not too long ago. 2 or 3 years ago, when it looked as if it was going to go and play out for a tedious draw, and umpteen wickets fell on the 3rd day. It didn't even go into the 4th.
Yeah.
Such are the joys of cricket.
Quite, so the wonder of it.
It is.
Worcestershire here, actually. The game between Kent and Worcestershire here. As Stewart bowls to Brown. It's flicked off his pads. Bhuiyan fields, or Arafat fields once again at square leg, and there's no run. I think most of us decided after the second day that was going to be, we were trying to rack up the subjects we could talk about, which were cricketing, non-cricketing,
yes.
And actually that was competitive almost right until the end, that game between the two sides. So Worcestershire looked really good. Their bowling lineup was in full form there. Already the gully and the 3rd slip have been dispensed with. Oh, that's a good ball from Stewart, just outside the off stump of Nick Brown. He's left that one. What do they call that? A bold leave by Nick Brown, because I don't think he realised how much that was going to come back from Stewart. Getting some horizontal movement actually off the pitch through the wicket keeper, though he is quite safe. Nick Brown, 7 for none. He doesn't look much perturbed. I don't think you can be as an opening bat, can you, in the county championship? No. You just have to get on with it, no matter what the outrageous slings and arrows and all that. But end of the over, right. Good ball, 7 for none though.
Yes, I don't think I've mentioned the Essex side. I won't read it out in full, but basically it's somewhat to the surprise of several, I should think, not least yours truly, is that Aaron Beard has come in place of Feroz Kushi. So they've strengthened the batting, going in with 4 seamers, as well as Critchley and Harmer offering the spin option. Puts even more responsibility on the batsman, of course. That's outside the off stump, but considerable movement. It started outside the off stump, and yet the keeper Finch still had to move quite a way to his right, bearing in mind they're 2 left-handed batsmen, so moved to the leg side to take the delivery. Agar moving, bowling round the wicket, obviously gets a little bit of it's going to be almost a natural line, I suppose.
Yeah.
Big man, broad shoulders, so if you bowl round the wicket, yes, it's quite an angle. Moves in now from the Nackington Road end, which is the far end as we look at it, and that's just nudged out square on the offside. No addition to the score of 7 without loss. That's wonderful old scoreboard. There are so many attractions of Canterbury, not the least of which is the wonderful old scoreboard, which tells you, well, just about everything except the Financial Times Index in Singapore. Yeah, it's brilliant. It might even tell you that. Except it wouldn't be the FT index, would it? No. As Agar moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside. Square on the off. And yes, I mean, we get lots of grounds where they've done redevelopments, and not to mince words, they've ruined it. I can think one or two, but Kent is not one where they've ruined it at all. They've kept the personality of the ground. They've built this block of apartments over on the east side of the ground, and they've actually obviously put it in the hands of a decent architect. Some of them are just sort of square boxes, but these are really very pleasant. And next livery comes in now, short of a length, and Elgar doesn't take full advantage of that at all. If he'd been in a bit longer, he'd have probably cracked that away to the boundary, but yes, he just sort of offered a lower half of the bat onto it.
Dick Davies doing his King Charles channeling there. I don't remember him calling buildings carbuncles, but you think Freeman House is very much the opposite of that.
Is that what it's called, Freeman House?
Yeah, Freeman House.
Yeah. No, it's very...
Off the titch, indeed, yeah.
Very pleasant indeed. But, yeah, lots of balconies and people understandably on them watching the cricket for nothing, I suppose. Well, nothing extra. I expect the apartments themselves cost a penny or two. As Agar moves in, bowls. That's just pushed out on the offside. Sorry.
It's a no ball.
A no ball, I beg your pardon, sorry. Thank you, yes.
Beg your pardon, I'm not signalling very well, but the umpire at the far end did the job.
So the score moves up to 9, yes, I hadn't spotted that. I was still enraptured by the block of flats, apartments. Are they retirement apartments, or can anybody?
Well, they are. I think they're ones where you have to be over at a certain age. They're not looking for party animals in them. That's for sure. But to be fair, I think that you have to be fairly well to do to afford one anyway.
I'm sure. Yes. As that's just played out into the gully. Well, I qualify on one of those two criteria, but not the other one, probably.
Absolutely rolling in it, listeners. Turning up in his
wasn't the criterion I was thinking
his
of,
gold-plated Jag this morning.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Blinding all and sundry as it came through the gates.
A few years ago, I did actually treat myself to an old Jaguar.
Did you?
Yeah, just for about a year or so, sort of at that age, late middle-aged man's fantasy. I realised I couldn't afford to run it or insure it, so I got rid of it pretty quickly. As Agar moves in, bowls, and that's played into the ground and then into the hands of the man at short mid-wicket. End of the over, apart from a no ball, fairly unproductive over, and Essex won't seem to tempt fate if I say this, but so far untroubled, have progressed to 9 without loss.
Yeah, there was one edge which fell short, wasn't there, off Agar, and there was one very decent ball from Stewart in the last over, but Brown left it and it beat the stumps. But you're right, 9 for none, trying to see the shine off the new ball, as only batters will. A good morning, a very good morning from where we are. Good afternoon from John in Valdal, Norway. John, it's great to hear from you. This is a pertinent email, so I'm going to read it during this. Not that they aren't all pertinent, but John particularly for overseas listeners, as Stewart looks around the field. Daniel Bell Drummond quizzically. Do you want me to move in at mid-wicket? Does a little bit. 2 slips, man on the drive, a short mid-off, and that man at mid-wicket, who is Daniel Bell Drummond. It's flicked off the pads of Brown, though. Hip high. Down to a long leg, where's Agar fields, and there's a single. The score goes on to 10 for none. John saying, I don't know if it was because of the attached email that I sent in the last game, but the first time this season, the watch and listen tab has appeared on the BBC Sport website. He said if it was you at Kent, thank you very much, but it wasn't. Take the credit anyway. Indeed, John, it was absolutely all my doing, personally. But I'm not sure if I should read out what's in brackets about your other half. Yes, but I take your point. But yes, great to have you with us. It has been a bit of a struggle, I gather, technically, to link the commentaries up for our online listeners this season. A breakthrough has been made. For our part, obviously, we were saying to the powers that be, we want people to be able to listen all around the world, and you can now indeed via the BBC Sport website and app. So Stewart, I'm getting a little bit of movement again. He's going over the wicket to Elgar. It's coming in towards him. Elgar is forced to play that into the offside and does to point. It's fielded by Ben Compton. Also just wondering, should our great captain appoint a toss captain, as Mr. Beldrum's record with the toss not very good, to put it politely? No, is that just the one this season, I think, so far, John? Great to hear from you. He's sitting in the sun listening this afternoon in Norway. John, thank you for that. And welcome to all our overseas listeners. If you found us and got to us today, deflection to the offside. Of course, you may well, it's a dot ball, have been watching the streams, or I suppose, on around the country that the counties put on, and we put the commentary obviously on the Kent one as well. So just to tell you all, if you're listening and watching overseas, that the BBC Sport commentary, it's all now joined up around the globe. Sounds a bit more like a threat than a promise. But here we are. Whether you like it or not, it's going around the world. Halfway through the 6th over on this first morning, Essex 10 for none, having won the toss and elected to bat. That's a good stop. It's a clip through the onside. Matt Parkinson, at mid-on rather, had to run a distance for that. Stops it well. And it shows Arafat Bouyan just what it's cost him. I think it hurt the fingers a little bit, but a good stop. Well, that could easily be 2 or 3, maybe even a boundary, but Parkinson keeps it down to 1. As Dick Davis was saying, no huge alarms or surprises in these first few overs. Opening pair of Agar and Stewart. Stewart bowls now. A bit slingier, that one from the right armour. Brown's right in line with that one. Back at the bowler. And there's no run. 6 for Elgar from 19 so far. 3 from Brown from 17. Bright sunshine. Blue sky above us. Simpson clouds, they're calling them now, I think. Like
Simpson?
Like the opening sequence of the cartoon series, as this one's deflected off the inside of the bat, so got some oohs and ahs from the fielding unit, but deflected away by Elgar for a single. 12 for none. I think they're probably cumulus, I would go for. High, fair weather clouds.
I would think that's more like to be a meteorological description, yes. It's sort of, I think clouds were invented long before The Simpsons.
Yeah, I think so. I would hum the theme tune, but I think I heard on a podcast this morning, if you do that, you owe all sorts of royalties to people if you start singing songs. So you'll have to hum it in your head, listeners. There we go.
You can do up to...
Is it 4 seconds? Is it like
I thought it was 19.
Rules? Is it?
Oh, it certainly used. I'm pretty sure it used to be 19 seconds, and then you start paying royalties.
See,
yes.
Dick is very well off, as we said before, so he can afford to pay the royalties if it comes up to it.
Here we go again, as Agar moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively by Brown. No addition to the score. We've also, our first email of the day is also from foreign parts, further away than Norway, even from Calgary in Canada, from our ever faithful, loyal Diana. Thank you, Diana. Yes, she's pleased to hear me back on air. Yes, I haven't been on much this season. I've seemed to have been thwarted either by bad weather or games finishing early.
Very selfish of Essex, that.
Yes, she to Pracy. I don't know what is Pracy. I normally read them verbatim, but she prefers each ball being described, which is good from my point of view. There's that nudged away backward of a square on the onside. They go through for a single. Yes, as she says, some of us don't see so well, or need to do, or we need to do other things than sit before the computer god. The detailed descriptions are welcome. Yes. Yeah, she points out that not all will do that. Of course, if you're watching, if some of the clubs now, cricket clubs, do their own live stream, in which case obviously they presumably cut their cloth accordingly from the point of view of describing. That's worked away on the onside, but only to short mid-wicket, no addition to the score. But when you're doing commentary for both those who are watching and those who are only listening, you sort of take the majority option. because you're not hiding to nothing. So if you don't describe each ball, somebody will email in saying, well, you know, we're only listening as we drive around in the car, you know.
You might have it on the background. You want to know.
Yeah, please. Well, yes, quite a lot of people listen in the garden while they're mowing the lawn or something, as long as it's a quiet lawnmower, as Agar moves in and bowls. Oh, and that goes right through Dean Elgar. And
that's a good ball, isn't it?
It was a good ball. It goes down the wicket now and sort of furtively prods a little bit of what he considers to be the offending turf, but I think it was just a very, very good ball from Agar, which got the better of the former South African captain.
Just wonder if there's a bit of extra, well, not extra pace, but pace from Agar there, certainly. He didn't seem to do an awful lot. It's coming in at him as they're coming around the wicket, but yeah, good delivery. Agar's working up a head of steam from the Nackington Road end.
Certainly was. Moves in now, bowls, and Elgar plays that just out of the reach of the man at cover point, so it does facilitate the taking of a single. And the score moves on to 14 without loss.
Say from a Kent fans looking for a glimmer of light there in this opening 14 for none. Just slightly turned Elgar around, but he's a good enough batter, isn't he, to have kept that really well down into the offside.
Yes.
Just a hint of it that Agar's getting something out of this pitch, but still no wickets down.
No. Agar moves in again. Bowls to Brown. Brown just nudges that round the corner, straight to the fielder, no addition to the score. End of the over, and Essex, having won the toss and elected to bat, are 14 without loss.
Yeah, welcome wherever you're listening. Shall we go around the grounds? I say that as if we're going to get in a helicopter. It's not going to happen.
Is that your private one now?
You know how we roll in the BBC. It's all big cash. Somerset at Chestnut Street, 13 for 1 against Durham. Durham won the toss there at the something bowl now. It's changed sponsors. We'll call it the Rose Bowl again. I think we can. Surrey 27 for none. They chose to bat there first. No play before lunch at Lancashire against Warwickshire. An inspection at Worcestershire Notts at New Road. That's down the leg side. Well, a gentle lazy shot from Elgar, thinking about clipping that down, but it went through to the wicket keeper anyway. Not a great delivery from Stewart. But yes, which is desperate for Worcestershire. Obviously, they'd spent a couple of games at Kidderminster, hadn't they? And this was their big return to New Road, and it's wet. Derbyshire 32 for none against Gloucestershire, electing to bat in the second division at Bristol. Glamorgan 20 for none against Leicestershire at Grace Road. A shorter from Stewart, and that is helped away very, very nicely indeed by Dean Elgar, showing his class there, and just dropping short there. No great pace from, from Grant Stewart. Really was helped on its way. Languid shot almost from Dean Elgar. I take nothing away from the skill. Beautifully carted towards the boundary. Absolutely safe. 4 runs. First boundary of the piece for Essex, 18 for none. Continuing Sussex, 44 for none. They've got away to a flyer at Lords against Middlesex. Middlesex actually putting them in on that one as well. And Yorkshire, 13 for none against Northamptonshire, who've put them in at Wantage Road as Stewart bowls to Elgar. Then to the onside this time to Joe Denley, fielding at mid-wicket.
Yes, apparently the ground at Southampton is now called the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah,
That sounds about as appealing as Aegeus, really. I mean, they don't sort of say anything, do they? The words.
I prefer a bit of Rose Bowl, I think.
Yes, so do I, undoubtedly, yes.
I mean, we can call it what we like. Hedge End, you can call it, I suppose, if you like. It's Stewart over the wicket to Elgar. Just to push it to the onside. They take that quickly. It's a shot at the stumps by Arafat. Is that going away for overthrows? It is, and they're going to get 5 in the end from that one. Arafat taking a shot at the stumps at the far end, and actually applause from a couple of his colleagues rather than to berate him for the overthrows. He was on it quickly on the onside. It was looked like a risky run. It would have needed a heck of a throw from mid-wicket to get the stumps, but in the end it's 5. And So 9 off the over so far. Update coming, and then the end of the over. I'll bring in Sonia Twig in my place alongside Dick Davis. Essex are 22 for none. 16 then for Elgar now. Brown defends that one up the pitch and there's no run. Back to Stewart. And the first 4 have been legitimately hit off his bowling, but the overthrows for the second, injuring his bowling analysis a little bit. But that have been a few interesting deliveries and exciting ones for Kent so far. No outstanding chances. This through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over then. It's the end of the 8th. Essex are 22 for none. As they change over ends here at Canterbury. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, Essex went. Morning, Mike. Essex winning the toss and electing to bat here first at Canterbury. Going okay for them as well. 22 for no wicket they are. Dean Elgar, the South African international, 16 for him, 5 for Nick Brown. Kent making 3 changes to their bowling lineup for this one. Bowled pretty well so far, particularly Wes Agar, the Australian from the far end, getting real life out of this Canterbury pitch. But so far, Essex, you'd say, looking pretty comfortable in the first half hour of this match. Kent needing points for this to try and get away from the bottom 2 of the county championship. Essex in the top 3 with eyes perhaps on a title push this or later in the season. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and out with Essex 22 for none here at Canterbury. And I'll make way in between overs. It looks like it's going to be Arafat Bhuiyan from the far end. Sonia Twig will join Dick Davis.
That's Arafat from the Nackington Road end. First change fairly quickly. Again, right arm round the wicket bowls, and that's just played defensively. Trickles out into the mid-wicket area. And we'll bring Sonia in sometime during the over, once she's got prepared. A pretty good crowd here. It's, well, so it should be. It's a Friday of a bank holiday weekend and the sun's shining and it's a local derby. Arafat moves in now and bowls and angles the bat, and it just played out backwards of square on the offside. And yeah. Good morning, Sonia.
Good morning.
And how did the run go? Did you not do the...
Yes, I did. Yes, I did the Hackney half last weekend. It was all right. It was a little bit hot. I was informed that the first water station gave out over 24,000 cups of water.
Good grief. As next delivery was played defensively by Agar.
Yeah, so that was an interesting... I felt sorry for the people running a little bit later, because obviously the later you start, the more you're running in the heat of the day.
Oh, you sort of... The starts are staggered, are they?
Yeah, there were over 20,000 people
I know,
doing
I went
it.
online, yeah.
So obviously the quickest people start at 9, and then the normal people start significantly later.
And Arafat moves in, bowls. That's just played out into a gap in the covers. They go through for one, which was only ever going to be a single, never anymore, which is why they just trotted through. So what time did you start? Did you start at 9?
No, I didn't start at 9. I started about 20 past 9.
Oh, well, that's still not...
maybe half past. But yeah, some people will have started sort of 10:30, and then you're sort of running through the heat at the middle of the day. And because it's all buildings, so there's not space to sort of breeze and all of those things. I mean, it's a lovely route.
Is it? Had you done it before?
I did it last year.
Yeah. And that's just played backward of square on the offside. No addition to the score of 23. I think that says. The units digit seems slightly obscured a little bit. Yeah, I think it's 23.
Well, it's 23 on that scoreboard and 24 on the other one where we can't quite see properly, and 24 on the live stream. So
right, we'll go for 24
we think
then.
it's 24, but the main scoreboard hasn't quite caught up yet.
And it's just played out into the covers. It was short. It rather deserved it, really, with all due respect to the bowler. And yeah, batsman of Agar's quality and class, experience, doesn't need a second invitation to take full advantage of that. And he guides it rather than hits it. Guides it out towards the apartments. And the boundary that side is, I'm not very good at judging distances, but it must be a good 30 yards, I'd have thought, in from the physical edge of the ground, because what we haven't described is that the wicket is quite a long way over towards the west side of this delightful ground just south of the city of Canterbury.
Yes, it's a lovely ground and a lovely day.
It is. 27 now, the scoreboard says. Well, the main scoreboard says 27. Elgar 17, Brown 9.
Yes, as Stewart is ready to bowl. Runs in over the wicket, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch to the bowler by Dean Elgar for no run. Yes, the Hackney half was good. Unfortunately, my main problem was that I didn't beat my time from last year, so I ended up a little bit frustrated.
Oh, right.
But it was to raise money for the Lord Taverners, so was it a good cause?
I mean, I know it's a cliche, but the main aim of the whole day, whoever's running, is to raise a lot of money for charity, isn't it? I suppose your own satisfaction as well.
Stewart in runs, and that's clipped off his pads well by Elgar. He'll pick up a single down to the fielder. They're sort of 10 yards off the boundary at long leg. And he's motioning for something from the dressing room. I'm not quite sure. Well, maybe just making some motions there. Yes, well, some people, I think it depends. There's some people who just want to do it and run the distance, and for them that's the biggest hurdle to overcome. And the more serious runners will have a goal time in mind, and they'll be quite frustrated if they don't do it. And then there's obviously quite a lot who run it for charity.
Yes.
Stewart in bowls, that's slightly wide, but Brown can't quite get hold of it, comes off the toe of the bat and just skews to mid-off.
And I've often wondered, watching marathons or on television, and the London is the obvious one. In your case, do you actually enjoy doing it while it's going on, or do you just enjoy the thought that this will soon be over?
I enjoy the first half.
Right.
No, I do. Stewart runs in over the wicket, bowls, and that's gone slightly wide of the leg side. There's a bit of an appeal for caught behind, but I think it was a little bit away from the bat. It was a sort of half-hearted appeal.
Yeah, I think that was born of optimism rather than reality.
I agree. I mean, I do enjoy them. I think there was a bit towards the end where I was so focused on just getting to the finish line that I actually missed my brother in the crowd who was calling for me, but I didn't know he was going to be there, so that's my excuse. Stewart bowls, and that's clipped off his legs. Well, this time by Brown, but stopped by the fielder at sort of shortish square leg / just slightly behind square there, and that will be no run. So score is still 29 without loss. I think some people I did see were, unfortunately, as can happen with a hot day, in a rather difficult ways towards the end. There were some people really struggling, and some even in needing medical attention. So it's definitely not one to sort of do on a whim, I think it's fair to say, and definitely not for a full marathon. Stewart bowls, and that's just defended into the offside. They will get a single. They've just found the gap between point and cover there, and will come through for a single to take the score at the end of the over onto 30 without loss.
You're listening to commentary via BBC Radio Kent, BBC ESSEX, and numerous methods. And comments would be welcomed at BBC Essex. Sorry, I'll say that more slowly. I garbled that a little. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And can't remember quite what email address Matt gave out for Kent. I know it was very similar, but that's not really quite good enough, is it? Just when it comes to email addresses, just saying, well, it's fairly similar.
No, it's you've always got to get them quite right.
Yes.
Or you can, or someone who owns a slightly similar email address will end up with.
That's right.
Well, I know there's a music producer called Mike Dean, who the same name as the obviously Premier League referee,
yes.
who whenever there's a footballing decision gets a lot of abuse on Twitter because
right.
the fans haven't double checked which one's the right one.
As all that is the first ball that's palpably beaten the batsman outside the off stump, and yeah, Brown played inside the line. Can I just reach over and get we've only got one scorecard between us, and so we'll try and make it so that whoever's actually commentating has it in front, because it has the numbers.
Well, it has some of the numbers, except that Stewart's is wrong on there.
Is it?
Stewart is definitely not number 75, so that's...
Right, thank you. And a ball of full length, Yorker length really, and Brown does well to dig that one out. No addition to the score. And instantly Matt comes in from next door to amend the scorecard accordingly from 75 to 9. Thank you. So, right.
Well, we've got one of my favourite things here, which is the men's pronunciation guide.
Yes, I think this is quite unique. Well, I'd say it is unique, I'm sure. Come back, that's just played out to mid-on, no addition to the score. Yes, you get a pronunciation guide, which you don't get at any other ground, which...
Yes, we have a pronunciation guide each, but just the one scorecard
yes,
between all three of
yes,
us.
Yes.
It's a bit of... And just in case anyone was in any doubt over how to say Joe Denley, you can find it spelled out for you.
Yes, or even... Yes, or... Sam Billings, not that he's playing, is pronounced Sam Billings, which is... no, that just goes through to allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. It is... For some names it is very useful, and it saves one getting in a bit of a mess.
And for some of them it's decidedly not.
Yes, that's right.
Wes Agar on the pronunciation guide, for anyone wondering, is Wes with 2 Z's at the end, A, and then a dash, and then Gar with 2 R's, just in case
yes.
anyone was in any doubt over how to say the bowler's name.
And that's, again, allowed to go through to the keeper. But Toby Radford is Toby Radford.
Yep, and Zach Crawley, as they've done the pronunciation guide, has 2 K's at the end of Zach. I'm not sure why that makes a particular difference, other than just to signal it out.
Bill Drummond is actually Bill Drummond. So yeah, etc., etc.
I will be posting later about it on social media.
That's played back to the bowler, who stops it well, but probably didn't need to, since it was being backed up by mid-off. So the end of an over, the over, during which the visitors, not from a great distance, have moved on to 29 without loss.
Or 30, I think that scoreboard.
Or 29 stroke 30, yes.
It's very confusing for us in the commentary box, because the score on the electronic scoreboard is partially obscured, so you can't quite read it properly. And the one that we can see clearly from here seems to be at least 1 run behind at all times.
Yes.
So apologies to anyone listening for the confusion.
Especially if they're watching the live stream, because it probably says in the corner of the live stream.
Oh, the live stream's got it.
Yes.
Yeah. Stewart runs in, bowls, and that's moved late but well wide of Elgar's off stump. But a first signal that there is quite a lot of movement out there today, despite the blue sky and sunshine that you don't always see. And Daniel Bell-Drummond's gone for quite an attacking field. He's got 2 in the slips and 1 at sort of quite a straight and close in mid-on. Not quite silly mid-on, he doesn't need the helmet, but he's quite close there and definitely a catching position. And just the 2 fielders out on the boundary rope, one of those at long leg. Stewart in bowls, and that's defended straight down the pitch by Elgar for no run.
An email from David Smith says, good morning all, any chance of the volume being increased on the stream please? Well, we have no control over that, but if anybody who's working the stream does hear that comment, then maybe they could do something. We could turn our mics up, I suppose.
I think it'll be a stream control thing, as that's bowled well and clipped off his legs well by Elgar. It's racing around towards the boundary, but it will just be cut off by the fielder on the boundary. That was a really good covering of the ground from Joey Everson there to stop the boundary, and Elgar will have to settle for 2 runs. 3 runs there, apologies. They've managed to get through for a third, but that was well timed, and it just shows how quick this outfield is, which is marginally surprising given the amount of rain that fell in this part of the country over the last couple of days. But that one really did race across the ground. I know it's slightly down the hill, but it looks like a very good pitch, this one, as Stewart is in bowls, and that's again clipped off his legs by Brown, but that one will be stopped by the fielder at backward square.
Martin says, well, this isn't really within our... Is aegis the word? I'm not sure. I'll be travelling to the game tomorrow. Do you know if ESSEX members get to use the Kent members' facilities? Well, I should imagine so. I think that's sort of par for the course, isn't it? All members, members of any club, if they go to another one, they can use the facilities, but don't take that as gospel, please.
Stewart over the wicket bowls. That one's shorter, and Brown just ducks underneath it as it goes through to the wicket keeper. Yes, I'm not sure if that's really in our job description.
No, not at all, no.
The fans' terms and conditions.
No.
But you can bring your own camping chair and sit out on the grass, which is what people are doing, and it looks absolutely lovely out there.
Which you certainly can't do at all grounds.
No. And it's got a lovely grass bank that I think is one of my favourite places to watch. Stewart in bowls, and that's just pushed into the offside. They will get through for another single there. That's brought them a couple of runs in the last couple of overs from this end, and at the end of that over, the score is 34 without loss.
Yes, it gets a bit raucous over there, I recall, on the occasion of T20 matches, but especially later on in the evening.
Well, the last game I came to here was actually a children's day, so it was it was a really interesting atmosphere where it was a really hot day. I'm talking sort of 28-30 degrees. And when the kids all went, obviously more people headed into the bars, and by the end, after a day in the sun and an afternoon in the bar, there were a few people slightly worse for wear, should we say.
So it's Arafat to continue from the from the Nackington Road end. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who shoulders arms as it goes through to the keeper. Edward emails saying, has Cushy been dropped, or is it a recurrence of the back injury that kept him out of the Somerset game? I feel it's a short-sighted decision if he's been dropped. The answer is I don't know. But since they've replaced him with a bowler, that suggests to me that it's not an injury, otherwise they'd replace him with a batsman, wouldn't they? As that's an attempt to pull it away towards the just discussed grassy mound over on one side, but Brown fails to make contact, and now he goes down the wicket.
It was a slightly wild swing, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
It was quite wide outside the off stump to be trying to send over mid-wicket, and he didn't quite get hold of it well, he completely missed the ball, but he didn't move his feet to try and make that shot any easier. It was a high risk shot. It
was also, that's just nudged away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Good looking shot there. If anything, the Kent bowlers have been inclined to strayed a bit on the leg side to both batsmen being left-handers, I suppose, might contribute towards that, because you get more used to bowling to right-handers, where the aim generally is on or just outside the off stump.
I mean, from the bowling from this end, it would also be with the slope.
Yes. And that's played out into the covers. Yes, that shot from Brown a couple of deliveries ago when he had a swish was most out of character. I mean, I've been watching him, well, I suppose I've been watching all the Essex players since they first played, and generally think of him as a very doer, dogged opening batsman, and I use that in an entirely complimentary manner. Bazball is not his style, and...
well, I don't think Bazball's Dean Elgar's style either.
No, quite. And of course it wasn't a forerunner of a predecessor of either of these for Alistair Cook, but it served him okay. That's just played out in the offside, so it's not the answer to everything, is Bazball.
Well, Sir Alistair Cook took great offence to the comments that he wouldn't be able to get into this current England setup because of the way he plays cricket. But I think what you don't want is you don't want people to try and force a game that's not their natural game.
No, of course not, no. And I'm sure, I don't know who made that comment, but I very much doubt if it were true. We'll never know, of course. That's pushed out to mid-off, no addition to the score. There's an annoying fly that's taken up residence just in front of me, and that's better, it's gone.
There you go. You've used the one scorecard, the pressure scorecard that we've got. To
multi-purpose scorecard, also capable of guiding flyers out of the commentary box.
Well, the one at Essex has a slightly disturbing collection of dead wasps.
Yes.
Including one quite large dead wasp, and some other smaller ones sort of gathered in dusty corners. I was a bit worried when I went there for the first Essex home game of the season at day one. I was like, are these going to sort of wake up at some point and we're going to have sort of 5 or 6 wasps buzzing around the commentary box, which I didn't really want.
And they didn't.
And they didn't, no. But they haven't moved either. They're still nestled in their corners.
Oh, we get all sorts of livestock in the county ground at Chelmsford.
I know. I had a ladybird fly into my eye while I was on air. That was entertaining, I think, for the few people listening. Stewart just preparing to start his 7th over. Stewart in bowls over the wicket, and that's just defended up towards the bowler by Elgar for no run. Yes, it's a lovely day here. I do hope we get some more people sort of trickling in. Well, I'm not sure whether it is in Canterbury, but in London it's the start of half term next week, so I wonder if that could sort of encourage people to come down a bit earlier and perhaps bring their children.
Or of course nowadays, half term they fly off to Florida and places like that, don't they?
In the cost of living crisis?
Does that affect people in Kent?
Stewart in bowls, and that's just tucked into the leg side by Elgar for a single. It was fielded by Parkinson at mid-wicket. Some parts of Kent?
Yes, I'm sure. Philip says, quick question, during 4-day cricket, curious to know how many subs can you use for injuries? I don't believe there's a limit on it. I stand or sit to be corrected, but I don't think there's a limit on it. Of course, they don't take full part in the game in as much as they can't bowl.
Stewart in bowls, that's well wide of off stump, and it has in fact been called a wide. That's not something you see often in county cricket, but that was, yes, taken by slip rather than the wicketkeeper, and that was quite wide.
He goes on, he says, I'll take this next sentence in 2 halves. He says, I know you can change the wicketkeeper. Now, there again, my understanding, which means don't take it as gospel, is that you can only change the wicketkeeper with the opposition's agreement. It's not automatic, which, of course, being a gentleman and gentle ladies' game, then they always do agree.
Stewart in bowls, and that's well clipped off his legs by Brown. It will be fielded by Everson, sweeping there on the leg side boundary, and they will pick up just the 1 run for it.
But can you change fast bowlers? No, you can't.
Can you for a concussion side?
Yeah, I was just going to add that recent rider. Yes, in the event of concussion, then replacements have a full part in the game, don't they? Yes.
Saw an unfortunate one at Essex last week.
Yes.
That was quite a big blow in the game, and you felt very sorry for Sam Hain, who was struck on the helmet, fortunately at short leg, but it was hit very, very hard by Jordan Cox, and wishing him all the best, because I didn't see him play any further part.
No, he didn't.
Stewart in bowls, and that's just well timed by Elgar. Opened the face on it and just sent it running towards the third man boundary to add 4 more runs to the total, which Essex have moved on to 45 without loss.
But instances like that, and obviously we wish Hayne well, and yeah, he'll have a week or two off and then probably and hopefully be as right as rain again. But you know, you sort of think back, well, you wouldn't, but I would think back to the days when they didn't have helmets for batting or fielding, and if that same thing had happened then, it would have been, well, really tragic.
This is a genuine question because I don't know. Would you still have fielders at short leg in the days before helmets?
Oh yes, in fact there was a chap called Brian Close, who was a character, played for Yorkshire and then I think Somerset, and yeah, he would take great pride of getting in very suicidal positions, and yes, I think it was bravado as much as anything else, either bravado or stupidity. I'm not sure. There's a thin line between bravery and folly. But yeah.
I have a Brian Close question for you, but I'll ask that after this ball.
Right.
Stewart bowls, and that's just clipped off the legs by Dean Elgar, but fielded well just in front of square leg there by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, so Brian Close, he was recalled to England quite late.
Yes.
And was absolutely peppered by the West Indies. I think there's a famous photo.
I was coming on to that, yes.
Top without a top on in the dressing room with a fair display of bruises.
Yes, and he sort of displayed these quite proudly, you know. Aren't I brave? Well, that's one word for it.
Yes, let's see if you can move tomorrow as Stewart is in bowls, yes. And that's well clipped off his legs by Dean Elgar, and he'll pick up a single for that one, just turning it down to long leg.
Yes, yeah, there is indeed, as you say, that famous photograph of him showing his war wounds.
I'm surprised head injuries didn't happen more often.
I think, from what I recall, batsmen didn't play the shots that they now do play. You know, if a short delivery comes along now aimed at the head, then as often as not they'll think, well, I can hook this away for 4 or 6. In former times, they'd have thought, right, I'll just get out of the way of this.
Stewart in bowls, and that's struck Brown on the pads. There's an appeal, but the umpire is unmoved.
That was a fairly confident appeal, it has to be said, but we're not right behind the line. We're watching from sort of, well, since they're both left-handers, we're watching from long on, really.
Yes, I will just keep you updated once I've seen the replay about just how close that was, but as Dick mentioned, that you can't quite see it from where we are, and I think it was just sliding down leg or a little bit too close to call, but it was the umpire's decision, and Brown remains at the crease. And I'll be joined again by Matt, just on the stroke of the afternoon, so just about good morning, Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Sonny, and yeah, throwing Dick bodily out of the commentary box there. It's not quite the same as at Chelmsford. It's Agar bowling to Elgar, excuse me. Agar and Elgar. My colleague Alex Hode is writing for BBC Sport today saying it's sending him Gaga. There we go. Not sure if that's for publication. It's a terrible pun. But it's Buyan, sorry, at the far end now, isn't it? But Agar was bowling to
You mean Agar with 2 R's?
Yeah, that's what I'm having trouble
Wes
pronouncing it.
with 2 Zs.
Well, I don't often give the 2 Zs perhaps the prominence they deserve, I think. But it's Buyan, of course, round the wicket now to Elgar, who's on 27, and chops that into the offside. Going for a more expansive shot, trying to cut that away, but it ends up with Marcus O'Riordan, 55 on his back at point. And for me, I'm going to have to sum this up in a minute, Sonia, so I'm going to ask for your help here, but it feels like Kent have bowled some decent deliveries. They've kept it tight for the first hour, and yet it's 48 for none. Essex are surely going to be the happy of the two sides here.
Yes, absolutely, but I think, you know, they're not scoring quickly, which will encourage Kent.
Buyan now bowls to Elgar, leans forward, shoulders, arms through to the wicketkeeper.
I think they're not scoring particularly quickly, but I think there's just too many wayward deliveries from this Kent bowling attack. They sort of build up the pressure so well, and then there's just, you know, one that's too close to the pads and they just sort of pick it off, and obviously both being left-handers, they're very good off their legs, so they can just clip these away to keep the scoreboard ticking over without any real pressure being able to build up. And as we know, Dean Elgar and Brown aren't going to sort of be rushed here. They're not going to be forced into going for the big shots like some of the ones coming in later will be.
Arafat then bowling round the wickets to Elgar, just helps that into the offside, but can't beat Marcus O'Riordan backward points. I take your point. I think the opening overs, when I was first on commentary, Agar, particularly from the far end, was doing a good job. Stewart was holding his end up this end, but one or two perhaps more wayward deliveries in the past few overs, and Bhuyan's giving Elgar particularly a bit of width here. 4 dot balls so far in this over, though. The 15th of the morning, Essex having won the toss and elected to bat. Elgar treats that on its merits, as you'd expect, on the off stump. Just defends it to the offside. Ben Compton and Joe Denley converge around cover, and there's no run.
Yes, it's an interesting batting lineup for Kent, because obviously Elgar and Brown will take their time, and then you've got Jordan Cox and Tom Wesley to come in who like to play their shot. So it'll be a bit of an interesting, different day as we get further down the batting order.
Arafat to Elgar. Engineers that into the offside as well, not attacking it, but straight to Denley from Arafat. 4 overs, 2 mades, none for 9. Don't feel necessary the pressure, as Sonny was saying, from that far end that we had from Wes Agar. It's going to be a change of gloves, is it here? Here we go. As it turned out, I thought I was timing it right, and I needed to throw Dick Davis off the commentary, and as it actually, Arafat got through his over pretty quickly. But an update is coming for BBC Radio Kent, so I'll be earning part of my fee for today. 27 Elgar, 17 or 16 for Brown, I think, from 46. The 2 scoreboards diverging over a single run there, but they both agree it's 48 for none. And here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent, as Wes Agar was going to bowl from the pavilion end very shortly. Good afternoon, Mike. Yeah, Essex 48 for none here. They've seen off the first hour of the visitors in the Battle of the Bridge without losing a wicket. Kent's Wes Agar has been the best of the bowlers. He's just been reintroduced, or is being reintroduced here at the pavilion end to bowl to Nick Brown, who's on 16. Actually just ducks out of the way of that one. A shortish ball through to the wicket keeper. At the other end, South African Dean Elgar looking elegant on 27. Kent have bowled all right, as I said, particularly Agar's been the best of them, beating the bat on a couple of occasions, but the worrying thing for Kent will be that last figure in the score so far. No wickets taken on the first morning, the first hour of it. Essex winning the toss, electing to bat, looking like a good decision from the visitors so far. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Wes Agar running in from the pavilion end over the wicket to Brown, who clips that well off his pads. It's not got the pace to go all the way to the boundary, and it will be fielded by Joey Everson, but he will add another couple of runs to Essex's total to take them on to 50.
Yeah, I thought that first ball from Agar just hurried Brown a
that
little
one's
bit,
been called a no ball, so that will take them on to 51.
Okay, apologies. That's what the applause kept going for, was the no ball, yeah. Wes Agar has had trouble this season overstepping of all the Kent bowlers. Yeah,
well, I was here for the first game against Somerset, and one of the Somerset bowlers, whose name will come back to me, had about 8 by the end of the day. Whereas Agar runs in and bowls, and that's, again, it clipped off his pads, but stopped well by Daniel Bell-Drummond there. Just diving down to his right to stop that going away for more runs, and trying to build some pressure on these Essex batters who are looking more and more set.
Yeah, it's the way that I think that Brown has addressed after that first delivery, which I said looked like it hurried him a little bit. He's got solid bat on the next couple.
Well, Wes Agar is sort of the point of difference in the Kent bowling attack, really. He's the only one with that extra yard of pace that can cause problems for batters. Agar in bowls, and that's just gone through to the wicketkeeper down the leg side for no run.
Just wonder if he took a little bit of pace off that one as it looped over the stumps but left on length. Yes, I'd agree with that certainly, and worrying for Kent given the precedent we had certainly last season and for parts of this season as well. The runs in the first innings, but they haven't taken a wicket in the first hour. The ball's 15.5 overs old. 52 on the scoreboard.
Well, the first game I did here obviously had the Kookaburra ball, which had a completely different dimension to proceedings, whereas Agar in bowls, and that's defended back down to the bowler. I think that's just been called another no ball. Yes, it has. So that's 2 in this over. That is not what Kent will want. He looks down at that sort of front crease mark, but you know, if you don't even have to work for these runs, it's just all becoming a little bit too easy for Essex.
Yeah, as you say, that is the worry. As good as Wes Agar is, giving away those extra runs is a worry for Kent. As we said in the reverse fixture, there were centuries for Matt Critchley and for Jordan Cox. Kent having to defend for their lives here at Chelmsford, rather.
Agar in bowls, and that's left alone by Brown outside the off stump and goes through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
And I think it's fair to say the weather taking a bit of time out of that game was helped Kent to a draw. Morning to Harry, sorry, slight afternoon. It was morning when you emailed us, Harry, on kentcricket@gmail.com. He says, listening from my tractor, cutting grass in Suffolk. Nothing in particular, just saying hello. I'm locked in for the day. Well, great to have your company, Harry. Thank you very much for letting us know. It is indeed.
That's really nice to Harry in Suffolk. As Agar runs in bowls, and that's clipped off his pads. Got a bit more on it that time, did Brown, and he'll pick up a single down to fine leg.
And Keith on the emails as well. He's watching the live stream as well as listening to the commentary. Okay. Any chance someone could ask whoever's controlling the live stream to show the full pitch view more often rather than only his background, the occasional scorecard? There we are. I've broadcasted it on the stream there. We are not in charge of the pictures, I think it's fair to say. I'm sure, Sonia, you'd be capable, but I can barely be in charge of a TV remote personally, so it's as much as I can do just talking to a microphone. But there I've aired it, so if there's a possibility of doing it, I'm sure they'll try.
Agar in bowls over the wicket, and that's defended into the leg side by Elgar for no run. Yes, I think I could potentially do it with my technological capabilities, but I'm not sure I could do it while also commentating on the match. I think while I can multitask, and obviously we have to in our jobs, I think that's a step too far. And at the end of that over, Essex are 55 without loss. Elgar on 27 and Brown on 19.
Like the idea of adding to your titles though, Sonia, as a cricket writer, broadcaster, vision mixer as well.
I mean, it's a whole skill. You see some of the, I know at one of the counties, they've got like a huge sort of production value for their screen, and there's someone sort of sat there choosing which camera they're going to go to for every shot. It's a hugely skilled job, but not one that we have control of, although they are now showing the entire pitch, so maybe they've heard.
There we go. Well, it's just keeping your customers satisfied, isn't it, I suppose? It's great to have you listening anyway, Keith, and watching. And you, Harry, kentcricket@gmail.com or bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. You don't have to belong to one of those counties or support one of those to email them. We're very tolerant. It's 55 for none. Arafat round the wicket now to Brown. He's on top of that, on top of the bounce, back foot. It's driven into the offside, past the diving Denley. And Joey Everson stops that before it gets to the boundary. They come through for 2, 57 for none. Looked quite comfortable, that, for Nick Brown, as he's nudged that away.
I do wonder if we might see some spin just before lunch, just to try and do something a little bit different, because these two batters are looking more and more set, and something's going to need to happen to throw them off their length and make inroads into this Essex batting lineup, which is fallible, as shown from their match last week.
Yeah, great comeback, but you're right. Pulled out for 160 odd by Warwickshire. Brown's behind that one from Arafat, out into the offside, fielded by Ben Compton. And there's no run. And if you look at the balance of this Kent attack as he turns to the one scorecard, that the fourth seamer would be Joey Everson. So there will be a choice to make for Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond as he rotates these bowlers through the first couple of hours. whether he goes for Everson first or he goes for Matt Parkinson. I think you're right, Sonia. I think I would probably be minded to give Parkinson a try at this point, not just the over exactly before lunch. That's a lovely clip through the onside by Brown. Agar is getting there. Looks slightly ponderous as he picked up the ball, but got there pretty quickly. So it's 2 runs, but again, 2 comfortable runs for Essex. 59 for none in the sun.
Yes, it's just looking a little bit too comfortable. I think, as you're right, Daniel Bell-Drummond will have a decision to make. He can bowl himself a little bit as well.
He can. I think I'm right saying I don't think we've seen him bowl this season so far. So it's always been a balancing act for him with his. He's had some back problems as well. So Arafat, historically, I mean, not just particularly this season, as Brown defends that one to the offside, no run.
Yes, I was going to say, I haven't seen him bowl this season, or maybe he's one of those captains who doesn't, captains can over bowl or under bowl themselves often. Getting that balance right is something that's quite difficult, and obviously he is a batter by trade. I think it's fair to say, and I don't think he'd be too upset with me saying that either.
No, I think that's entirely fair. So Marcus O'Reilly and Joe Denley, both more than capable of bowling spin in the lower order, outside the off stump. And when I say that, it's a long way outside the off stump, just about pitched on the cut strip from Arafat, through to the wicket-keeper, and it takes something for these umpires to give a wide in the 4-day game, but that certainly was it.
Yes, that's Kent's second wide as well, which might raise some concerns. But that one was bizarre because it was bowled quite hard into the pitch, and then just all the pace just completely came off it and it died. And I wonder if that's going to play a part as the game goes on.
Yeah, it can be slow and low here at Canterbury. Kent fans will be bored of me saying it, but it's true. It's clipped into the onside. It's nonetheless true. Agar throws the ball back in, single take, and they've done everything they can, I know, through the close season to try and make these wickets a bit drier and faster, but unfortunately you can't control what's coming out of the sky either. It's, when a county works that out, there'll be quids in. 71 for none.
Giant bubbles.
Giant bubbles. Is that what you prefer to see?
Well, you must have seen them over sort of tennis courts.
Sorry, I thought you meant coming out of the sky.
No.
Wow, it's a thought.
No, I meant building over the pitch.
Yeah, like a dome. Yeah. Here's Arafat. Good full-length delivery. That's a great delivery. Best one he's bowled. Full, leaving Agar through to the wicket-keeper. Agonisingly for Kent. No edge on it. Best ball of his by a country mile this morning. 61 for none, though. Essex carry on, having elected to bat first. Having won the toss, Tom Westley. It's 27 for Elgar, 24 for Brown. And there is a bit of a meeting now. I think has Captain Twig worked this one out? No, Matt Parkinson has the ball in his hands, but it's just relaying it to Dean Elgar, to Wes Agar at this point. Look, one of them needs to go. 61 for none.
Yes, that's not going to confuse you at all as the thing goes on, is it? No, well, I think if they are going to build a giant dome bubble over any cricket ground, it's going to be at Worcestershire first, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
I feel really sorry for them on their return to New Road and can't play before lunch, as Agar is in bowls, and that's just defended out. That was a good Yorker length from the bowler, and that's just defended out into the leg side by Brown for no run. Well, you do wonder, I mean, this winter has been exceptionally rain-filled. Pretty much from October, it hasn't really stopped raining until well into the season, actually, partly due to how early it started. But even in the last couple of days, I mean, I know I don't live too far away in London, and it pretty much rained for 2 days straight. So I'm not sure that, these quicker pitches are going to happen, as that one is clipped well off his legs by Brown. It will be stopped by Everson, who's doing a really good work there on the leg side boundary, sweeping, and keeps it down to just 2 runs.
And it's becoming more usual, and we've every expectation with the way the climate is in this country that it's going to happen more and more. I think that those are the big questions being asked at Worcestershire, aren't they? Whether at some point they will have to give up on New Road as a ground and build another one somewhere else, rebuild.
Lake New Road.
Lake New Road, well, indeed so. It may well be there.
As Agar is in round the wicket, bowls, and that's just defended into the offside by Elgar, who will race through for a quick single, and the score moves on to 62 for naught.
Yeah, we were talking to Frank Watson here, who follows for BBC Hereford and Worcester, follows Worcestershire, and it's a big subject, and there's lots of emotion about it because New Road is such a beautiful ground, and a lot of people's sort of to-do lists are as ground hoppers, even if they're not Worcestershire fans. So, but hard decisions have to be made when, I guess, if you're looking at a whole month before you can play cricket at any point at any season without being risk of it being flooded. So.
And a huge history there as well, because
Yeah,
it's
of
where
course.
all the touring Australians used to always play their first game at Worcester, as Agar is in bowls, and that's just defended to Joe Denley at shortish mid-wicket. Yes, it's all the Australians used to come over, and their first game would be at Worcester, and you get these incredible pictures with the cathedral in the background. It is a beautiful view from the ground as you look across that side, and I think it would be a huge shame to lose it, but ultimately the climate is not going to get drier. We know with climate change we're going to get warmer and wetter weather, and what that means for cricket is sort of yet to be seen. But Kent must be slightly fortunate that they're in the driest little corner of the country. As Agar turns round the wicket, bowls, that one is shorter. Brown goes for the hook shot and completely misses that outside the leg stump, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper for no run.
There's not limitless money, obviously, sorry, excuse me, no pun intended, to pour into the Worcestershire if they're facing that every season, that it's going to cost them all that extra money just to have their county HQ to play at New Road. It's taking its toll year after year, but well, we'll see what happens.
Yes, and Lancashire doesn't see the best of the weather either, as Agar's in bowls. That's a good ball. It's gone right across Brown there, and taken well by a diving stop by Harry Finch, and at the end of that over, Essex 63 without loss.
I've been looking at the county scoreboard, thinking about that news. Somerset are 44 for 3 now at Chester Street against Durham. Surrey are 1 down. I think Dom Sibley went 53 for 1 at the Rose Bowl, at the Bowl at Hedge End, Southampton, Hampshire. Utilita Bowl, I think it's now called. I think we're saying the new sponsors.
Utilita or utility?
I think it's Utilita. I think. Well,
so it's not. What was it last year?
It was still the Aegeus, I think, last year. But I mean, we're giving the sponsors. If I've got it right, we're giving the sponsors no end of help this morning. But Surrey are away at Hampshire. Put it that way. And it's 50,
on the south coast.
55 for 1, indeed.
Near Southampton.
63 for none. It's Hedge End, isn't it? I think is the conurbation it's closest to. So yeah, those are the 3 games going at the moment in County Championship Division 1. As Everson replaces Arafat at the far end of, and it's that's Daniel Bell-Drummond's choices to bring his 4th seamer into the attack. Joey Everson, the all-rounder. Straight back at him from Elgar. So yes, at Old Trafford, as you pointed out, Sonia, not always the driest. They're delayed because of rainy conditions there between Lancashire and Warwickshire. So no update on that at the moment. Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire. I think there's going to be a 1 o'clock inspection at New Road. No play there so far. Into Division 2 at Bristol. Derbyshire 79 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan have made a good start at Grace Road against Leicestershire. They are 71 for no wicket. Sussex similarly going along quickly at Lords. They have now lost a wicket against Middlesex, 76 for 1. As Everson bowls to Elgar. Gently pushed into the offside. Compton Fields, and there's no run. And finally, Yorkshire at Wantage Road, Northampton are 47 for no wicket. And the South East Stars are at Beckenham this afternoon, playing Lancashire Thunder. And Chelmsford, I mean, it just dovetails beautifully into this broadcast. At Chelmsford, the Sunrisers playing Southern Vipers this afternoon. They're at 2:30 and 6:30 respectively in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Everson round the wicket, 3rd ball of his first over, thumped into the ground off the back foot by Elgar. He finds Compton once again.
Yes, some of those women's teams in their final seasons under their current guises, of course, which must feel a little bit weird when you've played for a side for, well, only a few years, to be fair, because we're in our 3rd revamp of women's cricket in 8 years. But yes, it does seem a little bit sad for some of the players who've built up this connection with the team, and obviously for South East Stars being based at Beckenham, and they're going to have to leave that because they're not going to be part of Kent.
So round the wicket comes Everson, driven by Elgar into the offside, single taken, 63 for none. It's fair to say Kent were very disappointed not to get one of the 8 franchises. I think, we've talked about it long and hard in these commentaries, but I think for those that haven't heard the debate, I think geography was not in their favour, because obviously Surrey, big powerful county, providing themselves players for the international setup as well. Essex quite rightly pointed to the fact that their catchment area is huge across East Anglia, Cambridgeshire as well, and a very strong case as well for revamping Chelmsford as well. 64 for none as Everson bowls to Brown on the back foot, trying to thump that away. Again he finds Compton, and there's no run. 64 for none. But yes, there's obviously change it is for the women's players.
Yes, a lot of change, and a lot of them unsure of where they're going to go. Heather Knight spoke about it in her press conference a couple of days ago, that, you know, for a lot of them, they don't know where they're going to go. It hasn't really been decided yet, so they're playing their last season and could be facing, you know, moving house and all these sort of logistical issues, because they don't know which county they're going to end up at.
Everson bowls to Brown, forward defensive from a foolish ball up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, just one off it from Joey Everson, so reasonable economy obviously, but again, Kent have not taken a wicket in an hour and 22 minutes, and Essex 64 for none, 25 for Brown from 65 balls and 29 from 53 for Dean Elgar, looking more and more comfortable here.
Yes, and obviously for there's some players at every regional setup who are pay-as-you-play players, and who will have other jobs, and they won't be able to just leave those jobs and leave the houses and lives that they've got in order to play part-time cricket, essentially, is what it is, because they're not paid through the contract. So it remains to be seen how all of this will be worked out, as Agar is bowls round the wicket. That was a good Yorker, just defended up to mid-off by Dean Elgar for no run.
Yeah, I mean, I think the change is understandable, isn't it? They're trying to, and it will be, I would say, more straightforward, but I think it'll be more understandable for the casual cricket fan that you have double headers with the T20 Blast, which are the 2 county teams basically playing another 2 county teams. That seems to make all sorts of sense. But
yes, well, some of them seem to do double headers with their county teams, and some seem to do it with the regional teams, and it ends up with a really convoluted setup where you're not quite sure who's in what, because some of the players overlap, and it can be a little bit confusing to follow, as Agar's in bowls, and that's just defended into the offside by Elgar, again for no run. Yes, I mean, women's county cricket needed an overhaul. In its current guise, it doesn't necessarily work, and it doesn't work with the men's system. You know, Heather Knight is associated with Berkshire, who are a minor county side, but a very strong women's side, and you get quite a lot of that. And then some of the first-class counties don't have very good women's sides, but minor counties do. And I think it did need sort of coming under one umbrella, especially if you want to get the next generation of talent. But for some of those involved who are going to be, you know, I'll explain a bit more in a minute, as Agar bowls, and that's just defended out by Elgar to Joe Denley at point. Yes, it's so some of the players who play for their county sides, the likes of Surrey and Essex players who've played for them for sort of 10 plus years, are facing a future where they're not playing for those counties anymore, and essentially will have to find elsewhere, which will be quite difficult for some of them to take. And I know I've spoken to Nikki Chowdhury about it, who'll be joining you tomorrow, because it's something that she's having to deal with at the moment, as Agar turns at the top of his mark, runs in round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, who again defends that slightly uncomfortably off the back foot. He ends up leaning off his back on his back onto the offside.
I think, and for Kent similarly, players have, and I suppose it particularly jars for Kent and Kent supporters because of the number of players that they've already supplied to the England team, that they're very much synonymous with Kent, but they'll be playing well, I don't know. As you say, we don't know whether they'll be playing. Some may be playing for Essex, some may be playing for Surrey. Some might go further afield.
Whereas Agar runs in bowls, and he's struck on the pad. There's an appeal from those at mid-wicket, but none of the ones, neither the bowler nor those behind the stumps, which probably tells you that it was not going on to hit the wicket. But a half-hearted appeal there from Daniel Bell-Drummond, and I think that is Joe Denley. Yes,
indeed, having a chat with his captain there under the big floppy hat. But yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating debate about the women's game, and they're going to be losers if you pick 8 from 18. That's going to happen, isn't it? So,
well, 8 and now 9 from 2026, which is is having a off-air chat about that this morning as Wes Agar runs in bowls, and that's driven into the offside. That is well timed by Agar, and that's raced away to the boundary for 4. It feels like it's been a while since the boundary, but there's one more to the total, which moves Elgar on to 33 and Essex at the end of that over 68 without loss.
Yeah, well, yes. Probably an off-air chat is the best way to do that. But there we go. Yes, not. I think from a PR point of view, from the governing body, is not great. It felt cut and dried. This is what's happening. We know what's happening, and then a few weeks later, well, maybe it's good to have another team added. But anyway, 68 for none.
Well, I was going to mention that one of Kent's best products, Tammy Beaumont, who obviously came up through the ranks here, is playing her cricket at the Blazing in Nottingham.
Indeed.
So that's an interesting move across the country.
So I wonder if she'll be a Nottinghamshire player. Alice Davison-Richards has been playing, was playing for Diamonds, wasn't she, for a while?
I think so.
I don't know if she'll go back to Yorkshire, but this is driven into the offside by Brown.
Or Durham.
Lovely looking drive. Indeed so, yeah, could be.
Yes, an interesting decision for players to make who move sort of away from their families. And
or whether, obviously with players that live in the county, maybe Surrey or Essex, as you say, just from a practicality point of view, makes much more sense. But
yeah, because I mean they're not paid huge amounts of money. A lot of them will still, and the younger players definitely. I know a lot of them live at home.
Everson to Brown, it'll clip into the onside, but there are 2 men at mid-wicket. Denley, who runs over the ball, and Agar Fields no run. Yeah, it's easy to forget that, isn't it, when you look at what's ostensibly moving towards a professional setup, that maybe the money isn't quite enough to live on, basically, and there's always going to be a pull for.
I think it might be enough to live on, but it's whether you could live comfortably on it.
Everson round the wicket to Brown, back foot again. That's a lovely punch through the offside by Brown. Compton is after it. Ball looks favourite. Compton makes up a bit of ground towards the end, and they come through for a very comfortable 3. That'll be 71 for no wicket. But we talked to Raf Nicholson, writer, student of the women's game particularly, on our Huddle show a couple of weeks ago, about the fallout, I suppose, and particularly from a Kent point of view, because it was on BBC Radio Kent, and she said if you're going to take positives from that, there were going to be people who were going to be left out who had good bids, but the good thing about it was almost that if some counties are upset about it, they're going to be even more set on making sure they're one of the ones that comes through in the future. So it would be the opposite scenario would be very disappointing, wouldn't it, if counties were like, well, okay, we'll do it.
It's a remarkable turnaround as well from for so many years women's teams have been seen by a lot of counties up and down the country as burdens.
As Everson bowls a little bit wide to Elgar, perhaps doesn't take full advantage of that, wide and short, but just nudged into the offside, no run. And that's kind of my point, is that these counties really, and Kent really desperately wanted one of the professional franchises. So,
but Kent's one of the counties that has always been a friend of the women's game. You know, the women, England women's team have always been welcome here, always got crowds here, and it's always been really well supported in Kent. I think some of the other counties haven't necessarily put as much into their women's games.
Fair enough. It's Everson to Elgar. Was that a glance? Is it off the pad? It's gone for 4, whichever. It is off the bat. Little glance from Dean Elgar, moving inside the line. And they go from strength to strength here. Do Essex. 75 for none, 37 for Elgar, 28 for Brown. Just hearing the travel news.
It's just looking a little bit too easy for Essex and a little too straightforward, and they're not really being tested.
7 off this over so far. Ooh, it's a good ball from Everson, having said that. And I thought for a moment he was walking, but he is walking, Dean Elgar. He's off to get some gloves and
this
a drink.
This is a second change of gloves
it
already.
Is. Very good point. It looks warm out there, but 75 for none. As Sonia was saying, this is looking fairly procedural at the moment. I think Sonia's about to be replaced by Dick Davis. Sonia, thank you very much. Sonia Twigg being replaced by Dick Davis very shortly. Marcus O'Riordan is going to be the first spin to be brought on. So Sonia was urging Danny Drummond to bring the spinner on, and just as she leaves, Marcus O'Riordan is brought on, the off spinner for his first go, which makes sense, I suppose, on the two left-handers. Try and spin the ball away from the left-handers. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. It's the visitors' morning, Mike, here on a sunny day at Canterbury. Essex won the toss, elected to bat. That's looking like a very good decision. More and more so now. The opener's looking very comfortable. Nick Brown on 28. Elgar has 37. Essex 75 for none now. Kent have turned the spin of Marcus O'Riordan. He's the fifth bowler they've used. Wes Agar has been the pick of the bowlers, really the Australian for them today. He's beaten the bat a few times, but as I said, Essex, as the morning goes on, an hour and a half into this game so far, on the first morning of the match, looking more and more comfortable. 75 for no wicket. Kent looking for breakthroughs on this first morning, with commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And O'Riordan continues in his first over, giving that one a good waft of air as he bowls it to Brown. He's patted it back towards the bowler, and there is no runs. A first spin of the day. O'Riordan 55 on his back. Slim, agile bowler. Floppy of fringe. Takes the ball back from that's Tawanda Mieye, I think. He's on as a sub-field. I'm not quite sure who for. It's down the leg side from O'Riordan. Brown tries to clip that away, but actually hits the pads, I think, of wicketkeeper Finch. Deflects away, and there's no run. He's a great fielder, Tawanda Mieye. I'm not sure quite who he's on for. Can't see Wes Agar at the moment. It may well be the big Australian. Again, plenty of air from O'Riordan. He's giving it a chance to grip and spin. Doesn't look like he did very much. End of the over. It is a maiden over, but again, not really any alarms or surprises, I don't think, for Nick Brown at the far end. It's still 75 for none. Dick Davis is back, and Dick, Essex looking pretty good in this first session.
Well, yes, they are, but you know, the conditions, everything is in their favour, isn't it, really? I mean, yeah, if you're not going to get runs on a day like this, when are you? But yes, the job still has to be done. And yeah, and they're doing it well. 75 without loss after an hour and a half. 37 and 28.
Yeah, indeed.
To Elgar and Brown, respectively.
Just a short pause. Joey Everson is bowling, or will be bowling from the far end, continuing his spell, number 8 off 2 so far, but no slips at all now. Is Zach Crawley sort of fly slip?
I was just going to say, I think that's called a fly slip, isn't it? Sort of, yeah. It's worked way off his pads to short mid-wicket. Yes, there's a man, number 16, you'll know better than I.
That's Zach Crawley.
Zach Crawley. Yeah, he's not close enough to be called a slip, certainly not off us. And but not really deep enough to be called a third man. Yeah, so I think it is called fly slip, but it's quite an unusual position nowadays. as Everson moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. But fielding positions, yeah, some go out of favour and come back into favour. I was quite surprised to see on a quiz show recently. I think it was pointless.
But tell us anyway. I thought I was making a joke.
I'm sorry.
It's a very poor one.
Oh, the comment was pointless, probably. Well, it probably is. Good Lord, yeah. Why change a habit of 28 years? And that's nudged down to wide third man for 1. They'll come. No, they won't. They'll think about a second, but it's not there for the taking. That yeah, they were presented with 4 or 5, half a dozen maybe, choices of fielding positions, you know, and the question was, you know, which of these are not real, you know, made up. And I was surprised to find that one that was considered a fielding position was called straight hit. Yes, you react the same way as I did. Because I immediately, that's just played defensively, I shouted at the screen, well, straight hit, there's no such position called straight hit. And yeah, the production team of pointless, I think it was. If it was a different quiz game, then I apologise. Presumably thought it was.
Maybe
I then Googled it, and according to Google, it is a
maybe it was in the, I don't know, in the 1930s. But yeah, well, our audience can tell us that. Have you heard of that? A straight hit?
Straight hit is a fielding position, apparently. And it's just played defensively by Brown, trickles out in the offside. Yeah, we've had plenty of emails. Can take them in chronological order. Tony Amos, who's disappointed that Cushy has lost his place so soon.
Feels like a balance of side thing, as you said, doesn't it? Adding a bowler for a batter.
No, he said, will he add the will he join the long list that goes to it, including Rishi Patel, who's doing so well at Leicestershire. That's just worked away on the onside. It does seem, I mean, obviously, you know, these sides know what they're doing, and you know, they it's their, you know, it's their job. They know what they're doing when they select these sides. But to go, Essex have got 4 seam bowlers, Porter, Cook, Snater, and now Beard as well. Then they've got the considerable talents of Harmer and Critchley to turn his arm over, and also Tom Westley, the skipper, can bowl a bit of off spin.
I read him round the wickets to Elgar. It's on the back foot, just a push up towards, actually the bowler fields off his own bowling, no run.
So they basically strengthened the bowling and weakened the batting. So they haven't swapped like for like by any means.
I wonder if they feel Reardon round the wicket to Elgar, clipped off his pads. Compton can't stop it going through mid-wicket. They'll take a single, coming back for a second. Arafat Bhuyan is making progress at deep mid-wicket. Easy 2 in the end. I wonder if they feel, because they can be quite placid, these Canterbury wickets sometimes, that they will need all the bowling they can muster.
That was the only conclusion I came to. Yes.
And they'll trust their.
Yes, they need to take 20 wickets, obviously, and they think that's the best option.
And they'll trust their top 6. Well, actually, say top 6. Harmer's no mug, is he? That's a sweep by Elgar. What have he got a ball manager onto his toe there? It's gone away to the leg side. It's no run.
Essex's new signing, a chap called Cox, looks quite useful.
Yes, I've heard of him. Done all right. Century against his old county in the first game of the season, wasn't it? Offside. Push by Elgar, and there's no run. Sorry, first away game of the season, I should say. So I interrupted your email. I do apologise. I'm not making silly jokes.
I sort of interrupt myself, which I'm inclined to do. Really.
This is this is O'Riordan to Elgar, and a gentle drive into the offside, fielded by Crawley, and there's no run.
Well, as we say, always say, much as we welcome your emails, our first responsibility is to tell you what's going on here.
We probably should. Here's O'Riordan round the wicket, again giving it plenty of air. I thought for a moment that was perhaps the outside part of the bat, but none of it. Elgar has just driven that gently again out into the offside, taking no chances, gets himself an easy single, and it is looking straightforward at the moment. 79 for none. Elgar 41, 28-minute round.
Yeah, because I always think the sort of the philosophy of our commentary or anybody's commentary on any sport really is that the people who are listening or watching don't really want to be doing that, because they'd far rather be here where we are watching the game. And so they think, well, the next best thing is to hear what's going on. So, you know, I always think our job is to, you know, is to try and make it as near the same experience as they would get if they were here. That's why, as I always say, there's so much more to a day at cricket than the cricket itself. As Everson moves in right up over the wicket, bowls over pitched and played out to mid. I think the man at short mid on got a hand to it. Otherwise, it would have had 4 written all over it, and he really saved 3 runs, because probably also stung his hand more than a little, and they went through for just the 1 run.
But your emailer expressing disappointment that Kushi's not in the side. I can understand that as well. From just feels like they've changed the balance for this game. But
yes, quite. Yes, he feels that he's sort of on his way out almost, by implication or inference rather on my part. And that's nudged down to 3rd man for a single, and this time they do go for the 2nd, and they take it quite comfortably in the end. Yeah, Tony was the emailer, who also goes on and says, I long to see an Essex homegrown player back in the England team, having grown up watching Gooch, Hussain, then Cook gracing the Essex scene. So please name the best prospect from Das, Thane, Benkenstein and Allison. I don't know. Well, 2 Allisons, aren't there, of course. He says he'll go with the last name. Which one, Ben or Charlie? But, yeah, there are plenty of prospects. Who am I to say who was the best one? I don't know. Time alone will tell. As Everson moves in again and bowls. So I'll see if I can get through all these before lunch, with the proviso that our most important function is to describe what's going on. Mike says, good morning, nice to hear you. I've been looking at the streams and they are interesting, but some counties have in-house commentary. Yes, they do indeed. All very informative, but one-eyed. Which is why I like the BBC commentary, a balanced presentation from both counties. That is...
What a ball.
Oh, it was a good ball, and it got the better of Brown and was well taken by wicket-keeper Finch.
Yeah, rising delivery, wasn't it?
It
just
was,
outside
wasn't it?
The off stump.
Yeah. Of course, the main reason I think that some of the counties now do their own commentary is by the very nature of the fact that we're BBC, we can't advertise or promote. We might occasionally mention a company's name, usually followed by the proviso, others available. But of course, if they do their own, they aren't restricted to that extent. That's played down for a leg by, down to fine leg. Whereas, yeah, obviously, if the counties, when they're doing their own live stream, they can, at the end of the over or fall of wicket, have an advertisement, you know, after the match, go for a curry at such and such round the corner.
But you don't necessarily get the balance. I've not seen all of those or heard all of those, but
don't.
That's and as a fan, and I appreciate that email. Certainly, I'm much the same. Even my favourite team, I would rather have a balanced view of what's going on.
Well, I've always pursued the policy. That's just played out in the offside. I basically enjoy watching cricket. Obviously, in this encounter, I'd rather see Essex win ultimately, but basically I want to see a good game of cricket. And I also recognise the fact that there are just as good players in all the other 17 counties as there are in Essex. So therefore, I always try and take a very balanced view of things. You know, I think all supporters of all sports are inclined to be a little bit one-eyed. Now, when they're just supporting, of course, they're fully entitled to do it, which is why people wear football shirts, you know, proclaiming the merits of their side. But yeah, when you're describing it, I think you have to be honest, and sometimes I'm accused of being too honest and too critical of Essex at times. But then I don't mind being critical. I'm happy to be critical of Essex in my case, because I know that the players have the opportunity, which they occasionally seize, of saying to me when they see me, why did you say I've played a rubbish shot and got out? You know, I can try and justify it. But, you know, opposition players I'm inclined to criticise less, because they don't have that luxury of getting back at me.
Oh, a lot to like about this opening pair for Essex right now. Brown just on the back foot, cuts that away, a little dab, and it's filled on the run by Crawley at point. Just a couple of thigh stretches there afterwards, getting himself limber. Single taken though, 84 for none. He of the double century last week, of course, in vain against Somerset, but as Marcus O'Riordan round the wicket to Elgar, flicking to the onside, well fielded by Matt Parkinson. There's no run. There's a ripple of applause. I mean, it was good fielding.
I was reading an article, I think it was in the paper rather than online. I'm more inclined to get cricket information out of a newspaper. Come back in a minute.
Round the wicket comes O'Riordan, keeps a little bit low, no run.
And I think it was devoted to Matt Crawley, and it described him, I think even the caption was sort of a mixture of feast and famine.
Yeah, and I think he's played like that for Kent as he has for England.
Yes.
But O'Riordan, as he's driven off the back foot by Elgar towards the rope, it's a great stop by Wes Agar, stopping it from going 4, saves 2 runs. It's 2 to the total low, 86 for none. And what Brendan McCullum and Rob Key and Ben Stokes will tell you about Zach Crawley is he will go through periods of famine, but he's the person that can electrify an innings and win you games from the opening position. And well, that didn't happen last week. He very nearly single-handedly saved them from defeat against Somerset. So it's a single taken off the next ball. So, but obviously, when he goes through those periods of famine, he will have his critics. I'm going to very quickly fold in some emails, if I may, that come at cricket from gmail.com. I'm not getting the opportunity because Marcus O'Riordan is bowling his over so quickly. It's round the wicket, the off spinner to Brown, a little bit of wrist in that as it's clipped out to the offside. Agar fields, all fairly procedural for Essex, 88 for none. Keith is returning to kentcricket@gmail.com because he'd asked if possibly the pictures could zoom out more often to show the full pitch. It worked, said Keith. Thank you very much. I don't kid ourselves that we have any power over the cameras, but as I said, we could just say these things on the broadcast, and if it's possible, the club want to acknowledge their customers themselves, their supporters. Jeff saying it sounds like the scoreboards at Canterbury are similar to Chelmsford. The one you can see is lagging behind. They're normally in concert, actually, and from this end, Jeff, we can see both the manual operated Les Ames scoreboard and the digital one as well. Everson. And this is punched by Nick Brown into the offside, and a single off the first ball off the over. The diving won't be long. O'Riordan can't get there. Elsewhere, Andy on kentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm messaging from North Norfolk as a Kent fan, he says. Enjoying the commentary with the pictures. Says, really adding to a cricket follower's summer. Another lost toss for Kent. He says, oh, after Somerset, perhaps it's better to lose them. He says, well, maybe a point.
That's just played defensively. Back to the bowler, Everson. No addition to the score.
He says, let's hope we're not looking down the barrel of another 500 plus runs from the opposition. As for possibly losing New Road, Sonny and I were talking about obviously the problems that Worcestershire having just trying to get New Road going every season because of the wetter and wetter conditions. Andy says, well, let's hope that's not all of our county cricket grounds. They don't just turn into new Legoland concrete style stadiums. I would totally agree with you, Andy.
So would I. As the next delivery, short of a length, just played out deep square with a wicket on the offside for an agreed single, as they do not much more than walk through for the additional 1 run.
And he was saying, and he's concluding, let's keep some history, heart and soul left in our grounds and the game. And Andy, I completely agree with you, but we were talking to Frank Watson when Worcestershire were here about New Road, and of course Worcestershire, and Sonny was saying the tradition of the touring sides going to New Road first, and
yes,
what a beautiful ground it is. But
as Everson moves in again, bowls to Brown, plays defensively.
They are facing the heart-rending decision, perhaps, of having to move away there because just financially and physically getting that ground with wetter and wetter winters and summers as well.
Yes.
Getting it ready every year. Other counties, touch wood, at the moment, for instance, Canterbury, it's not underwater for, parts of the spring. There's a chance every season, as much as the cost of preparation takes, it's not having to dry it out every year.
Quite. Everson again into Brown, who flicks that pleasantly off his toes for 4 runs. That was a splendid shot there from Brown. it was over pitched and yes, lent into it, and the ball sped across the greensward for 4 runs down to deep mid wicket.
But I'm with you, Andy. My heart says exactly the same. You have to keep New Road at all costs. It's a beautiful place, but all costs may well be the factor in the end in terms of the financial cost for that ground. Yeah,
I think without exception, I prefer all non-Test match grounds to all Test match grounds. It's a purely subjective. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There, I find most Test match grounds soulless, bit like, and the same as each other. They're a bit like wandering down high streets in towns now. It's the same shops selling the same products by the same unmotivated staff, and so county cricket. As soon as they started introducing the word stadia, I thought that's the thin end of the wedge. And I won't quote examples. We all have our examples, but 2 or 3 of the Test match grounds are. I just use the word soulless and without any character, personality.
It certainly is one of the wonderful things about grounds like Canterbury and Chelmsford is you feel. I mean, we have it with the media as well. In the media centres, you feel more part of the action. You feel right on top of it.
Yes.
At a ground like this, but although I would argue the same for somewhere like Cardiff, whereas that seems sympathetically done to me, whereas you do feel very close to the action. But anyway,
yes,
maybe the exception for me that proves the rule. But Parkinson it is. So some leg spin replacing the off spin at this pavilion end to Elgar, and driven into the onside. And it's fielded by Compton on the dive. Good stop as well. But I'm also the sort of person, and I appreciate that some people like to be part of the big occasion, the big crowds,
oh,
as
yes,
well, those
they
atmospheres.
Do.
So
revel in it.
I would rather watch my music in a smaller venue, for instance. And not everyone's like that. No. We're not all the same, it turns out, Dick.
No, which is all part of life's rich pattern.
I mean, other people are wrong, obviously. I'm joking, of course. Single taken off the next ball from Parkinson. O'Riordan used first. I was thinking, probably from a captain's point of view, put the off spinner on first because you're spinning the ball away from the 2 left-handers, Dick, whereas they've now brought Parkinson into the attack, who'll be spinning the ball with his leg spinner at least naturally into the 2 left-handers. And the googly, crikey, that one's got away from Parkinson.
Cool, he got away with that
looping delivery down the leg side. And yes, umpire Newell, I think it is at this end, I think he's been generous to Matt Parkinson there.
Yes.
Because I think Dean Elgar did everything he possibly could to try and hit that looping delivery. Not quite the moon ball, but turned into the onside. Orthodox delivery and shot for a dot ball, no run. 96 for none. More emails at the fingertips of Dick Davis, I think. Coming up the end of the over, maybe. Parkinson's getting through his 6 fairly quickly. It's his first over on leg stump again, and that's moved into that one, did Elgar, and he's driven that into the onside. Elgar, Crawley's after it. Oh,
dragged it over.
He has indeed dragged it over with him. He tried to run past it and flick it back with his hand, but couldn't manage that. And that is 50 for Dean Elgar. It's been elegant from the South African. 83 balls, 114 minutes. That's his 6-4 to bring up his 50, and the 100 up for Essex as well. And that really does tell the story of this first morning so far. 100 for none, Essex.
Yes, and Essex generally. I'll come back to that at the end of the over.
Yeah, here's Parkinson then to bowl the final ball of his over. And gives it some rotations outside the off stump of this one, coming into Elgar, defends it. And that is the end of the over. Brown 38. Elgar's just made it to 50, 51, 100 for none exactly for Essex.
But when we were talking about Cushy making way for Beard, we were saying, or I was saying in particular, it wasn't like for like. Well, that certainly can't be said for the replacement for Sir Alistair Cook, who retired at the end of last season. And so Essex went and they've been canny with some of their overseas signings and indeed domestic signings. And they managed to get Dean Elgar. I believe Simon Harmer was largely responsible because obviously both being South African, he's a big mate of his. And yeah, you can't think of somebody who replaces, to such an extent, like for like, as Elgar for Sir Alistair Cook. And next over, it's just started from the far end.
It's O'Riordan.
It's O'Riordan, thank you. Wearing number 55, and that's just played defensively. And yeah, an excellent signing is Dean Elgar. Bags of experience, bags of ability. Matt just used the word elegant. That is also him to a T. Everything he does is classy. As O'Riordan moves in again and bowls. Ball of full length and studiously with his head over the ball. Brown hits it back to the bowler. Andrew points out that maybe the confusion over the scoreboards which we had was seemed to emanate. That's just played defensively. Seemed to come straight off after the overthrows for 5 runs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it may well be the case. Thanks, Andrew. Jeff, that's. Oh, I was just going to say it was a carbon copy whipping it away. Oh, I hope the fielder's gone down and has not got up. Well, he's just. What did that hit then? What part of his anatomy?
It's gone down on his shoulder, I think, Wes Agar there.
He's on his knees.
I didn't see that clearly.
Flexing his right arm.
Yeah, he's holding his shoulder, Wes Agar. The physio is running on. I might just grab if I can.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if the cameras will be wide enough to catch that one. But he's gone down heavily, Wes Agar, holding his shoulder. And yeah, I think he looks like he's in a bit of trouble there as Dan George comes on. We wish him very well. The last thing Kent need is more injuries to bowlers. He seemed to dog them last year. But most importantly, Wes Agar's okay, and now he is coming off and very much favouring that shoulder. And if I was going to be optimistic, I'd say he's moving okay. It is just before lunch as well, so they're probably just thinking, get him off anyway. No point in... but that, yeah, went down. I mean, it was a good stop.
But he's holding his right arm. I'm no expert whatever on the way the body functions. I'm just grateful that it does, in my case. But he's holding his arm in such a way which suggests, he mustn't move that shoulder. He sort of looks as if he's holding his stomach, but actually he's just making sure his shoulder doesn't move. So could it be a dislocation? I don't know.
Yeah, I think they would be probably paying more attention if it was a dislocation, but may
anyway,
just have,
O'Riordan continues, and that's a ball of full length, which again Brown played defensively. No run accrued from that previous single. I was going to say it was another 4 through mid-wicket, but it was only because of that valiant effort by Agar that prevented 4 runs. End of the over. Another quick email. Jeff says it sounds like the scoreboards at Canterbury are similar to those at Chelmsford. One you can see is...
oh no, that's the one I read out. I think Jeff sent it to both of us.
Oh,
but yes,
he? Yeah.
I think they do normally keep pace with each other, that's for sure. But in fact, they are very much mirroring each other now. But yeah, Wes Agar goes off then, holding his shoulder, and so Kent already have a couple of bowlers with niggling injuries. Matt Quinn has not played yet this season with his back problem. They're scampering through for a single here, take it well in the end. Finch whips the bails off after a throw from Denley, but that quick single taken, well judged in the end by Dean Elgar. He goes on to 52, Brown has 38. And dare I say it, with Essex, I don't know if I'm biting the blue touch paper here, but you pointed out with Dean Elgar certainly coming in for Sir Alistair Cook, and Jordan Cox coming in for Dan Lawrence effectively as well as a domestic signing. Singland the onside. I know you don't get the spin bowling, but Jordan Cox has already surely proved his worth, and I suppose to an extent, because he's not in the England setup at the moment, Essex won't lose him for much of the summer. So I don't know what Essex fans feel about that, about those 2 replacements. I would have thought pretty good. Driven into the offside, it's fielded there. Don't see who the fielder is there. Jassing on the offside. Sub. Dot ball anyway. Parkinson. Last over, this is before lunch. We've gone over at 1 o'clock. 102 for none. Actually, the score will be the digital one on the left-hand side, having trouble with its pixels around the score, I noticed.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
But we believe it's 102 for none. Outside the off stump, Elgar tried to cut that away. It kept low. It wasn't a very threatening delivery, but just the fact that Elgar went for it, fortunately for him, got his bat inside it. And a ball to go this opening session of the day. The bells. I think it's time for an update for Dick Davis. This next ball is a dot ball, last one of the morning. The morning has resolutely belonged to Essex. They bossed this session, 102 for none, as the players come off at lunch, having won the toss and made pretty stately progress as well. A couple of deliveries beaten the bat early on, particularly from Wes Agar. But otherwise, Kent have really struggled to make the breakthroughs. Bouillon had a decent full-length delivery which beat the bat. Joey Everson had one or two which leapt off a length. But otherwise, Dean Elgar's taken his helmet off, and he's got a big smile on his face. And why not indeed? 102 for none. The South African has 52 not out, 39 not out for Nick Brown. And Kent go into the dressing room at lunch. They'll be thinking urgently as well about the well-being of Wes Agar, the opening bowler, who fell on his shoulder in the previous over from Marcus O'Riordan, pulling off a valiant stop, but went off holding the shoulder with physio Dan George. So that is lunch. 102 for none here from me, Matt Cole, from Dick Davis and Sonia Twigg. We'll be rejoining you in around about 35 minutes of the lunch interval for session 2. But the morning session, 102 for none, Essex here at Canterbury.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket چې دی ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او ایلکو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چې مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined a walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition. Work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
کرکټ چې دی ډیر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Welcome back to Canterbury, where Kent are just taking the field as they prepare to continue here. Essex will resume on 102 without loss. Dean Elgar on 52 not out, and his batting partner on 39. It's been all Essex's way so far in this morning session, I think it's fair to say, and it will be a challenge for Kent to try and make inroads. They were of course dealt a blow just before the stroke of lunch when Wes Agar went off holding his shoulder after a heavy landing, and he has not returned to the pitch, I don't think. So that could be a big blow for Kent's hopes in this match. And I'm joined this afternoon by Dick from BBC Essex.
Thanks, Sonia, very much. And yeah, I saw you up in the luncheon facility as well. So we are both well fed and watered. Well fed anyway.
Yes, it was a nice, well, quite a heavy meal, but a good meal.
Yeah, yes. So yeah, carvery. I had the beef.
I had the vegetarian curry. It was very nice.
Oh, really? Right.
And it looks like it's going to be Arafat to start the afternoon session from the Nackington Road end. I think it will be a big blow to Kent that Wes Agar hasn't come out after lunch.
Yes, too true, too true. Yes, it looked as if it very, very much as if it was his right shoulder that he'd injured.
Yes, he was sort of holding it really awkwardly and close
Yeah.
to his chest, and you just hope it's not a dislocation, because that can rule someone out for a very long time.
Yes.
And Kent have already had blows to their bowling attack. You know, Nathan Gilchrist ruled out of this match with injury, and Cohen ruled out before the start of the season, as Arafat turns at the start of his mark to start the afternoon session. Round the wicket to Cook, who flicks that one off his legs, and we can't quite see. I think that would just be a single down to fine leg. It's the one corner of the ground that we can't see from our press spots. Sort of have to lean out round the stand to see if there was a fielder there, but that moves Essex's total onto 103.
And in a way, this gives an opportunity to reply to an earlier email who said when a 12th man comes on, can he keep wicket or bowl? Well, he can keep wicket with the consent of the opposition, but he can't bowl under any circumstances, not unless it's a percussion.
Arafat in bowls, and Elgar tries to flick that one off his legs, and it's just wide of his pads and goes through to Harry Finch without loss. Yes, I had an interesting reply to one of our discussion points earlier when we were talking about batters and batting without helmets against fast bowlers, and John Duffield on Twitter said batsmen had very different techniques against fast bowling. If you watch YouTube highlights of the 1974-5 Ashes, the English batsmen get deliberately inside the line of the ball to avoid being hit. Backing away was a big no-no, as Arafat bowls round the wicket, and that's just clipped off his legs by Elgar into the vacant mid-wicket, and he will pick up just the one run there. It seems to have cooled off this afternoon as well.
Yes, it has, hasn't it? Yes.
We had a lot of sunshine around earlier, but it's just got a little bit cloudier, a little bit windier. I think Kent will be hoping that brings some life into the ball and can help them make the required breakthroughs, as it's looking a little bit too easy for Essex at the moment. As Arafat stands at the top of his mark with ball in hand. Runs in, bowls, and that's just defended by Brown into the leg side. Got the red-soled boots on. Is Arafat?
Yes, a lot more cloud this afternoon, cloud cover. I don't think it's too threatening, although I believe the weather forecast did suggest that I think the phrase was the odd scattered shower. Well, there is a cloud there that looks a bit of an unpleasant dark shade of grey, but it's not a large cloud.
And just as you said that, the sun's come out again.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's inevitable.
Arafat in bowls, that's wide on the offside. Brown drives at it, and it's well stopped by the fielder at cover there to cut off any chance of a run. And that was threatening to race away down the hill, but it was well cut off.
It was, yes.
The BBC weather app, obviously there are a choice of many weather apps.
Of course.
For Canterbury is saying sunny intervals and light winds today.
No mention of any rain.
No mention of any rain until Sunday and Monday, which both say light rain showers. So it remains to be seen if Essex could be frustrated again as Arafat runs in, and that's just defended to point by Brown for no run. At the end of that over, Essex 104 without loss.
Are you doing the whole match?
I'm not. I'm only doing today, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
It's my birthday this weekend, so we're going to have a...
Next weekend?
This weekend.
This week. Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Which day?
Tomorrow. So I'm going to Whitstable to spend my birthday weekend there.
Right. Splendid.
It's only just down the road, so I thought
Yes.
I was going to see where I got this this particular match and then sort of plan which countryside to visit accordingly. But so I'm hoping it's a nice weekend.
Well.
And I'm hoping it's a nice weekend for you here too.
Thank you. Yes, I'm only doing tomorrow. But it sounds as if the way the names have come out of the hat, I might have the better of the weather.
I think so. It is a lovely ground here in the sun.
Yes,
it just sort of heats up beautifully, and with everyone in their deck chairs, it has a very sort of summer feel.
As next livery is just played back to the bowler, who is Stewart, thank you, Grant Stewart. Again, right arm round the wicket, since both the batsmen are left-handed. Elgar on 35, up 53, I'm reading in anagrams, 53, and Nick Brown on 40. As Stewart moves in, bowls, slightly over-pitched and just stroked out to mid-off.
Yes, did you do Kent's game at Essex earlier this season?
I think I may have done one day of it. Yes, it was. Yes, it was a draw.
A rain-affected draw.
Yes, I think it petered out into one of those draws that you just wish the umpires could call it a day earlier on the final afternoon rather than hanging on until there's only an hour to go or whatever the rules are. That's worked away on the onside regulations. No addition to the score of 104. The scoreboards are in agreement, 104 for no wicket.
Yes, well, I spent an entire, well, I say morning because that's how heavy the rain was. It was called off at about 2 p.m. when I was up at Headingley for Yorkshire against Derbyshire. Heavy rain, there were only 8 spectators in the ground,
Really?
6 degrees, called off by 2 p.m.
That's just played out solidly, defensively, head over the ball. Absolutely everything in the correct position as you'd expect from somebody with the experience of Dean Elgar. Tony emails, I'm so disappointed and angry. Oh, good Lord. Angry of Somerset. It doesn't say where he comes from, somewhere or other. I am so disappointed and angry that Cushy's been dropped for Brown yet again. Well, no, they were both in the side last week in the Warwickshire victory. That's a good shot. Again, it was over-pitched and stroked out elegantly to mid-on. And notoriously, the most difficult shot in the book, because you're sort of opening yourself up. And, just stroked it down to the boundary where it crossed the rope just in front of us. And, Cushy is out of this side, and Aaron Beard is in. They're swapping a batsman for a bowler, so it's it's a tactical replacement, I would say. And there's been room for Brown and Cushy quite a few times this season. Cushy has an excellent record at Canterbury, and more importantly, he was supposed to be given a run in the team as a future opener as Stewart moves in and bowls. And that's played out in the offside. How on earth have they gone back to Brown, who may not even be here next season? And he's not been part of the plan at the beginning of this season. Cushy leads to leave Essex now. End of the over, 108 for no wicket. Well, thanks, Tony.
There's a lot of emotion in that email.
Yeah, there is, yes, and even anger. Well, I suppose anger is an emotion. So, that comes across very obviously, Tony. Thanks very much. I think we know how you feel. There's no hidden agenda there. So, thanks a lot. And there's a picture of Brian Close building, to my mind, ridiculously close. I mean, there's no point. My telling you it's a picture doesn't really help.
Well, you can show it to me after this ball as Arafat runs in, and that's wide and kept very low on its way through to Harry Finch, left alone by Brown. And that is way too close for my liking. That is far closer at short leg than I would ever want to be, even with a helmet and pads. That was...
Yeah, unless you've got some incredible life insurance, then, or assurance rather, then that is just, to my mind, verging on the insane.
As Arafat bowls round the wicket, and that's just defended into the offside by Brown for no run. Yes, I mean, I used to be a lacrosse goalkeeper.
Oh,
and,
really?
People thought that was insane, but you did have substantially more padding than Brian Close has there, and a helmet. But I did have my fair share of bruises doing that for a couple of years.
That was at university, was it?
Yes, I didn't go to a school that played lacrosse. Took it up at uni and enjoyed it as Arafat runs in bowls, and that's again kept low outside the off stump through to Finch. Yes, it's one of those things at uni that's so great is you can pretty much, if you haven't done a sport before, you can sort of take it up and give it a go. And our women's cricket team at university had so many people who had watched England's success in the 2017 World Cup at Lords and fancied giving cricket a go, and we had a wall of people applying to join the club, which was brilliant. And what you like to see as Arafat runs in bowls, and that's just cut away outside the off stump by Brown, but it was so wide he could barely get hold of it, and it's fielded by the substitute fielder Tawanda Mayeye at cover.
I mentioned earlier on, obviously before lunch, because we've only just resumed really, that on a quiz show on radio, on television, they referred to the position of straight hit, which I'd never heard of before. And Cole is in agreement that he's never heard of it before.
Arafat in bowls, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler for no run. Is that, I assume that's the opposite of backstop?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what he says here, sort of opposite of long stop, yes. He says,
long stop used a lot in children's cricket and not much as you grow older.
Yes, quite. Yes.
So I imagine from where we are is where that sort of advertising part is on the field.
Yes, I mean...
Arafat in bowls, and that's just watched through to the wicket keeper.
Sorry. One thing against it is, you could be behind the bowler's arm, couldn't you?
Yes, but I suppose if that's the area that the batter's targeting...
normally, occasionally you do see fielders very straight, but I've only ever heard it referred to as very straight long on or very straight long off, never straight hit.
I wonder if that's an IPL term that's crept into the general cricketing. I don't mind it. I mean, it describes the fielding position. It's not a...
No.
And I think with these sort of slightly more baseball fields, it becomes more and more difficult to describe some of them.
Stuart, continuing from the pavilion end, or this end, I think it's referred to as the pavilion end. I ought to know by now.
As far as I know it is, but
yes.
I've only been here a handful of times.
Pavilion just a little bit away to our left, and that's just played defensively, no addition to the score. So thanks, Cole, very much for that. Yeah, we are all at a bit of a loss of this straight hit. I'm pretty sure it was pointless, and there again, I mean the quiz show called pointless. It's played out square on the offside.
It would be a pointless fielding position.
Indeed.
In the show.
Indeed.
Although there's probably quite a few that the general public might not quite get. But you get these sort of... Now, because I think captains are so much more experimenting with their fields, you do end up with these very unorthodox fields that it can be quite difficult, especially as commentators, to describe exactly where someone's standing.
Yes. As... Stuart moves in and bowls. And of course, as I've said many times on air, none of these boundary positions have finite limits. There are no marks on the ground as to where you'll call one thing and where another. I always have a bit of a trouble as to where fine leg and long leg, when one becomes the other. Is it 45 degrees or or what?
And when does backward square become long leg?
Yes. So, yeah.
Yes, it's open to interpretation.
It is indeed. Excuse me, that's played solidly, defensively. And no addition to the score. Of 109 without loss as an aeroplane, light aircraft wheels away high in the sky from east to west.
That's it sounds like an old aircraft. I can just see it. It looks like a propeller plane.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure it is, yes. That's the next delivery played out to mid-wicket. That must have been a frightening experience, that aeroplane during the week, wasn't it? That did you see about it?
I did read about it, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It must have been slightly worrying, but I mean...
Well, it fell 6,000 feet in a matter of a few seconds.
Which, as my friend I saw yesterday told me, is like 10 times the Shard or something. It's actually quite significant.
Yes. And the next delivery just played out again to mid-wicket. No addition to the score, and which is 109 without loss. Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat. Dean Elgar on 58 and Nick Brown on 40. And we've had 34 overs of the day.
Yes, we're actually getting through them quite nicely, which is good to see. So many days of county cricket can, especially at this time of year, sort of drift on until about 7 o'clock. So it's quite nice that they're getting through it, and we've seen a lot of seam as well. So they're really rattling through it, Kent. Although they might have been a better place to take their time if that would have brought even one breakthrough, as Arafat is in bowls, and that's again let through to the wicketkeeper for no run. One thing about this pair is they're not going to be put off if they go a few overs without scoring.
Oh, no. They're both what I would call in an entirely complementary manner, old-fashioned opening batsmen. Just, as Sonia rightly says, if a few maiden overs go by, that's not going to worry them and think, oh, good gracious, I've got to hit the next one.
Arafat in bowls, and that's just defended into the offside by Elgar. He thinks about a run, but it was too close to the fielder, and they both go back to their respective ends. Yes, which will frustrate Kent as well, because you think, if you get a couple of maiden overs sometimes, it's particularly with younger batters, they can get a bit jumpy that they haven't scored for a while, whereas with this pair they'll be like, nope, it'll come, and they're so patient at the crease that if you're a bowler just plugging away without much reward, it can become quite frustrating, as Arafat is in bowls, and again that's watched through to the wicketkeeper for no run. And
also players, bats would feel like that if they've been brought up almost entirely on a diet of T20 and like that, where they obviously you can't afford to bat out hardly three or four consecutive deliveries, let alone 3 or 4 consecutive maiden overs.
Maiden's very rare in T20 cricket.
Well, yes.
It hardly ever happens.
No.
Or in 50 over cricket, it's still a quite impressive feat.
Yes.
It does happen, but
yeah.
Arafat in bowls. That's cut away by Elgar, who finds the gap between Crawley in the slips and Gully, and it goes racing to the boundary. That was a slightly unorthodox Elgar shot, that one.
Yes, it was.
So played very in the air. It could have easily gone to O'Riordan, just standing there at Gully, but it missed him and went into the gap, and he will have 4 more runs to take his total on to 62.
Yeah, speaking of sort of maidens in limited overs cricket, there was a very famous episode when Essex were playing Somerset, I think at Taunton, and it was a 40 over match, and they all have a maximum of 8 overs each, 5 bowlers.
Arafat just runs in, bowls round the wicket. That's clipped by Elgar into the leg side. It will be cut off on the boundary. He will just have the 1 run for that lovely timed shot.
And one of the bowlers, whose name I do know, but it's escaped the back of my ageing memory, his 8 overs were all maidens.
That's very impressive.
It is, isn't it? Yes, I think it's unique. It probably would be.
That's one of those scorecards that you'd hang up in your house, wouldn't you? Like whenever, I know even in club cricket, players who take hat-tricks take the ball home and write it on them.
Yes, that's right.
Arafat in bowls, and that's cut away by Brown, or attempted to cut away by Brown. It sort of skews straight into the pitch and trickles towards the fielder at cover. And the plane that you can hear in the background is just coming over again. I can't see where it is. It must be above us, but it is. It's definitely there. And we're going to switch around at the end of that over. Essex 114 without loss. Elgar on 63, Brown on 40. They haven't been racing away in recent overs, but they haven't been all day. It's not the run rate that's going to bother Kent. It's going to be the lack of wickets, which continues, as I'm joined for the first time in the afternoon session by Matt.
Yeah, difficult this for Kent. There's a bit of a meeting going on, isn't there, between Danny Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley and Grant Stewart, Matt Parkinson.
Will Crawley bowl?
No. Well, I'd say no. I think there need to be some runs on the total if that were the case, but
not yet.
They're thinking of an angle of attack, I guess. That's a bit of a hold, isn't there? The chat between the four of them. But eventually it's given to Grant Stewart.
Well, maybe they're asking. I think that's Parkinson they're having a conversation with, isn't it? So I wonder if they're saying, what do you think about spin on this pitch? Is it going to do anything?
Also maybe which end he'd bowl at, as he'd been their stock spinner.
There seemed to be a bit of a long conversation for that.
Yeah.
But
nowhere.
It is Riordan who's been the least expensive bowler. He's only gone at 2 and over, and all of the rest of them have gone for more. Oops. So we'll see how that plays out. But yes, I have to admit I wasn't on air when Riordan was bowling, but there didn't seem to be a huge amount of spin on offer.
Here's Stewart bowling to Elgar, looking to drive into the offside. It's fielded by the sub-fielder Tawanda Mayeye. If you're just joining us and a Kent fan, Wes Agar went off the field with a shoulder injury just before lunch after valiantly fielding a ball going through the covers, but falling heavily on his shoulder, it looked like, and he has not reappeared after the luncheon interval. Obviously Kent will hope, and Kent fans will hope very much that's his precautionary, but it does leave them a bowler down. And Stewart bowls, drive from a foolish looking delivery from Elgar, but a decent one from Stewart. I think it's full enough to make sure Elgar can't get his hands through that one. Straight back at the bowler. He's got Zach Crawley as a shortish mid-up. Well, there we go. I'm not going to bother describing the field if every time I do that they move the fielders. But
he's still at shortish extra now. He's just not shortish mid-off anymore.
I'm already grumpy this afternoon. But oh no, they've moved him slightly closer. There we go. I was going to do the rest of the field. I'll do that in a second. Round the wicket comes Stewart. It's cut away and towards the boundary. They'll take a single. You're pointing at the clouds?
No, I'm pointing at the stuff trickling down our window, which is not particularly pleasant.
Yes, yeah, it's not rain.
It's not rain.
But it is organic. 115 for none.
And you're going to have to look through it for the next 3 days.
We've been blessed by some of the resident gulls. It's Stewart round the wicket to Brown, and that's no run.
I could just see something moving in the corner of my eye.
They seem to like that window, actually. Well, there we go. They maybe just perched up above. It's possible, but
potentially.
Well, certainly they're above from the evidence we've got.
That's going to make my line of sight interesting for the next half an hour or so.
The squeamish will move swiftly away to Grant Stewart bowling to Brown on the back foot, and that's angled away for a single out towards Joe Denley. They'll take up one more, and again it's all quite comfortable for Essex. They move to 116 for none. The field has been spread. There are no slips in for Stewart. Haven't been slips in for Kent since a time before lunch as well. The two left-handers still there. Marcus O'Riordan is at backward point. Then, as we were saying, Crawley's now at a shortish mid-wicket. He's getting further away all the time. There's another mid-wicket, and that's Tawanda Mayeye, man at the point boundary as well. Sorry, I should say cover and extra cover for the left-handers, of course. Man at the point boundary, mid-on, mid-off, and That's the end of the over in that case. 116 for none. I can hear my theme music coming up in the background for BBC Radio Kent's update.
It's very jaunty.
It is very jaunty, yeah. They're doing the travel over that one, I think. So I have to remember also that we go across the southeast. Sounds very grand. Across the southeast on an afternoon.
Is that not just Kent?
No, Kent, Sussex and Surrey. So I should be giving out their latest scores in this next update as well, which is going to come up right now. That really is my theme music. You can't hear this on the stream, but just keeping you informed. 116 for none, Essex. Not good news for Kent at the moment, I'm afraid, Adam. Essex won the toss here at Canterbury on the first morning. They batted stately through to lunch, 102 for no wicket, and they've taken it on to 116 for none. Kent really striving for breakthroughs here, haven't managed to find them. Wes Agar, who looked the most likely this morning, their big Australian fast bowler, went off just before lunch, falling heavily, stopping a ball, a boundary bound, and has landed on his shoulder. He's not re-emerged after the lunch interval, so Kent really up against it against third-placed Essex here. Kent needing points to get themselves out of the bottom two of the county championship. 116 for none then, Essex here at Canterbury. Elsewhere for our side, Surrey are at Hampshire today. 104 for 5. Hampshire have taken quick wickets against Surrey there. So Surrey 104 for 5 away from home. Sussex 121 for 3 at Lords against Middlesex. Commentary on all three of those games continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Yes, Arafat's first ball was just defended and his second one runs in now, and that's just watched through to the wicketkeeper by Brown. The ball doesn't seem to be doing anything as far as I can see from our position, which isn't quite in line. And people listening on the stream won't be able to hear this, but we have some very loud music going on in our ears, along with some as we try and commentate on this match, but we'll do our best to ignore it and move past it as Arafat bowls over the wicket and Brown defends that straight back to the bowler. That was a much better line, and he has beaten the bat a couple of times, but without catching the edge, as Finch makes some sort of gesture to the dressing room as Arafat walks back to his mark with ball in hand. It's well, we enjoyed that little brief stint of music.
Bit of the Bee Gees, yeah. We do pride ourselves on BBC Radio Kent having the loudest feed to any of the commentators. There we go.
Arafat in bowls, that's driven but well stopped by Zach Crawley with a diving stop down to his left to prevent that trickling for what could have gone all the way to the boundary. At, as you mentioned, shortish extra, I think he's still doing on both sides. So no run there. Essex 116 without loss.
Yeah, indeed so.
Did you enjoy your Bee Gees moment?
I would normally. I was a little bit distracted because I was trying to watch the cricket as well, but there's no reason. Why not?
In bowls, that's just turned away into the leg side by Brown, and he will pick up an easy single there to Parkinson. Yes, it's I tell you what, it's one of those where you just have to block out the music and focus on what you're doing, as hard as that is when it's blasting into your ears. We had it for about 15 minutes once when I was at Sussex, yeah. That was getting quite distracting towards the end. When
you start dancing is the real issue, I think, especially those counties that have got the camera on you as well. It doesn't look great, does it? Well, not when I'm dancing anyway.
Arafat in bowls, and that's defended into the offside to Zach Crawley for no run at the end of that over. Essex 117 without loss.
Indeed so. So 64 Elgar, 42 Brown, as a helmet comes out from the Kent dressing room. And what does this mean? Harry Finch has got his. O'Riordan is going to come back into the attack, spin from this end. So maybe that's what that caucus was about that we had at the end of the previous over, with 4 players coming together, senior players discussing. Was it Parkinson, Crawley, Stewart, and the captain Daniel Bell Drummond. Seems to be the end of that. It's Stewart coming off and O'Riordan coming on. Maybe Stewart might fancy go down the slope. Or he might go double spin. We'll find out in a minute. 117 for none, Essex anyway. Kent a bowler down, and no wickets taken so far. Essex looking great. Little tickle down the onside by Nick Brown. Will that be a single or is it a leg by? Umpire Newell Oh, neither of the above. It's a bye. It's hit nothing at all down the leg side. I did mention a couple of other scores, of course, as we go across the southeast with our updates during the afternoon. So I'll do a bit of the county scoreboard if I get time with O'Riordan here. As levered into the onside by Elgar, no run, fielded by Compton. So Somerset 96 for 7 at Chester Street.
I was going to say, I've just had a look, and that's going to be a very interesting game.
It's Tomlin. Surrey have lost another one at the Rose Bowl, Hampshire, 104 for 6 now. I think they've lost 3 after lunch, I believe, I'm right in saying, but 6 down certainly. Elgar's had a go at that one. It's coming towards his feet.
Ben Stokes taken 2 wickets
and scuffed it into the
Durham
onside
as well.
Okay. Lancashire, Warwickshire and Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire still delayed, although there has been a toss at Old Trafford, so Warwickshire won the toss and will bat in that one. Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire yet to get underway. Rain, the wet stuff. Wet rain, as our colleague Mark Church likes to say, has caused the problems there. All the games in the second division have got underway, all the scheduled ones anyway. Driven into the offside, there's no run as a tumbling stop by Compton. Derbyshire 149 for 3 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 122 for 2 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Sussex 131 for 3 at Lords against Middlesex. This is cut away and there'll be a single. And for the clean sweep, actually, all the away sides batting first in the in Division 2 of the County Championship. So there's a single on the board there. Yorkshire 106 for 1 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. And here, looking inexorable, Essex at the moment 118 for none, end of the 38th over. Brown has 42, Elgar 64. And yeah, Century Partnership and beyond. I've seen, is that Jack leaning? I think it is.
I think that's Jack leaning with the water.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he's walking particularly comfortably.
It is left hand, which is the problem against Worcestershire, and that marathon knock of 170 odd was hurting him towards the end of it. I think that's what's kept him out. So, but he may have. He may have
just
other
been
issues.
walking slowly.
He may have been. Also, he's carrying very heavy drinks with his right hand, so who knows?
Yes,
Probably
it's interesting to see he
lopsided.
was carrying them in his right hand, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Arafat turns and runs in from the Nackington Road end over the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who defends that up towards mid-off, and Daniel Bell-Drummond fields for no run. The sun's just coming out a little bit. It's one of those days where if the sun's not out and the wind picks up, it starts to feel quite cold quite quickly, but when that isn't the case, it's lovely and sunny.
Yeah, it's mostly, I wouldn't say shirt sleeve order. One or two got the coats on, but a little bit of a breeze across the ground. As you say, when the sun comes out, it's an absolute picture here. And
there's a car revving somewhere that our mic's picking up, which is I can't quite tell where that's coming. It must be behind us, behind the stand somewhere. Arafat in bowls, and that's defended again up to Daniel Bell-Drummond for no run.
I was wondering if it was a throaty motorcycle, that one, but
could have been.
Just projecting, but this is
it's interesting sometimes what the mic picks up.
The Old Dover Road to our left-hand side. See, is oh, yeah,
there we go again.
That's got away from the lights, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Well done. I'm sure you've burnt everybody off there.
And there's some who love doing that around me at about 1 o'clock in the morning, because where I live is quite a quiet street, and they just, but it's a short street, so the max they could possibly get to is about 35 miles an hour, but that doesn't stop them doing it anyway as Arafat runs in bowls, and that's flicked off the pad well by Elgar, down to fine leg, and he'll pick up just the 1 run for it.
The thrill of that 35 miles an hour, though, you never know, do you? Just the sheer acceleration. Actually, he's not moving badly there. Jack Leaning's just gone in front of us.
No, and he didn't have anything on his left hand, which will be encouraging to Kent fans, especially given the expected loss of Wes Agar, which could be quite problematic as the county season goes on. Although there is quite a substantial break now for the Blast.
T20s, yeah. I mean, they love Wes to bowl and that as well, so they'll be hoping he'll be fit for it, certainly.
Arafat in bowls, and that's flicked off pads by Brown through to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. Joe Denley picks up, throws in, and they'll just get the 1 run for it to take the total on to 121. I think the scoreboards agree, yes. As ball makes its way back to the bowler. It's a bit of an interesting time this weekend because it doesn't seem like they're scoring a lot of runs, but they're not getting out, and they're just sort of plugging away at this, and still a very long way to go in this match as Arafat bowls, and that's defended straight back into the pitch by Elgar and picked up by the bowler in his follow through.
Yeah, you see that just, I think you were saying earlier in the morning session, doesn't feel like there's much pressure on these two at the moment, and that's obviously partly the bowling, but partly how they're dominating, isn't it? Looking very settled.
Yes, I think that's part of the problem, isn't it? It's just that they don't look like they're getting out, and that's what Kent will be trying to manufacture from somewhere, as that one is banged in shorter by Arafat, and Elgar just cuts away down to Joey Everson, who's sweeping on the offside there, and he will pick up just one run for that, but that was a well-timed shot and a bit of a warning to Kent that if they do try anything different, these batters will be equal to it. And at the end of that over, Essex 122 for 4.
As you say, it's not been explosive, but they're still going at 3 and over, and this is the opening pair as well, isn't it? If it comes to it, obviously, and they feel like they want to expand, they do have Tom Wesley and Jordan Cox coming up next, who don't need much of a second invitation.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what reception Jordan Cox gets as he makes out onto the crease after swapping Kent for Essex just ahead of this season.
Marcus O'Riordan round the wicket to Elgar, pushes forward, not too convincing. So he just jammed the bat against the glove against the hand. They're just shaking his hand as that goes away to mid-on to Grant Stewart. O'Riordan again aiming for the pads, trying to get some nip away from him, some turn away from him rather. No run there, 122 for none. Danny Bell Drummond in at slip, flatter delivery from O'Riordan to the offside again. And one more dot ball. But he was so good in the opening match between these two. That 100 was a thing of, at Chelmsford, I think a brutal beauty from Jordan Cox. O'Riordan to Elgar into the offside. It's always tempting, isn't it, to sort of put an emotion on that and imagine that he's showing his old county what he's worth and thumbing his nose at them, but that's the way he bats, Jordan Cox. So I'm sure I had no more or less emotion.
And I might be wrong in this. I think I remember him pointing to his helmet or the badge or something when he did score the 100, which would have ticked off a few Kent fans in attendance.
And endeared him no end to Essex fans.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. O'Riordan to Elgar, all comes well down the pitch. There's an appeal from the wicket-keeper, then slipped Danny Bell Drummond, and Marcus O'Riordan joined in at the end. I'm not sure if any of them were particularly convinced by that. End of the over. It's a maiden over. Decent one from O'Riordan. It did beat the bat, that last ball. 122 for none. What I'd say about Jordan Cox is he was respectful as he in his statements when he left, but he did say he wanted to go somewhere where he wanted to compete for honours, and just very bluntly, teams that won more games. And if you put that at face value, he's made a move to a county where, what has he done this season? They won more games. So I don't know if I'm digging a hole here, but that's just,
I did also see a bizarre quote where he said he wanted to bowl more. Now, I'm not sure he's going to do that at Essex.
As I said, it's the Glenn Phillips syndrome, isn't it?
They don't let me bowl. Well,
no.
Will Essex?
No, they definitely wanted him to wicket keep, I can tell you that. They were very, very keen on him doing that, but perhaps he wants to be a quadruple threat, like the aforementioned New Zealander. Bowling, wicket keeping, fielding brilliantly, batting brilliantly. But
well, make yourself as useful to the team as possible.
True.
And it will be Joey Everson to take over from the Nackington Road end. He comes in round the wicket, and that's punched off the back foot by Brown into the gap between cover and point, and fielded by the sweeper. He will add one more run to his and Essex's total. He is nearing a half century. He moves on to 44. As Kent have got to try and manufacture something almost here. I think it's time to sort of bring out the sort of what you call funky fielding positions and try and put some pressure. I don't think you can just contain and hope that you're going to magic up a breakthrough from somewhere. These two are looking incredibly set as Everson turns at the top of his mark, bowls, and it's driven by Elgar again into that gap between point and cover, and he will pick up 1 run, and that just keeps the scoreboard nicely ticking over as far as Essex are concerned.
Yeah, it hasn't been a run of maidens for Kent, or that you feel that these two are particularly restricted. But yeah, it might be, who knows, a bad ball sometimes can give you a breakthrough unexpectedly for a set pair, but they need to get in amongst them pretty quickly here, just to break up the rhythm, I suppose, as much as anything else. They do look comfortable, these two. Elgar 68, Brown 44.
Everson bowls, and it's just pushed by Brown up to cover, and there is no run. Yes, it's sort of struggling to see where this breakthrough is going to come from. They've got a few bowlers that they haven't used. They've got Parkinson and Denley, I suppose, are the only 2 real bowling options that haven't been employed yet by Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he might wish to do so as the match continues, especially if they keep going without this breakthrough, as Everson is in bowls, and that's defended into the offside.
And with just the 3 seamers, he may, even from a point of, I won't even say containment, but managing the workload on his seam bowlers, want perhaps his spin bowlers to operate from one end, so Parkinson, O'Riordan maybe swapping, maybe Denley occasionally, and then getting fresh seam bowlers perhaps on the Nackington Road end if they think they'll have more success from there. But
well, it's difficult because it looks a very good pitch. It's sort of slow and keeping low, and we haven't seen much lateral movement beyond the first sort of 5 overs as Everson in bowled. That skews off the bat but goes wide of point and gives Brown a couple of runs that time as it sort of trickled out to Arafat sweeping on the offside. To the delight of one Essex fan sitting to the left of us.
He's well known to us and a massive Essex fan, absolutely.
I'm sure.
Looks like Surrey have lost a 7th against Hampshire now. Is that going to be a seam shootout, I wonder?
Everson in bowls, and that's driven by Brown to the offside and well sort of parried and then stopped by subfielder Twandema Yeye at cover, and they would get just the 1 run for that at the end of the over. Essex 127 without loss. Elgar on 68 and Brown on 47. It's just looking a little bit like it's getting away from them already, even at this early stage, which we don't often like saying things like that too early because it feels like we're sort of playing with it, but or pushing. But I think that's fair enough to say that it's really difficult for Kent to. They've got to work hard now to try and find a way back into this innings, at least.
Indeed so. So I'm just getting some news, I think, about where's Agar? Marcus O'Riordan to Nick Brown. Just gentle drive into the offside. Doesn't beat Compton, and then there's no run. There is a slip in Daniel Bell-Drummond, then backward point. Compton's at extra cover. Then mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Using his feet this time, Brown coming forward, more aggression, drive up to that man at mid-off, and there'll be a single taken. And the rest of the field then, yes, Zach Crawley's not too far away at mid-wicket. Arafat Bhuiyan is the boundary rider on the leg side, deep square leg, and then there's a backward square, Joey Everson there as well. 28 for none. O'Riordan round the wicket. Elgar uses his feet. Decent delivery from O'Riordan. I think he chased him with the delivery a bit into his pads, and Elgar ends up just hitting it straight back at the Kent spin bowler, whose 2023 was ravaged by injury. Marcus O'Riordan be delighted to be back playing first-team cricket again. Attempted sweep on this one, ball heading down the leg side from Elgar, but it's hit the pads of Harry Frince, the wicket-keeper, and bounced away. It's no run, so 128 for none. Decent, what O'Riordan is doing is decent economy from him at the moment. None for 10 off his 6.5. Next one's a dot ball as well, which is what his captain will require of him first off, I'd imagine, Sonny.
Yes, firstly, I think you've got to stem this flow of runs, and then you've got to take the wickets.
O'Riordan to Elgar. He's trying to break the shackles, and he has over the head of Tawanda Mieye, and that'll go for 4 runs. It was lofted. It was risk-reward. Risk, as it turned out, very low. Reward, very high. Elgar goes on to 72. And there's the cat and mouse game, isn't it? I think, just as we were saying, O'Riordan's not going for any runs, and Elgar's thinking, perhaps we just need to knock him out of the attack, put another question in the captain's mind.
Although, if you're Kent, do you mind them starting to hit up a bit and hit in the air? Because so many runs that they've had have been all along the ground. There's been no chances offered. As soon as they start sort of going aerial, you think a miscued one and we're in with a chance here. So I wonder if they won't be too disheartened by that. In fact, I think they will like to see them sort of hit out and play their shots a little bit more, because that can bring chances. Whereas if they're just waiting for those ones to dab down towards point, drive into the offside, or clip to the leg side, the chance of something happening from that is so much more limited. As Finch stands up to Everson, which also adds another dimension for the batters to consider. Everson round the wicket, and that's cut away by Brown, just wide of point, and he will pick up another couple of runs. They'll have to run that quickly, but they do get back in time. It was a poor throw in the end from Arafat, and that will bring Brown his 50. Half century from the Essex opener, coming from 128 balls with 3 fours.
Yeah, it's a great innings so far. He's played well within himself. I've almost faced exactly the same number of deliveries. Brown's 128, Elgar 129 have shared the strike. But yeah, great knocks so far. Essex bossing this.
Everson bowls, and that's pushed by Brown up to Daniel Bell-Drummond and mid-off.
So, just had a message from the Kent dressing room. Thank you for this. So Wes Agar currently being treated and assessed. There we go. But we don't have a time on his return at this point.
As someone's car alarm just goes up in the distance.
And I can see my car from here, so I was just checking it wasn't mine as well. I don't know if you do that.
Mine's
as well.
right at the other end of the ground, so I'm hoping no one hits a
Mine too.
massive 6. I can just see it in the corner, and I'm hoping that a cricket ball doesn't go through my back window.
Yeah, some people very bravely forward-facing there, but there we are.
Everson in bowls, and that's again pushed by Brown into the offside, but on that occasion there will be no run.
Someone did point out to me a few years ago, parking at the cricket, that if your back window gets smashed, then you can drive home.
Yes.
If your front window gets smashed, yeah, then you can't drive home.
It'll be like that scene from Bridget Jones where her hair ends up in a big sort of bird's nest shape. Everson in bowls and defended up the pitch by Brown. The ball trickles to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yes, especially
I'm
if you have to.
you notice that I'm rocking the Bridget Jones cut.
Especially if you have to drive on the motorway, you can't do it. Whereas if you've only got a couple of miles, you might just be able to sort of go at 10 miles an hour or so with a pair of sunglasses and get home. But get on a motorway, it wouldn't quite work.
No, the M2 might mess you up a bit, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. Everson bowls, and that's defended into the offside by Brown. Yes, it's one of those sort of hazards of parking at a cricket ground where you think the chance of it is so small.
Yeah.
But also, if there is a big 6 into that area, you are looking at it going, oh, please don't hit my car.
Absolutely right. Very rarely seen a ball reach the trees at the far end, that's where your car is, I think, where mine is as well. So.
Does insurance cover cricket ball damage? As Everson is in bowls, and that's clipped off his pads by Brown. It's a shot that's brought him a lot of rewards so far, and he will pick up 1 run for it on that occasion as well, which takes Essex on to 135 at the end of the over.
It's a good question. I don't know. Is it an act of God? I mean, there are some cricketers that think they are, that's for sure, but not so many.
Tell you what, I'd be more nervous parking here for a T20. I think a county championship game is all right, but you get some huge 6s at T20 cricket that you know must go into cars, or at least bounce and then go into cars, which must be more common.
So O'Riordan round the wicket for Kent here. Good attendance today. The There's aim stand. The hospitality there is buzzing. So take a quick single here, shy at the stumps from Stewart. Almost took one of Marcus O'Riordan's ankles out at the bowler's end. Compton did some good backing up, and it's just the one. 136 for none. But yeah, good attendance all round today. Essex supporters have been swelling the numbers too. Not too far over the bridge, and as pointed out, it's bank holiday weekend as well. Perhaps some have booked in for the weekend. This one's into the onside, fielded by Zach Crawley.
Well, it's a bank holiday weekend. What else is there to do with it but watch cricket?
Quite so. Marcus O'Riordan bowling to Elgar. He's helped out his way down the leg side. To me, like he got battered up. What does the umpire say? The umpire says buys. Oh, I thought he almost like a hockey shot there. I thought he whipped the hand through and that got something on it, but it's 4 buys anyway, and 140 for none. And yeah, we go on here, and this could be a long, tiring day in the field for Kent, and Essex will be hoping so as well. And I think they bolstered their bowling resources, and we know from Essex supporters emailing, they're very disappointed. Some of them are very upset to have no Feroz Koushi in the side, but
angry, I think one of the emails said.
I think, and understand a young talent like that, as this one's whipped into the onside by Elgar and there's no run. But I understand it in a way in terms of the balance of the side, because these pitches at Canterbury can get flatter and lower and slower, and Essex may think, well, they're doing their job with the bat here, build a big total, you might need time to bowl them out. It's a fantastic bit of fielding by Grant Stewart, who has had about a stump and a half to aim at from a wide mid-on as they took a quick single, but Dean Elgar was well in his ground as that stump was hit. Lovely piece of work, but he doesn't add anything to the wicket column. Wonderful.
Yes, a fantastic bit of fielding, but to no reward, unfortunately.
Quite. It's still 141 for very much none here. Brown 52, Elgar 73. Thank you to Sonia Twigg. He shall be replaced by Dick Davies coming in very shortly. And 141 for none. Drinks being brought on. I would say Nick Brown is stoic at the other end. I'm not sure he's taken so much as a drink, let alone a change of glass, whereas Dean Elgar, quite rightly, is taking some hydration. He says, oh, reaching for his own water bottle. And just breaking things up there. So O'Riordan none for 16 from his 8 then. Everson has number 26 from his 7. Wes Agar, Kent's Australian fast bowler, off the field, has been since shortly before lunch after falling. Looked heavily on his shoulder. And so I think we see Fred Klaassen, the Dutch left-arm bowler, picked in the World Cup squad, talking to Kent bowling coach Robbie Joseph just beneath us. The Dutch actually playing a series of games at the moment, pre-World Cup, but Fred's in that squad, but not involved. Here's Joey Everson. And bowls to Elgar. And just pushed into the offside. Arafat Bouyan fields. No slips in, no close fielders at all, in fact, for Kent now. It's a very defensive field. As well it might be, Dick Davies, on 141 for none.
Indeed it might, and indeed it is, yes. So it looks as if there's a bit more leather chasing today from the Kent fielders.
It certainly will be. Here's Everson then to bowl to Elgar, driven into the offside. An email on kentcricket@gmail.com from Mike about the straight hit. I think you'd addressed that, hadn't you? It's well, he says on the boundary directly behind the non-striker stumps. No, I've never heard it either, said Mike. Nor have I ever heard it used, unsurprisingly.
No. And behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, well, yes, that's, yeah. So perhaps that'd be okay in village cricket, would it? Less worried about it? I think I'd still want to be able to see where the
yes, you wouldn't have sight screens probably, but
no. It's Everson to Elgar. That's a delightful shot into the onside, all timing from Elgar. He's just rolled away at speed there off the face of the bat. as you heard on the effects microphone, or probably didn't hear on the effects microphone, there's hardly any noise coming off the bat. It's just all timing.
Yes, it is.
Through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
No, well, as I'm almost sure it was the tea time quiz show pointless where it raised its odd head.
You see, I'm going to take issue with that because I'm a pedant. And
me too.
You'll be surprised to hear. You said there were a number of options to the question.
Well,
which ones isn't it? And that wouldn't be a pointless question, would it?
No. Well, you obviously don't watch the game. No, you're probably working for a living.
No.
Just before it gets to the semi-finals.
Yeah. Oh, the bonus round.
The bonus round.
My apologies.
Yes, they list half a dozen different things.
I would like to put on record my apology there. I'm completely wrong.
You see, there again, if you're a pedant, you'll like
Everson to Elgar.
You'll take the same exception.
I watched quite a lot of it as well.
You'll take the same exception as I do.
Yes.
And the presenter, whose name I won't say, because he's a highly intelligent and likeable man, he says, let's see if we can't boost the jackpot or something.
Yeah.
It's not let's see if we can't, it's let's see if we can.
But that's a common phraseology, or maybe it's a little old-fashioned now, isn't it? Let's see if we can't, as in meaning we can.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Is it not? But I literally, you're
well,
you're right.
All right then.
Also, I'm going to go into more pedantry if you were doing that. Just cut to O'Riordan not at your expense. End of the over, but he'll say to them, "You need an answer of 63 or less."
Well, yes, we always shout out the screen, fewer, fewer.
But I understand it. It's common parlance, isn't it? That so few people will appreciate the difference. That maybe the producers just thought, oh, for goodness sake, let's just say it's less. It's fine. Let's not get caught up with it. But is it a drop in standards on the BBC, Dick Davis? It's for you to say, not for me.
Heaven forbid.
145 for none.
Well, you can tell they're dropping the standards. I bet they keep me on.
So look at the both of us and I wonder if we're in an enormous glass house throwing stones. So perhaps we ought to concentrate on the cricket. Matt Parkinson has been brought on.
Parkinson to continue. My view has been slightly obscured because there's some bird signs of avian activity on the window in front of me. I don't know what bird this.
Sonia caught that live, but fortunately it didn't. Sorry, I mean it happened while she was on.
Yes. I don't know quite what that bird had for lunch, but it didn't do it much good. And there's no play yet at the moment. There's a slight discussion. I don't know if it was about the ball. It can't be. It's only 45 overs old, but.
Zach Crawley saying he doesn't think it's quite round to the umpire. I think Matt Parkinson is asking the umpire. Umpire Newell, I think it is at this end, tall and slim. I don't. He's not even turned his head, so I think he's just said no.
Yes.
No,
get on with it.
I'm really not interested.
No, Parkinson moves in. Bowls to Elgar. Brown goes on the back foot, plays it out to mid-off. No addition to the score of 145 without loss. Here at now slightly overcast St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury, just about a mile south of the city centre, and that's just played defensively by Elgar. And I just have that feeling that batting is okay. So these are two quality batsmen, but I just have that feeling that had the coin landed the other way, the positions would have been exactly reversed. It would have been Essex have been chasing leather, and
it doesn't look like there's much sideways movement.
No.
There's not much lift in this pitch
no,
either.
There's nothing to encourage the bowlers at all at this stage, and that's just worked away to square leg, and they go through for a comfortable single. There can't be any game in which the toss can play such a large part. I mean, in football, rugby, various other things, tennis, it's a minor inconvenience to lose the toss, maybe no inconvenience at all, but in cricket it can be a big, big loss. As what dreadful. Well, that was about the only way that Elgar played a shot that was so out of character, and he's been bowled. That's the net result, dear listener. He's been bowled playing a shot that he won't want to look at the video of that one.
I mean, he's wandering down the wicket. I thought for a moment he might have been stumped by.
Well, he would have been if he
Harry
hadn't
Finch,
hit
but
the stumps. Yeah.
Quite, yes. No, he has been stumped. Sorry, it's got up on the board. It's stumped by Finch,
Oh, is
by
it?
Parkinson. Yes, he's taken the bails off so quickly, Finch, in one
Yeah,
movement. But he was so far down the pitch, wasn't he? He'd more or less given up as
Oh
he
yes,
missed
he
the ball.
didn't turn around, did he? No, look at the umpire.
Yeah.
No, that was from, well, I was going to say totally uncharacteristic. Obviously, Elgar's only been here a couple of months, or Chelmsford a couple of months, but that was very much an out-of-character shot. He was bowled, and, well, however they come, Kent will be delighted they've made that breakthrough.
Yeah, just saw it has gone down officially as stumped, so stumped by Finch, bowled by Parkinson, but yeah, as you say, a little bit head up as he came down the pitch.
A little bit, yeah.
And Sonia was saying, I think in the previous over, when he took on Marcus O'Riordan, that Kent perhaps wouldn't mind that he was coming charging down the pitch, and so it's proven against Matt Parkinson. He has gone 1-4-6 for 1.
So the Essex skipper Tom Wesley comes to the crease. Now he you know, he'd be the first to admit it. He could do with a decent score. And most of the other batsmen have come to the party in modern parlance and produced a really good innings, but so far the skipper has had a bit of a lean season by his own standards. And then still to come, one Jordan Cox, then Matt Critchley, one of the heroes of the Warwickshire victory for Essex last weekend, Michael Pepper, and then Simon Harmer, and then the four seamers. In itself an eyebrow raiser. So, right-handed batsman is the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. Just takes guard from the umpire. And as the sun comes out, he surveys the field, see where the fielders are. And, well, yes, that's just my comment there reminds me of one of Essex's, to my mind, best overseas acquisition at all ever was Andy Flower, who was just wonderful, not only just on the pitch but off the pitch. A delight to speak to, you know, a great man as well as a great cricketer, obviously the things he achieved. And he regularly used to come and join us in the commentary box, and I remember one day I was just more or less describing what I did then. I said, the batsman looks around to see where the fielders are, and he said, I won't do a South African accent because it would be an insult to him.
Thank you.
He said, it might be very good, you know. He said, if I may correct you, Dick, he said he's not looking to see where the fielders are. He's seeing where the fielders are not, where the gaps are. And I had the temerity. I had the temerity to say, well, it's the same thing, isn't it, Andy? And he said, it's the same thing, but it's a totally different mental approach. Yes, indeed.
There we go.
You don't look to see where the fielders are. You look to see where the gaps are. And just that little passing comment, I thought, yeah, there's a man who thinks his game.
Grant Stewart replacing Joey Everson at the Nackington Road end. Kent finally have a breakthrough. This is pushed straight back at the bowler. Fields more or less off his shins, and we did wonder how that breakthrough was going to come. It really didn't look very likely, but it was in the end an indiscretion perhaps from Dean Elgar.
Yes, it was Wisden who dubbed Andy Flower the patron saint of losing causes, because of course he skippered Zimbabwe so many times and they almost invariably lost. They went a long time before they won a test match.
As Stewart bowls to Brown, turns on the onside this time, up to mid-on, Parkinson fields. As I look around the county scoreboard, I think this is, well, it has to be good news for Essex, surely. I mean, they're doing very well here, albeit they've lost a wicket, 1-4-6 for 1. Somerset, 124 for 8 at Durham, and Surrey are now 120 for 9 against Hampshire.
Good grief.
Elsewhere, they have got underway. Lancashire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire batting at Old Trafford at 25 for none. And as Stewart bowls to Brown, the click of Willow on leather there, or the other way round. Out into the offside, it's a single taken. No play on the first day at New Road. That'd be such a disappointment. Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire, their first game there. But the outfield's too wet there. All, as I said, in the second division, all the away sides batting first. Derbyshire 184 for 3 at Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 181 for 2 at Leicestershire. Sussex 164 for 3 at Middlesex. And Yorkshire 124 for 1 at Northamptonshire. And both Kent and Essex grounds are hosting Charlotte Edwards Cup matches this afternoon. Lancashire Thunder batting at Beckenham against the South East Stars, 25 for none. Game against that was a late withdrawal of the bat from Tom Westley through to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. You heard the ooze, not least from Dick Davis beside me, but also from the slip cordon wicket-keeper, as Westley, he eventually did the right thing, I think it's fair to say. Almost over the top of it there, wasn't he? Just decided to take the bat away.
Yes. Yes, it was so late it was almost posthumous.
It almost was from his batting today. Wesley, that's a handsome looking drive up to mid-off. It's fielded by Matt Parkinson. And there's no run. So just looking at Tom Wesley's recent form then. There is a 50 this season against Lancashire, is that right? 81 for them, for Essex at Chelmsford in the Lancashire game.
Yes.
But otherwise, you think slightly lower than he would expected for the season?
Yes,
he's
certainly.
a prolific run scorer. Usually Stewart to Wesley on off stump, defended, no run.
Yes, I was interested to hear you reading out those current scores, particularly the Somerset one, because in recent years, professional cricketers, well, professional sportsmen, they want to win every game. And I think this idea of sort of particularly want to win things, or revenge, or local derbies, I think to a large extent that's in the minds of the media and the spectators rather than the players. To the players, it's just another game. But in recent years, I think it's the Somerset game that have really got that little bit of edge. Somerset and Essex, there's a bit of what they'd call history between the two. I know people like to say that it's this game, the so-called Battle of the Bridge or the Battle of the Tunnel, but I don't recall any actual, incidents that would have created that. Whereas Somerset, there are several. That was short of a length, played out into the covers for 4 runs, taking the score onto 151 for 1. The one being Dean Elgar, who was out in. He's probably one of those batsmen that has very rarely been out-stumped. He would consider it a great insult to be stumped. An insult to his own ability, I mean. That's just worked away on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, I was thinking particularly, obviously, Surrey and Somerset, as in good news for Essex, because they're the two teams above them in the county championship.
Yes,
so
yes.
A good result here, and just perhaps the first defeats for those two teams.
Well, possibly. Parkinson moves in and bowls. And that's just played out on the offside. No addition to the score. In fact, I'd go further. And a T20 game on a Friday night is not so much not so threatening at Essex, but at Taunton, Somerset versus Essex is no place for the weak-hearted. That's pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary. A poor delivery, it has to be said. Parkinson. Yeah, it is Parkinson, Matt Parkinson, yeah. And if you want to take me up on that comment afterwards, yeah, by all means. But I think you'll agree. Dropped it far too short and played out into the mid-wicket area for 4 runs.
I thought you meant about Taunton being quite intimidating. I think you're absolutely right about that.
Yes. Oh, you find it so as well. Yeah. Well, especially when the rough cider starts to flow by about 9 o'clock on a Friday evening. That's outside the off stump. And sometimes I think I'm glad I'm in the relative security of a commentary box.
Yeah, I think.
As Parkinson moves in again, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley plays that out through the covers. It'll go for a couple, maybe, certainly no more, out towards the boundary, towards the boundary, towards the pavilion area, at extra cover.
And
I'm going to go further with you on that. I think on that over.
I'll just say at the end of the over,
158
for 1.
I was just going to talk about that over.
Yeah.
I felt that was a bit disappointing after taking the wicket round.
Yes.
This is something Kent haven't really managed to do this season, and albeit this pitch looks quite placid, surely just keep the pressure on if you possibly can. I know they'll be striving to do it, but it's just a little bit of a release of pressure again from that over.
Yes,
so,
quite.
158 for 1.
And okay, it's a cliche to say, everybody knows it, but the most difficult stage of an innings is invariably the first few minutes, and if in this case Wesley can get a few poor deliveries short outside the off stump or the leg stump, then thank you very much.
Be a disappointment, but I was going to say in addition that I think both Chelmsford and Canterbury certainly have their moments as far as raucous crowds go. So it's clipped up into the air, and that's just fallen short of Parkinson. Not far away, just lifted in the air. Actually, no great excitement for the fielders, so maybe I'm doing everyone a disservice. But I just thought, as it was looping towards Parkinson, so yeah, it might just have been a bump ball, but I'm going to use my excuse here. I'm behind the batter, so I couldn't actually see cleanly.
Yes.
It looked for a moment like that was just uppish. 158 for 1. But yes, we get some pretty raucous crowds here. I gather that happens on the odd occasion at Chelmsford.
There again, Friday night.
I think there was that once. Oh, delicious delivery from Grant Stewart, beating the outside edge. It's a play and a miss from Brown, and that has not been something we've said.
No, we haven't.
Since maybe the first or second over, I don't think. But 158 for 1.
Maybe it is just beginning to do a little bit with it's not as sunny as it was, overcast somewhat.
They've roughed the ball up. They're getting prodigious reverse swing now.
Yes.
I mean, I doubt it somehow, but
I doubt it.
It looked like a decent delivery anyway. 158 for 1. Stewart certainly bending his back. This one doesn't deviate at all off the pitch or in the air, and is outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. No run.
Thanks, Andy, for your email from Greenwich, only just up the road, really.
Yeah.
My first message of the season, he says. I'll gradually get through that because it's quite a long email. Loving the commentary as always, thank you. He's got a foot in both camps, living in metropolitan Kent.
Yes. Stewart to Brown, just shuffled back in his crease, clipped it into the onside. Parkinson fields, they come back for 2. And 61 now to Brown, 6 for Wesley, 160 for 1.
He says mention of the women's setup was very interesting, especially the point about some minor counties having strong women's teams. Yes, I mean, for some reason Essex got one and Kent didn't they?
Yeah, and I'm very aware of sounding too one-eyed on those subjects, so I'm gonna try not to be, but I think part of that, as Stewart bowls to Brown outside the off stump, that they can have a history, and they've spent a lot of time. I'm not saying that Essex haven't, but obviously that was part of their bid. Was look at the players we brought through, look at the current England players, look at the current pros. But I think geography did count against them, whereas Essex very quite rightly made the point. This isn't just about Essex. This is about Suffolk. It's about Norfolk. It's about Cambridgeshire. This can be a centre in the east.
Yes, I suppose.
As Stewart bowls to Brown through the wicketkeeper, no run.
And yeah, I suppose that's probably is.
I know there's more to it than that. I don't want to be dismissive.
But nonetheless, you are right. Obviously, you're right. Yes, you're not sort of that close to any other county, are you? It always takes me a little bit by surprise. I live in the south of the county, more or less sort of opposite Whitstable, in just outside Southend, a place called Leigh-on-Sea, and so I get to the Dartford coming from that direction, like I did yesterday afternoon, over the bridge. And, that crossing is just dreadful. And, I said to my wife, because I've come with her and we're having a few days break in Kent, and I said to her, oh, well, once you get over the bridge, you think that's the difficult bit done. And then you see it says Canterbury, I don't know, still a lot of miles. As Parkinson moves in and bowls, that's outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. Yeah, Canterbury, Canterbury rather than not Canby. Canby's opposite. Canterbury is quite a long way east, isn't it?
It is indeed. I mean, we come from the very west of the county, and it's a good hour and a half.
Yes, Parkinson moves in again and bowls. That's just played totally defensively by Wesley. The ball trickling out on the offside.
Obviously, Dover And Dover from here again is another. You know, if you're coming from the west, it's a
yeah.
It's a wonderful place, but it's wide.
It is a wonderful place, but yes, I've never. That's outside the Ofsted. We're actually staying in Deal for a few days. I've never been to Deal before. It's a very nice little place, isn't it? Yes, very nice. And we came in this morning through Woolmer, which looked every bit as good as other places available in Kent.
You have to say that.
All of which are equally delightful. That's played out into the covers, no addition to the score. Of 160 for one, the one out being Dean Elgar, who was stumped on, forgotten how many he got now. Somewhere on this board it will tell me.
Sorry.
Played defensively, no addition to the score.
What were you after then?
Last man, 77.
77, yeah. That was the 46th over and 146 for one. This is a bit better from Parkinson Fields.
It is, isn't it? A lot better. Well, he would have known. He's an experienced bowler. He'll have known that that last over was undistinguished at best. And that's worked away square on the onside, and it trickles out for a single, where it's fielded by Joe Denley.
Now, this may come to bite me in the backside saying this as a pundit, but it doesn't look like there's any turn at all.
No.
Parkinson has been giving it every chance, I think. O'Riordan himself giving a lot of air. As I say, it might come back to haunt me, those words, when Harmer and Critchley combined for 10 wickets and they bowled Kent out cheaply, but it doesn't look that kind of pitch.
No, and the pitch will be older by then, but yeah, some pitches look as if they are going to wear out and some look as if they're not. And, this may well fall into the latter category.
Yeah. Stewart from the Nackington Road end will come over the wicket. Change of approach. 2 slips in behind Wesley. It's not a change of approach because he's a right-hander, of course. But it's to the offside. He got so used to the ball being left-handed. Them all. Those two. 161 for one. I'm living in the past, as I so often do. 61 for Brown. Wesley has 7. Kent hoping to, well, it won't be in quick order now, but maybe in short order to get a second wicket here. It has been very tiring for them so far. Left outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch, takes it on the tumble.
And Andy continues to say basically that he's not surprised that Brown was played in preference to Cushy if it came down to one or the other, because they wanted to play a fourth seamer. Cushy points out had a poor game, one of the few players who did have a poor game last weekend when they beat Warwickshire, and Brown, has been batting really quite well since his return to the first team.
Stewart to bowl. Here's Wesley. Straight back at the bowler. Decent delivery. Somebody liked it. Well, 2 of the Kentfields liked it, but a dot ball anyway. 161 for 1.
He concludes by saying, is Cushy really an opener and suited to the 4-day game? Why not drop him down to number 6 with Pepper at 7? Yeah, etc. Well, yeah, that's more or less reiterates. He says as he's putting pen to paper or finger to keyboard.
As Stewart bowls to Wesley, it's wide, and he leaves it.
He says Brown has just passed 50. QED? Indeed.
Mike's been back in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com talking about the straight hit. He's been doing some research. So I've checked the OED, where I have more access rather than the Merriam-Webster dictionary. They say the usage is chiefly Australian. He says they have examples of the use of straight. This is the OED, the Oxford English, in reference to fielding positions going back to the mid-19th century, but none at all for straight hit as Stewart bowls to. So I think you can feel justified, absolutely. As for less versus fewer, I read this bit, and I think that Mike disagrees with us both, so I'm not reading it.
Right.
There we go.
He's saying, I bet he's saying, get off your pedantic high horse.
Well, he's not far away from that. According, again, to the Merriam-Webster, this is an American dictionary, though, he says. The received rule seems to have been originated with a critic who preferred fewer to less. Ball outside the off stump, and there's no run. Well, that was the 18th century, though, Mike. So, sorry, common usage or correct usage could have evolved through that, and both Dick and I would be absolutely right. And that's the end of the argument. It's not clear, says Mike, how his preference was generalised and elevated to an absolute inviolable, have I pronounced that right? Rule. Less has been used the wrong way for at least 1,000 years. God, crikey, there we go.
Gosh.
And one from Clive in 7-8, so if I could just sneak this one in between overs. Completely agree with the comments made about Taunton, he says. Was there for a T20 match a few years ago as a Kent fan, surrounded by extremely inebriated Somerset fans. It's not like a sore thumb, as I think I was the only person who had a pint of lager in my hand. Going to anger the locals. Quite intimidating. Only difference was it was a Saturday night, he said.
Oh,
Clive
well.
in Sevenoaks.
Parkinson in from the for the pavilion end, bowls. And Brown goes on the back foot, plays it quietly out into the onside, yes.
I'm wondering if you answered your own question there, Clive, is all I can say. You had a pint of lager in your hand. Perhaps there was... the natives were restless.
Yes. Parkinson again. Well, reverse. A highly unsuccessful reverse sweep. Gets away with it, though, in as much as it just goes through to wicketkeeper Finch. So that was rather out of character as well. Don't often see that one come out of the locker, would be the phrase, I think. Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and that's more of a typical Brown shot, just works it round the corner for a single. 162 for, I hesitate just to see if both scoreboards agree, and they do. I think the electronic one is difficult to read. I suppose at this stage of the game, one run doesn't make that much difference, in all honesty. That's a bit of a miss at mid-wicket. I don't mean a miss of a chance, I hasten to add, but fielding, but it doesn't allow the taking of a single.
Oh, I thought it took a bit of an awkward bounce before.
Yes, I think it probably was.
Hit him on the chest, I think.
I wonder, you see, that, yeah, it's interesting you say that, because, well, everything you say is interesting, Matt, but... that in particular, because that geographically that spot was more or less where Agar went down in great pain.
Right,
Maybe that suggests there is, something on the pitch there that's causing the ball to misbehave.
You're right. It just seemed to hit Compton in the chest unexpectedly there as it came through, but.
As Parkinson moves in again, just an economy of run, 2 or 3 paces, and then a twirl of the arms, which is so characteristic of leg spin bowlers. And that's quietly played out into the offside, beg your pardon. No addition to the score of 163 for 1.
Scores elsewhere, then update you on those, as I will do, in fact, with our update for the South East very shortly with Surrey and Sussex scores. But let's do them all. Somerset 136 for 8 at Durham now. Surrey have been bowled out against Hampshire, 127 all out on the first day at the Rose Bowl, as was. Warwickshire have lost their first wicket. Early days it is against Lancashire, as the first session was washed out. Worcestershire's not against Nottinghamshire at New Road. No play possible today because of soggy conditions there. As Stewart bowls now to Wesley, clipped off his pads. That's a lovely shot. No, I don't think there's any chance at all for a fielder there. There's Ben Compton, isn't it? Seems to be fielding everywhere. So 4 runs for Essex. Moving on, and Wesley into double figures now. 167 for 1. In the second division, Derbyshire at Bristol. 213 for 3 now. Impressive looking total. So too Glamorgan, 199 for 3 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Sussex 170 for 4 at Lords against Middlesex. And Yorkshire, even more impressively, 144 for 1 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. Lancashire Thunder batting well at Beckenham against the South East Stars, as this one's left by Wesley outside the off stump. So Thunder 66 for none off 8 overs so far, so through the power play. The Charlotte Edwards Cup, that is T20, but yet to lose a wicket there. And here Essex have just lost the one. Kent haven't been able to follow that up quickly, which I'm sure they would have loved to have done, but not so far. As that's left by Wesley, it's a comfortable lead for him through the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Essex's one defeat was at the much discussed Taunton, in what can best be described as a very low scoring match.
It was a bit of a shootout, is it fair to say?
I think so, yes. I wasn't there.
Feels like there's a lot you're not saying.
Well, no, I wasn't there, so I can't comment, you know, but...
Well, just the lawyers
and also you can't believe everything, in fact very little, that you read on social media.
I think that's a pretty good meter. Yeah, there's Stuart bowls to Wesley, defended the offside, and there is no run. I can hear the burble of the traffic intro underneath us, which means the cricket can't be far behind. I mean, my world, that it means that anyway.
Yes.
So update coming, and then I'll make way for Sonia Twigg to take over here. Alongside Dick Davis with the score 167 for 1. 62 for Brown, 12 for Wesley. There is a bit of a hold in play, and are they just in the field? Not quite sure. Maybe Tom Wesley's taking a moment to get settled. Kent have at last taken the first wicket of this match, Adam. 167 for 1, though. Essex still have made good progress on this first day. Another dot ball. This one goes wide of the crease. Nick Brown is still there for 62 for Essex, 12 for Tom Wesley, the Essex captain. Dean Elgar's the one man to go, almost inexplicably wandering down the pitch to try and smash spinner Parkinson away. Beat the bat, and he was stumped by Harry Finch for 77. So Kent with it all to do to get back even to this first day. Essex have bossed it so far after winning the toss and electing to bat. Elsewhere, Surrey bowled out by Hampshire at the Rose Bowl, Southampton, 127 all out. They've just finished their first innings. And Sussex at Middlesex at Lords, 170 for 4 in their match. Commentary continuing of all three of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And that's the end of the over. 167 for 1, almost timed perfectly. I know you know I can't have meant it. 62 for Brown, 12 for Wesley. I'll make way. Sonia Twigg will come in alongside Dick Davis.
Thanks, Matt, very much indeed. And looks as if there's not going to be a change at the pavilion end. Matt Parkinson to continue. And so far bowled 6 overs, 1 for 23. Quite a lot of those came in the same over as that in which he took the wicket of Dean Elgar. As he moves in now and bowls. We outside the leg stump, and Brown really does little more than help it on its way down the leg side. Well, just a square leg. They go through for a comfortable single. Welcome back, Sonia.
Good afternoon.
You haven't brought the sunshine back with you, have you? But never mind, we won't blame you entirely. That's worked away on the onside.
Well, I heard my intro was Eye of the Tiger, played over the Kent local radio station.
Oh, really?
Apparently that's what was playing over...
Oh, I see, I'm with you now, yes. Parkinson moves in, bowls. And that's played out into the covers, but fielded at short cover.
No, it's really weird, the cloud, because there seem to be blue skies pretty much everywhere around, except over this ground in Canterbury.
Yes. Parkinson moves in again and bowls. Yes, we're in an ideal position here. We're on about the 1-2. I suppose we're on about well, you come up 2 flights of stairs, so it must be on the 3rd floor up. And more or less behind the bowler's arm, looking more or less due south. And that's played out into the covers as well, no addition to the score of 168 for 1.
I was just talking to some of the people from Kent who don't expect Agar to be back to bowl at any point today, but they're hopeful for the rest of it.
Right. That's also played out in the covers, no addition to the score. So a fairly uneventful over. In fact, no, not a maiden. The first ball certainly conceded a single. end of the over as a helicopter goes across. 168.41. With Brown, sorry, I should have added a bit more detail. With Brown not out 63 and 12 to skipper Tom Wesley.
Yes, I was just going to say the update about Wes Agar, that he won't be able to bowl for the rest of the day, and they're hopeful that he should be able to bowl at some point later on, but they're not entirely sure yet. I imagine that means that he's been sent off for scans.
Yes.
The person I spoke to was sort of vaguely hopeful that it wasn't a dislocation, which would suggest that he'd be out for significantly longer. But yes, not ideal either.
No.
That helicopter's quite loud, isn't it?
It is. Yes, that's why I've turned down our effects microphone, otherwise listeners would be drowned out.
Well, what's interesting with that one is sometimes you can pick up bits of people's conversations.
Oh, well, yes. Yes, sometimes too many bits.
Lunging for the effects control. Joey Everson in over the wicket, and that's pushed away by Brown just wide of the fielder in the ring at cover, and he'll pick up an easy single to move on to 64.
And then, of course, if we pick up a comment in the crowd that we're not, that might not be for everybody's ears, it is. I don't know if it's tradition or if it's somewhere in the fine print of the contract. We have to apologise. Apologise if we just heard some bad language. Not that it was our fault, but.
Well, we position the mic, I guess.
Well, maybe.
But we're not in control of what people say.
I find when they do that with commentaries on whatever sport it is, I always have to rewind just to hear what it was they said.
Sometimes it's obvious.
Well, yes.
Everson in over the wicket, bowls, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by the Essex captain. Yes, it's always like, sometimes it's like, sorry if you heard bad language. You're like, well, what bad language? I want to find out what that what did they say?
Call that bad language, gosh.
Well, there is some of that as well.
Oh, yes.
But obviously, on the BBC, they have quite high standards.
Yes.
So, apologies in advance if anyone hears any bad language. As there's just a brief pause in play while Daniel Bell Drummond moves around his field. Everson in bowls, and that's clipped into the leg side by Wesley, but straight up to Bell Drummond and mid-on, and there is no run. Essex are going quite nicely here.
They are, yes. They're certainly, I mean, they're again a statement of the obvious, but they're by far the stronger position at the moment. But as I was saying to Matt, if the coin had landed the other way, everything could have been exactly the opposite. Could be Essex who are staring at a
That's just defended into the leg side by Wesley.
At a formidable scoreboard.
Well, there are a few more people trickling into the ground, which is always nice to see, and a few sort of teenagers wandering around who might have got out from school a little bit early. I think it's the start of half term as well as the bank holiday weekend. So that could be nice, getting a few more families in over the weekend.
Oh yes, definitely.
There were over 1,000 people here at the start, so that's not a bad crowd here as Everson runs in, bowls, and that's to hit Wesley on the pad, but I think he got back to it. It's quite hard to see because his back's to us, but there was a sort of half-hearted appeal, but nothing given from the umpire. Yes. Obviously from where we are, we can see the sort of sparse areas of the ground, but the main stands with people in are to our left and right, and we can't quite see them.
No.
But they've already got the black sight screens up for the T20. Straight ahead of us. Everson in bowls. That kept very, very low on its way through to Harry Finch. I wonder if that's a sign of some sort of variable bounce that we might see as the day goes on. Stewart is just coming back onto the field. As I think that Miyeye makes his way off.
And still that helicopter rumbles away in the distance.
Well, you weren't on air earlier when we had a motorbike and someone's phone.
Oh, right.
So two very different but slightly interesting contributions there.
So Matt Parkinson to continue. This will be his 8th over so far, conceded 24 and taken the the vital wicket of Dean Elgar, who was stumped when the score was 146, of which he had 77.
Yes, Parkinson, who's come to Kent at the start of this year, he was the most prolific white ball wicket taker in England for 2 years, and obviously played his first test in the summer of 2022 after a Leach concussion, but only got 1 wicket for 173 in that, and has not gone on to push for another England cap.
He's not bowling actually at the moment. He's sitting on the ground. I think there's a bit of boot repair or something going on. It's not an injury, so fear not, Kent supporter. It's not yet another injury. Yes, it's some.
I think it's a stud key.
Yes, problem in the boot area.
He just threw something back to the umpire, so I wondered if he was just tightening a couple of studs. You think cricket boots wouldn't need that anymore, really?
It does seem sort of something out of the 1960s or 70s, doesn't it?
Well, those might not have changed since the 1960s or 70s.
You mean? Right, all's clear okay in the boot division, and he moves in and bowls. And Brown goes onto the back foot.
I do remember getting my first pair of studs and my dad explaining that I had to manually screw in my own studs, which as someone who'd always played football was a bit of an alien concept. There's the motorbike.
Is that what it is?
Well, I think so.
Yes, it is. Yes. So you're playing cricket this season, or are you too busy with media work?
I think I'm a little bit too busy. I might try and play the odd game here and there, but I don't play league cricket anymore.
No. So who will you be playing for if you do find the time?
North London, they've got a couple of women's teams.
Oh, right.
I just sort of fill in here and there when I can. Played quite a lot for them a few years ago, but don't really have time anymore.
As next delivery flailed to wideish mid-off. No addition to the score.
It's one of those, I think the more cricket you watch, and obviously we watch it for our jobs, the less time you have to play.
Oh, well, yes, yes.
And they haven't done a midweek T20 leagues for women as much yet.
No. Yes, when I first started doing this job, and I think that was I don't like to say when it was, but it was it was more than 2 decades ago. I think it was about 28 years, something like that. Yeah, I was still playing club cricket at the time, and yes, it did overlap, and there was quite a bit of conflict. And that's just played out into the covers. First of all, I said, well, I'm not available for commentary at weekend because I'll be playing club cricket both Saturday and Sunday. And then I realised I was missing out on quite a bit, so that I was in what can best be described as the autumn of my career, which was never that distinguished on the field anyway, so I used it as an opportunity to pack up. But great fun. I mean, I love doing what I'm doing now, but I've said many a time, nothing quite replaces playing a game to my mind, and I just loved my days of playing club cricket. 170 for 1.
I like my time playing at university. We had a really good team at one point. We played a lot of indoor cricket as well, which is what fits around the university calendar, to be fair.
Yes, I'm sure.
Everson in bowls, and he's bowled him. Brown has gone, and Joey Everson has his first wicket of the match. Brown is clean bowled by the Kent all-rounder, and he will have to go for 65. I think he's just played all round that. That was a big wicket for Kent, who now have 2 new batters to go at, and seemingly that one's come out of nowhere.
Yes, and if you're watching it on the live stream, you can see how spectacular that was, because the off stump was completely removed, the leg stump was considerably knocked awry, and yes,
middle stump has completely gone as well.
Yeah, middle stump lying on the ground. I don't think that needed to be referred to a third umpire.
No.
So, but he played well, but ultimately just beaten by one that was too good for him. And Brown is out for 65, bowled by Everson. And Essex are 170 for 2.
Yes, that one just nipped back in, and Brown sort of left a gap between bat and pad. Didn't necessarily have the footwork required to play that, and Kent, having struggled for so long today, now have 2 wickets, and they'll hope that will bring a few more And another dimension into this, because it was before the wicket of Elgar, it was all looking far too easy for Essex, and it's now just a little bit of spanner back in the works.
Yes, as one Cox makes his way to the middle to
play against his former team.
Greeted by silence. Yes.
Yes. Well, silence is polite silence.
Polite silence. Yes, at least it's polite silence. If this were a one-day game on a Friday evening, it might...
Or a football match.
Or a football match, even more. Yes.
I'm sure there'll be a few comments floating around from various disgruntled Kent fans in the stands to our left.
I would imagine, yes, I gathered the move, from what I can understand and infer, that the Kent supporters weren't very pleased that Cox moved on anyway, but to move to Essex of all places is sort of the ultimate sin, I rather sort of got the impression. So.
And it will be Everson to bowl to Cox, who defends that one straight back to the bowler for his first ball. Yes, I think that upset a few people. I think it was also a bizarre interview he did, where he said that one of the things that he was looking forward to was the fact that Kent didn't let him bowl. Now, I'm not sure Essex are going to necessarily let him bowl either.
I thought he kept wicket.
He does.
Yes. So there aren't many people at this level of the game that keep wicket and bowl.
Very few.
Very few, yes.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Ollie Pope bowl, to be fair.
No.
As Cox runs in, bowls, and that's defended straight back down the pitch. Yes, it's slightly bizarre. Matt said it was like a Glenn Phillips trying to do everything. But we'll see. He's in as a batter, obviously.
Well, yes.
As Everson walks back to his mark with ball in hand, there are 2 in the slips and 1 at short-ish mid-wicket for the new batter as Everson is in bowls, and that's driven straight up down the pitch. Everson parries, but it doesn't go onto the stumps at the other end.
Yes, he did well to stick out an optimistic right arm and managed to stop it.
Yes, it's just sort of heading towards tea. I wonder, are we on course to have tea?
I think, well, we're not going to be as late as we usually are. There are 8 overs left, after 7 after this one.
It's much better than normal as Everson is in bowls, and that was played very late by Cox as people in the slips have got their head in their hands, but he played that right under his eyes, and it was defended into the leg side.
Yeah, so, yeah, Kent have got on with it, and good for them, because sometimes days get drawn out and protracted, which you notice most of all sort of between 5 and 6 o'clock, and you look at the scoreboard and you think, good grief, we've still got 20 odd overs to go.
Everson over the wicket to Cox, who defends that one again right under his eyes, this time into the offside where it's fielded by Grant Stewart. Yes, or you sort of think, should be going home now.
Yes, right, yes.
Well, my first ever day of commentary was here. It was last year.
All right.
And there was a thunderstorm just before play, so we were delayed by an hour. And we were still going at 7:45, which was a very long day in the end. As Everson runs in, bowls, and that's driven by Cox, but straight up to Matt Parkinson, I think, at mid-off. And at the end of that over, Essex 172 for 2.
Yes, good over there from Parkinson. Everson, beg your pardon. And yeah, so important inroads into the Essex innings. And it'll really... I've frequently commented on sort of body language of cricketers, particularly when they're fielding. You know, and understandably, you know, they look up at the board and it says, you know, 130 for no wicket. Their heads go down a little bit and they mooch around, but it only needs a wicket or two, and suddenly they take on a whole new demeanour as Parkinson moves in and bowls, and that's played out into the covers.
Well, it's that old saying, isn't it, that one wicket brings 2, but it's never more true than, you know, the fielding team toil and toil and toil away. You get one breakthrough, suddenly everyone lifts.
That's it, yeah.
And that can so often bring another one, or occasionally even a flurry.
Yeah, spot on. Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and
watchfully. The Essex skipper Tom Wesley allows that to go through to the keeper.
That one looked like it spun a little.
It did, that's what I thought, yes.
Which will be, well, Simon Harmer will be enjoying the looks of that.
And that's again played out into the covers. Cover's well populated. There's a short cover, not short enough to call him sort of silly mid-off. Then there's an extra cover almost directly behind him, and then there's a wideish mid-off, so that area, that segment or sector is well protected. That's just played out to the short cover.
Yes, Zach Crawley, who normally sort of hangs out in the slips for most of the day, is doing a good job there at short cover.
And as much as he not only is, when you put a fielder there, that's worked away for the onside for one run, well fielded out there. Well, I think it is. He gets a round of applause. We can't quite see it, as Sonia pointed out a little while ago. What was I going to say? Oh yes, where that Crawley himself in this case, but often when you put a fielder there, it's not just the runs. Well, it's the runs you save, whether you actually stop it or not. It's a deterrent factor. And
well, it stops you playing anything in the air on the offside, which just makes batters sometimes think twice, and that can bring in that sort of backwards point or slip into play.
Yes. That's very diligently with his head over the ball. Wesley just goes forward and plays an immaculate forward defensive shot, and it trickles out on the offside. No addition to the score, and the 58th over ends with the score 173 for 2.
I wish they would fix that scoreboard across from us. It's got a sort of black mark right where you need to read the score, which isn't particularly helpful.
No, it's not. I couldn't agree more. It's,
it's going to be less helpful for T20s where the score really does matter.
In fact, almost every other part of the board.
Every other part of the board's fine.
Fine, but not there, please.
A handful of pixels that seem to be dead in a very important place on that scoreboard. As it will be Everson to continue bowling from the Nackington Road end. He obviously got the wicket in the last over. Everson over the wicket bowls. That's clipped off the legs by Wesley, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That's where Wesley likes them. He loves flicking it through the leg side, predominantly a leg side player, and clearly a player's weaknesses are also his or her strengths, because it can be your downfall if you try and play the shot to an inappropriate delivery. And good player Wesley, but he was found to have that sort of weakness in his foray into the international side.
And that's just defended up the pitch by the Essex captain. Yes, he didn't last too long in international cricket.
Maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 test matches, a bit more perhaps.
He did come in at a rather unfortunate point when England were rattling through openers at quite a rate of knots, and none of them were given a particularly long spell. I remember Carberry, who actually did quite well against the Australians, but wasn't given much of a chance to shine beyond that, and so many openers were written off by England as Everson is in bowls, and that's just defended into the offside this time by Wesley.
Yes, Wesley played 5 tests in 2017, so 7 years ago. How the years zoom past. 2017 he played 5 tests. Yeah.
That was the period I'm thinking about where they sort of rattled through, trying to find a solid opening partnership to Cook, and Ben Duckett, who since returned to the team, was one of them.
Yes.
Everson in bowls. That's just clipped off the pads by Wesley. There's a shout for LBW, but I think, judging from the angle, it was probably going down, and it's fielded on the boundary. Essex will have 2 runs for it.
Yes, they did get through a few opening batsmen in that time. Not that I don't think Wesley, I'm sure he didn't open for England, but they did get through a lot of openers, one of whom was current Lancashire captain, whose name just escapes me. It'll come.
Everson in bowls. That's driven by Wesley into the offside, but well cut off by Joe Denley. I think that is under the sun hat, or is it Denley at backward point? There was 2 players out there with floppy hats, and I think they've got, no, it's not Denley, it's Ben Compton, I think.
All right.
Is the other one under those white floppy hats.
Yes, Keaton Jennings was the name I was trying to think of. Played for England for a while.
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended into the offside. Yeah, he was recalled for the England tour of Pakistan and had the rather unfortunate job of fielding when Liam Livingstone was injured in sort of the first hour of play or something. So he fielded the entire match, didn't bat, and then didn't play the rest of the series.
Yes, thanks very much, yes.
And he spent quite a lot of that time under a helmet at short leg, so it really is drawing the short straw, if you excuse the pun.
Yes.
And at the end of that over, Essex 175-2.
And looks as if Matt Parkinson's going to continue, just taking his cap off and handing it to the umpire. And now taking his long-sleeved sweater off. And tosses the ball from hand to hand, as many a spin bowler does, wearing 28 on his back. Moves in now off 3 or 4 little trotting paces, way outside the off stump, and Wesley has to reach for that in a somewhat ungainly manner. Didn't really move his feet very much, just stretched out and played it out square on the offside. No further run.
Yes, it was a slightly awkward reach. He had to put his hands out quite wide to try and get bat on it. He might have been better to leave it alone.
Yes, it was Cox actually, I beg your pardon, not Wesley. And that's allowed to go through. Yeah, Cox still to open his account. He's faced 9 deliveries.
Is that a helicopter or a plane that's just drifting around above us?
Helicopters usually make quite a bit of noise, don't they? Oh, and that's lofted hard, high, and handsome for 6 runs. So he gets off the mark with a 6 over long on. Welcome back to Canterbury.
I don't think that was too far away from the fielder who was running afterwards.
Well, I was wondering about that.
It seemed to hang in the air for quite some time. And obviously we know it's bounded over the rope. It's the area of the field that we can't quite see, so I can't tell you how far over it went. But it wasn't going particularly quickly, and you think it might have been at one point looked like it was dropping. There was a fielder chasing it.
Well, that's just pushed out on the offside. Again to Crawley in that position at short cover, maybe 20 yards from the bat.
And I think after that 6, Daniel Bell-Drummond just asked the player to stay on that boundary, maybe to try and encourage Cox to hit over him.
Parkinson again to Cox, plays forward diligently again, head over the ball. 181 for 2.
Yes, it's just I mean, Kent will sort of have to capitalise on those 2 breakthroughs that they've got to really have any chance in this innings.
Yes, I mean, what will encourage Kent is that by putting in a 4th seamer, that played out for a single at the last ball, the over, by putting in a 4th seamer, then Essex do have a bit of a tail, really. Critchley is the last truly recognised batsman, and then I mean, Harmer is useful and sometimes match winning, but then there's Snater, Cook, Porter and Beard, so a couple more wickets for the home side, and they'll really feel they're in with a chance of pegging Essex back to competitive, score from the Kent point of view. I haven't phrased that very well, but something that's well within their compass.
I wonder if we're just going to have a change of commentary as Everson prepares to run in and bowl, and that's just clipped off his pads by Jordan Cox into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid-wicket by Arafat. And Arafat is doing some interesting warm-up stretches, stretching out his back, lying on the ground in the gap between balls, and I will be joined by Matt from BBC Radio Kent. as Everson makes his way back. Did you see the wicket?
I did. It was quite something.
It was.
Where's that ball been hiding?
Everson in bowls, and that's not too far away from Cox's bat down the leg side. He chases after it, and ball goes through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah,
it was a lovely delivery.
I was in the other press box afterwards, just looking at the replay, and I thought when I saw it, it looks like it's done something.
It definitely nipped back in.
Absolutely. I think it did something in the air as well. It was Joey Everson producing something, but
where's he been hiding those?
I don't know. Bring it out now.
Everson in bowls, and again Cox chases one down the leg side, but doesn't get anything on it.
But I mean, Dick was talking about the Essex tail, but on this pitch with these two batting, that might seem an awful long way away from Kent at this point, and Cox just getting himself settled.
To the delights of the Kent fans, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think it was a particularly hostile reception, but maybe you're not going to get that in county championship cricket.
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side. No, true. County fans are generally amenable.
Yeah, just maybe. I mean, you think about what Jordan Cox did at Kent. He was part of that T20 Blast winning side and was man of the match in that. It was you're always sorry when those sort of quality players and a young player like Jordan Cox goes as well. So
Everson in bowls, and that's wide, chased by Cox, who ends up with one hand on the bat. That was a bit of a bizarre shot actually in the end. Sort of played it outside the off stump, went to drive it, ended up with one hand on the bat and one hand sort of flying around somewhere.
I wonder if this pitch is a bit like the one that they played against Worcestershire, where it's actually you're more likely to get out trying to force than you are just trying to occupy the crease. That there's not a great deal of pace coming onto the bat.
Well, I think that's what we saw Elgar and Brown do so well, as that's just defended up towards Danny Boy Drummond at mid-on. They just sort of occupied the crease and picked off the runs. That's a maiden over from Everson, who receives a round of applause from the fans for it. Whereas these two will go on the attack, and you wonder if that's just going to open up a few more chances for Kent. Essex will obviously hope that it doesn't, but Kent will be thinking, well, if we can get these two playing their shots, it's a slow pitch. We've seen the odd couple already keep very, very low. Any sort of variable bounce, and it will bring chances more into the game than if two batters are just sort of occupying the crease and waiting for the ones that they can put away.
It does feel almost counterintuitive. I'd imagine some of our listeners are thinking, what on earth are you talking about? If it's either a flat pitch or it's not, which I can also understand, but because there's so little pace out there, sometimes trying to force those shots, you can actually, in a way, defend against that as a fielding team. You can't necessarily force the wickets, but let's see. That'll be the hope for Kent, maybe even clutching at straws at 182 for 2. It's been a great start from Essex on this first day, no doubt about that. Arafat Bhuiyan's going to take over from Matt Parkinson at the pavilion end, having a chat to Daniel Bell-Drummond. 2 slips in behind Tom Wesley, who has 13 from 53 balls. Fairly circumspect by his high and more than occasionally pugnacious standards. Arafat bowls to him now and does keep it a little bit low, and bottom hand comes off the bat as Wesley looks to drive it into the offside and doesn't go with any great force into the offside, fielded by Grant Stewart.
I think that's come right off the toe of the bat. Just turn the effects mic down.
You're just turning down the aeroplane.
I'm just turning down the aeroplane, yeah.
Done like a complete pro, absolutely.
There's a propeller plane just going over above us.
I mean, I'm hoping it's not the same one. I'm sure they got... I mean, it's a lovely site, this ground, but you'd think you might go a bit further afield. That's very wide from Bhuiyan, and Wesley went chasing it, and it's gone through the wicket-keeper. Both of them probably want to forget that. But yeah, we seem to be buzzed quite a lot. Is it that sort of day? Is it bank holiday weekend? Everyone's got the... Everyone's in their planes.
To be honest, I don't own a plane, or there's no way I'd be doing this job. But no, God, I don't really know what people think about taking their planes out, to be honest.
And I'm sorry I asked Sonia. I wasn't assuming that you'd know. I just thought it was a strange old business. I don't know if you've got a plane, maybe. Yeah, well, you always take a long weekend off, a bank holiday weekend off, if you've got a plane. There's 2, 184.
You might do. You might think, bank holiday, time to get the plane out.
Absolutely.
I don't know where the nearest airfield is to here.
There's loads around here, I suppose, because of Folkestone, maybe? It's the closest one to here. I'm probably missing something really obvious. Kent fans, remind me. Or
Get
Essex
in
fans.
touch,
Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Tell us, those with planes especially.
Yeah, if you've got a plane.
Tell us about bank holidays and planes.
Here's Arafat Bouyan to Wesley. Again, keeps really low outside the off stump. Certainly there's an airfield at Headcorn, which isn't too far away, because they have Spitfires there.
That was not a Spitfire.
No,
I
it
would have been
definitely
much
wasn't.
more excited if
It
it was a
would.
Spitfire. I don't think they fly anymore, do they?
They do. Yeah, the reconditioned ones.
Oh.
Yeah, they fly them, and you can take. I think you can hire them, as in take pleasure trips on them too. It's kept low for special occasions, etc. Again from Arafat, outside the off stump. Nothing he's doing wrong, but Wesley has thrown everything but the kitchen sink at that. I think emphasising the point, we're talking slow and low bounce, but hasn't really got close to it in the end. But yeah, the sound of a Spitfire, there's something sort of primal about it, because they're really low, the engines are really raw, don't they? Fantastic sound. As Arafat bowls, that's a good delivery, and that one has shaped away from Wesley, and he's played and missed at that through to the wicketkeeper again. I think if he'd edged it, it was going so low it may not have reached Harry Finch, but best delivery of the over there, just outside the off stump. 184 for 2 though, wicket's still intact.
Yes, I just wonder if Harry Finch might want to take a couple of steps closer than he normally would, because those few have just kept so low, and with Wesley chasing after it, you think that a nick could be coming at any point, and he won't want to miss out because it's bounced in front of him. It's obviously not what wicketkeepers know where they stand to certain bowlers, but it's just keeping so low. That one he almost took by his ankles, and he had to lean forward to take it as well. So
it felt particularly that over, didn't it? That it was.
It's true. It's weird, because most of the ones we've seen keep low have been bowled from the Nackington Road end, but that was from the Pavilion end, as Everson prepares to start his 13th over of the day, and that's just defended by Cox straight down to his former teammate.
I'm looking up airfields in Kent, so I think I'm missing something really obvious. Obviously, there were a lot during the Second World War, because of the Battle of Britain being waged over the fields of Kent, but just wondering if those, Headcorn I think is the closest.
Some of those might not still be in
Oh no, I'm not saying they are, but sort of historic. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong ones, but yeah, Headcorn looks like, I think it's the closest one to
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended into the offside. Well, anyone with a plane, or in the off chance you've flown over the Spitfire Ground at Canterbury.
Maybe even in the spare seat in a Spitfire, perhaps.
And if you would like to fly over in a Spitfire, you would make two cricket journalists very, very happy.
You would indeed.
See a Spitfire.
If you're in a Spitfire right now, listening on the radio,
fly over the Kent ground.
To divert.
Everson in bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. I mean, I think bank holidays are activities, aren't they? So people tend to, go away to places where they can do things. You're not necessarily going to go a long way abroad just for a long weekend, but you might sort of do weekends away in the same country where you want to do things.
Are you talking about in a plane again? No.
In general.
So
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended up to the bowler for no run. Just like, activity weekends, things like that. People go to the seaside, it's marginally warmer than it was. Well, it's a lot warmer than one of the days of county commentary I did, where I dug my winter coat back out and didn't take it off all day.
Yeah, we've had some, I was going to say we've had some really punishing days, and I can hear the listeners out there getting out their tiniest violins as we watch cricket for a living. That must be awful, they might be thinking.
Well, some of the days I've watched of rain have been pretty bad, as Everson is in bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side. It was particularly disappointing that the first day of the season here was washed out, and we had to wait until the next day to get going.
That did, I think, for everybody, the start of a season, doesn't it? I mean, you don't get that with, well, if you're a football fan, you don't get that with football, by and large. certainly in August, the first day of the season, is going to be playable. But yeah, just that frustration
yes, our
of building up
very,
to the...
very wrong if a game is snowed off in
That's
August.
true. That's true enough.
We have seen games snowed off. There are a few this year, as Everson is in and bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side this time.
So I think
by Jordan Cox, and another maiden over from Everson at the end of that over. Essex 184 for 2.
So I think that has to be my coldest. That was Wantage Road, Northampton, and I think that was still in COVID time, so we had to sit outside, and the game was stopped for snow. So it started snowing, and that was basically the end of the game at that point. So
were you quite happy to go home?
Yes, I remember doing the interviews in driving snow, which was the first time for everything. I wasn't appreciating it very much at the time because it was so cold. But yeah, there's I've got that anecdote out of it, so I shouldn't be upset about it, I suppose. Our good friend Alex Hode saying there's a Spitfire Museum which is adjacent to Manston, but most of the Spitfire flights, he says, are from Biggin Hill. Alex, thank you very much for that. Arafat Bouyan bowling to Tom Wesley outside the off stump again. Leans forward, Wesley leaves that one, and there's no run. I thought there was one that flew out of head corner, Alex, and our listeners will tell me. Well, they love to tell me I'm wrong, and that happens so often that it takes up quite a lot of time. But
yes, it's an incredible thing that whenever you say something that people don't agree with, you get so many more comments, and whenever you think you do a good job, you hear absolutely nothing.
Well, I always use that proviso of making a bold statement, then realising there's people out there listening who actually know things. It's a chop outside the off stump, and it's gone into one hand, one bounce. The wicket keeper, Harry Finch, just feels, and I can understand why from Tom Wesley's point of view, he's getting a little bit antsy at the crease because there's nothing there from Bouyan to hit, and Bouyan's just ploughing a furrow just outside the off stump. The ball's keeping very low. I think Wesley just might be getting a little bit fidgety at the crease now. He wants to expand, he wants to hit. Bouyan now bowls to him. Oh, it's a good delivery. That's left him again. It's almost taken on the floor by Harry Finch.
I think this is really clever bowling from Arafat. I think he's deliberately hovering it outside that off stump and getting Wesley to chase after it, knowing that if he makes one mistake, a towering figure as Zach Crawley is there waiting in the slips, and sort of getting that closer and closer to getting that edge. Obviously there was one that was chopped straight into the ground before going to the wicketkeeper, and it just feels like this is a very deliberate plan from Kent, but also one that, while it hasn't reaped the reward that they want, it's looking promising.
Just trying to tempt him. That one's on off stump itself. It's played by Wesley. It's a clip into the onside. It's fielded really well by Parkinson, but you're right. He's just sticking to that line more or less at fourth stump, not bowling at any great pace either, and it's frustrating. He just has nibbled the ball outside away from the right hander as well, has Bouyan. So perhaps taking some pace off, just letting the movement do the work a little bit for him. But Wesley facing now, and gets himself well organised, of course, at the crease. Plays that off fourth stump line into the offside. Bowled, I think, by Jazz Singh out there, and there's no run.
Well, it's interesting because, we did mention with Elgar and Brown when they were set at the crease that they wouldn't be phased if there were sort of 3 or 4 maidens in a row, whereas this pair like to get on with it. So if the more dot balls they face, the more likely they are to go chasing after balls that aren't quite there to be hit.
As Arafat now bowls to Wesley, flicked off his pads by the Essex batter, and that'll ruin the maiden for Arafat, but just the one off it, 185 for 2. Oh, lovely, all sorts of answers coming in. One from Min Patel. Min, great to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. Former Kent England spinner, of course. Spin coach. Maybe a Manson, he says. Keep up the good work. Min, great to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. You don't have to be a former professional cricketer to get in touch with us, but more of that after tea. In fact, 3:46. I've been surprised by that because normally It's nowhere near 3:40
I was going to say, I've had tea at 4:15. I'm
They got
very
through the
impressed
overs
by how
really
they've gone
quickly.
today.
So we'll have more on airfields, more on Spitfires, and more on the cricket to come up a little bit later. And I will just hold my hands up there and say I didn't think that tea would be anywhere near 3:40. I take my eye off the overs. Ken have got through their overs nice and quickly. It's still Essex's day one. 185 for two. The 2 wickets fall. Dean Elgar going stumped by Finch, bowled Parkinson for 77, and a delicious ball from Joey Everson removing Nick Brown bowled for 65. Jordan Cox is 7 not out against his old side. Tom Wesley has 16. I'm Matt Cole. Sonia Twig and Dick Davis make up the triumvirate, the trio of commentators today. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time.
With cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket jadi ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بې کوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined a walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Yeah, they're at tea at the moment, Alan, just about to come out after the interval with Essex 185 for 2. The visitors here won the toss, elected to bat first, and that looked all well and good for them, certainly. No wickets for Kent in the first session, 102 for none at lunch. They've taken 2 in the second session, both openers going. Elgar for 77, the South African former international, wandering down the pitch almost inexplicably, missing the ball, stumped by Harry Finch off the bowling of Matt Parkinson. The second wicket, though, fantastic delivery, but the best of the match so far for Kent from Joey Everson, swinging in the air, nipping off the pitch and accounting bowling at Nick Brown, taking his stumps all over the place. At tea, 185 for 2, still Essex's day on this first day of 4 at Canterbury in the County Championship. Elsewhere, not a good day for Surrey, the back-to-back County champions, 127 all out at Southampton against Hampshire, who are 28 for none in reply, and Sussex at Lords against Middlesex, doing well, 212 for 4 at tea they are. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And welcome back, listeners. We're just about to get back underway here at Canterbury. 185 for 2 then. Essex will resume with Jordan Cox 7, Tom Wesley 16. Wesley will take strike for this first ball of the evening session, and just looking around here to see if there's any sign of Wes Agar. No, still absent, off with that shoulder injury. Kent may well need him, and fans may be hoping they can get him back on the field, certainly, before long. Grant Stewart to bowl from the Nackington Road end to Tom Wesley. Forward defensive, no run, 2 slips in, and behind the Essex captain, there's a point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket is Joey Everson, then deep backward square is Arafat Bouyan. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me is Dick Davis. Dick, so a couple of victims for Kent in the second session, but overall, you'd have to say it's been Essex's day so far?
Oh, it certainly has so far, yes. I'd have thought they'd be in the happier position.
Yeah. As Stewart bowls to Wesley, it's a little bit wide. And Wesley tried to take, wasn't wild from Wesley, tried to take advantage of it, but as we've been saying, that low bounce and quite slowish pitch, making it hard to time into the offside. It's gone along the ground towards Tawanda Mayeye, who is fielding as substitute for Wes Agar. Had all sorts of emails about airfields coming in. Dick was not party to this, but talking about number of planes and helicopters flying overhead, and that's a lovely shot from Tom Wesley, rolling the wrists. Will it be for longest part of the ground? No, Daniel Bell Drummond will pick that up, and they'll come back in fact for 185. 188 for 2 now. As Jordan Cox comes on to strike, formerly of this parish, first time batting at Canterbury since his move over the winter. So I might just try and get through a few of these emails. Tea caught me by surprise, Dick, as so many things in this game do. I thought around 3:45. My internal clock says there's no way it's going to be tea. I know it's supposed to be at 3:40, but it never ever is it?
No, never.
3:46.
Tea.
Well, wonderful. Obviously wonderful. Well done. Everyone's bowled their overs just about in time. But a surprise. So Stewart bowls to Jordan Cox. Very correct forward defensive back at him. Oh, and a bit about Taunton here. So from Harry, a Kent fan, lives in Taunton. Says, I can testify to the football-esque atmosphere at the T20s at Taunton. I've witnessed enough of it, but some of the stories the locals have told me are nothing short of what you'd hear from a University Freshers' Week. Says Harry, is brilliant. He says the lager at the ground is actually very good. He says, I think it's Cornish. There we are. Thank you, Harry. Informing and entertaining. You're doing the BBC a great job there with your email. Thank you for that one. Next one is defended, dead batted by Jordan Cox. Harry, here on his tractor from earlier. He says, I know you're in Suffolk, aren't you, Harry? Just finished up the grass cutting, loving the commentary. Top is covered. All three of you seem to bounce off each other very well. Thanks for the company. Harry, what a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much for that.
Yes.
Great to keep you company when you're doing an actual proper job for a living. Hard job. Here's Stewart too. Cox just drops it into the offside, thinks about a run, then he sees his old teammate Joe Denley bounding in athletically from point. He thinks better of it. So airfields we were talking about, we just had another plane go over the top. I was laughingly saying, is that what if one has a plane, I was asking Sonia, is that sort of long bank holiday weekends, is that when you take your plane out? Is what people say. She just basically said, I've no idea, I've not got a plane. So we were floundering in the dark. She was asking about airfields around here. I ventured Headcorn, which isn't too far, but it's about 20 miles away. Peter's been in touch. Peter Gees, our old friend Peter, thank you for getting in touch. Of course, who was a pilot, is a pilot himself. Lid and Headcorn spring to mind. Peter, thank you very much. We had an answer from Min Patel, former Kent and England spinner,
right, yes.
spin coach now as well, offering Manston, which isn't far away. Well,
of course, I mean, by the very geography of Kent and to a lesser extent Essex, there will be lots of airfields, won't there?
Absolutely, yeah.
To fight off the Hun and various other oppositions. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
I said that to Sonia, is that we think of the airfields because of the Battle of Britain, and there were many more than there are now.
Oh yes.
But yeah, Headcorn's still there. Biggin Hill, of course, as Alex was pointing out on the message as well. So Lid and Headcorn, Peter says, and he really should know.
As the next delivery comes in now, bowls to Wesley, who just plays it out quietly into the covers, and it's Arafat bowling from this end. It's good to hear from Peter Gees.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Peter.
I occasionally hear his posts on social media. Read his posts on social media.
On your head. Yeah. George has been in touch about Spitfires as well. We were talking briefly about those.
And that's just play defensively. Yeah, I mean, airfields and this sort of corner of the country. My club, when I played club cricket for 4 decades, we quite early in the season we'd go on tour in Norfolk and play 5 consecutive games Monday to Friday, and usually 3 of those were against RAF stations, and had some very good times against the RAF stations as well. Arafat moves in, bowls ball of full length, whipped away through the leg side for 1, and they'll come back for 2, and that's food and drink really to meat and drink to Tom Wesley. Just loves the ball there, whipping it away through the leg side.
Diving stop out there, I think, by Joey Everson. Actually, I could just catch, because Dick can't see because of the balcony of the Woolly stand, but I saw a dive from Joey Everson, and he managed to clutch that one in. Yes. Yeah. So George says, firstly he says, afternoon, Spitfires will fly during the T20. Very good. What's your all-time Kent T20 11? Crikey. Now that's one, isn't it, for a calmer time, I think, where we can all have a think about that. Yes. Kent and Essex, perhaps all-time T20 11s. This one's thumped heartily into the offside for no run.
Which is a reasonable question, because I mean we've been around for the whole of the time of T20, but sometimes people put on social media, what was the all-time best county championship side? Well, I'm pretty ancient, but I don't go back to 1880 or something, where it was. We've got no idea how the players played.
It's a very good point.
As Arafat moves in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, the Essex captain, who plays painstakingly and very... I keep using the word diligently. It's difficult to think of another one, really, but everything in the right place and thoughtfully, and played out on the offside, no addition to the score.
Yeah, I gather Titch Freeman was fantastic, but I couldn't actually vouch for that.
300 wickets in a season.
Yeah, the stats look good.
Yes.
They might all have been caught on the boundary. Who knows? I mean,
still 300 wickets.
Yeah, still. I'm not saying they were, Kent fans. Don't
No,
don't get angry with me.
You're now going to get a call from his great-great-grandson saying, how dare you?
He was a leg spinner of some renown, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Here's Stewart bowling to Jordan Cox, as I say, his old teammate. He looked a little bit more fidgety at the crease before tea than after tea. Just perhaps decided he's just going to block a few of these out. George continuing. Kent will take two or three quick wickets, he says, I feel. We're keeping it tight. He says Lead also an airport that serves part of Europe. They have replica Spitfires that fly out of there that allow photo runs. Not sure on pricing, he says. Also Manston as well. Not sure of any flights out of there these days. Certainly not commercial flights, but that's a long story. Here's Stewart to Cox, drives it up to mid-on, and Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Lyd used to do regular cross-channel flights carrying cars.
Oh, really? Lyd?
Because they're sort of the company that ran the business out of Lyd also ran it out of Southend Airport, which is quite near me.
Okay.
And at one stage, Southend Airport was the third busiest in the country. Believe it or not, now, you know, if you see an aeroplane, it's quite a rarity.
Here's Stewart. It's a wide one. Oh, is it going to be catch? No, falls just in front of Tawanda Mayeye. It was almost a little scoop outside the off stump from Jordan Cox, and I think Mayeye was trying to anticipate where it was going to go, and in actually moving one way, he's made it impossible for him to get low enough to take that catch. It would have been an astonishing catch should he have taken it, but it was looping in the air just for a moment there, and chances have been few and far between for Kent.
In fact, the very first time I went abroad, when I was a very little lad with my parents, and we flew on one of these where cars drove up into the front, the fronts of the aeroplane sort of opened up. Almost like a Bond movie, and the cars drove up a ramp into them.
Stewart to Cox, defends that, thinks about hitting it again, but it's he's all right with that. Cole, thank you very much, who's sent me an obliging link to a well-known internet encyclopedia site. I wonder if you can guess which one that is.
No idea.
No idea. No. Mike's been in touch. Oh, I'm not sure. No, I can't sight read that and watch the cricket, Mike. So I might have to do that during one of Dick's overs when he's commentating engagingly on the cricket. And is Stewart bowling to Cox outside the off stump, and Michael also pointing out, what about Manston Airfield, about 12 miles away from Ramsgate. Of course, yes, we are on the way to Thanet here. Dot ball there. Thank you all for your replies there. But so those will be Spitfire replicas then flying over Kent rather than reconditioned originals, is that right? I was going to say plane spotters, but what's the scientific term that for people who are interested in planes? Planophiles? No. Aerophiles? Outside the off stump.
I have no idea.
There's no run. 4 off it. That 4 from Jordan Cox, which also almost produced a chance there for Tawanda Mayeye. 194 for 2. Do get in touch on any subject this afternoon. It doesn't have to be about airfields in Kent by any means. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or kentcricket at gmail.com. We would love to hear from you. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Dick Davis, Sonia Twigg, the trio bringing you the commentary of this first day on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, via the BBC Sport website and app, and with the pictures via Kent County Cricket Club on Essex. 194 for 2 in the evening session of the first day of the County Championship.
And somebody has commented by one of these means, Michael. He says, I agree with you on the subject. Oh, this is when we were talking about fewer and less, and, and he agrees with us with our comments, which other listeners considered pedantic. To use the custard analogy.
Custard?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm all in favour of that.
If one is comparing the number, not amount of fluid ounces of custard between 2 buckets, one would say the red bucket has fewer fluid ounces of custard than the other one. On the other hand, if one comparing the amount of it, you'd say it has more or less. Yes.
That's how I understand it. Thank you very much.
If you can count it, then yes. And I mean, we often find in commentary, that such and such side only needs 50 to win or less, and you think, well, no, actually 50 to win or fewer.
So And my other half is a former newspaper sub-editor, so it was it was her job to be pedantic, and
yes.
She's done very well to keep it up during her civilian life as well.
Yes, I mean, and that is out. Caught at first slip, a straightforward slip catch, waist height, and Wesley goes, and his, well, indifferent run of form continues. He is out for 21, same as his number on the back. And Essex are 194 for 3. So, yeah, the wickets are beginning to come along.
And I think this is the product of what we saw from Arafat Bouyan tying Wesley down to an extent before tea. I think he's done really, really well, bowling consistently outside the off stump there. Not any great bounce. And Tom Wesley, I was talking about Jordan Cox settling down perhaps after tea, but Tom Wesley just seemed to get really agitated against Bouyan. Not much pace on the ball. It was bouncing low a lot, and he's just trying to force the issue, and he definitely has there. Zach Crawley really couldn't miss that one, could he? It absolutely, as they say, in the breadbasket. And they have a third wicket, and goes to show, I think, what we were saying before about the slow, low pitch. It's harder to bat on this. You would say it's a batting pitch, but it's actually harder to force runs than it is just to stay at a crease and perhaps go at 3 and over. And that's what Wesley was trying to do, and I think he's perished doing it.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, and Michael continues on his, well, he entitles his email pedantry, but he thinks it's very important, so we won't enter into too much for discussion because there are others who would disagree. He says, I write as Brown has just been bowled with a corker of a delivery from Everson that seemed to move through the air quite appreciably. Here's hoping Essex rack up the runs and not only have to bat once, meaning only once, but you never know in this wonderful game of cricket. No, you don't indeed. And Mike Erstwhile of Pudsey. Erstwhile is not his surname. That means he was previously of Pudsey. Oh yes, there are always, well, not always, but very frequently twists and turns in this game of cricket. As I discovered, if not the last time I was here, one of the recent times when it all happened on a third day here and numerous wickets fell. By having
those immortal words that you, as we do as cricket commentators,
I've related it many a time. I don't mind sort of admitting where I go wrong because other people are aware of it. Into the batting lineup now comes Matt Critchley, one of the saviours and heroes of the last game. Yes, on the beginning of this third day at here, I don't know, a couple of years ago, I said, well, I'm afraid this game is petering out into a boring draw. Although we've only had 2 days of it, unless something absolutely spectacular happens, we're in for a pretty tedious couple of days. And sure enough, something spectacular did happen, and wickets fell galore. And it was all over. Not only did it end in a result, but it ended on the third day, not the fourth. Didn't even go into the fourth day. We had the fourth day off. So, yeah. The wonderful twists and turns. Well, I mean, only last week, Essex should have really been made to follow on because they had a deficit of 235 on the first innings against Warwickshire. Warwickshire chose to bat again and were all out for 90 odd, and Essex went on to win, scoring 330 for 4, I think it was, or was it 6 in the final innings? 6. So yeah, it's a wonderful game. That's what makes it fascinating. That last couple of deliveries just played out quietly by Critchley into the covers, and Essex are 194 for 3. So yeah, thanks for that email, Mike. I think I saw one of the queued up. Always say if you've taken the trouble.
I was going to add to that. Sorry, to slow you down.
Right.
And of no one's great interest. But I was talking about my other half being a former sub-editor. So we have these conversations. The hours will fly by, your listeners will be saying after I've mentioned this. But about numbers of miles. So if you're walking a number of miles, you've got 3.5 miles to go. And it's my over now. I was offering you that one. Stewart bowls to Cox straight back at the bowler. No run. So it's not 3.5 fewer miles, is it? Or is it 3.5 less miles to go? Well, because it's not a whole mile.
I'd say it's just 3.5 miles to go.
if you take them
otherwise, if you say fewer than what?
Again, straight back at the bowler, slower delivery. No, my question being, if you said we'll go on this route and that'll save us 3.3 miles. So we'll actually have 3.3 miles fewer or less to go.
I think my view would be that grammatically correct it would be fewer, but in common use it would be less. But whenever numbers are very small, it seems to be less.
Answers, if you really can be bothered, to our email addresses. Stewart to Cox, again defending that back, and his former teammate. And there's no. I've interrupted you reading out another email, which is far more interesting than what I've got to say. So go on.
No.
You're lining another one up.
I'd got another comment lined up, which I've totally forgotten, which might come back to me.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought you had another.
And if not, it's probably of no importance or pith or moment. No.
194.43 as Jordan Cox faces, and again he seems to be very cautious around Grant Stewart. In fact, the one time he did try and attack one of those was the one which looped up towards Tuanda Mieye. So Jordan Cox, perhaps knowing these pitches, just keeping his powder dry. He's been an opening batter for Kent as well during his career when he was here. So what's the phrase? He's got this in his locker. He can show patience, patience as well as attack when needed. And waiting perhaps for the stray ball from Grant Stewart. That one again defended into the offside. There's no run.
Tony says, good to hear you commentating again on the live stream. Yes, I haven't been around much this season, but that's just the way the cookies crumbled, and I think I've got a lot more later in the season. Like a good Chelsea bloom, I don't really sort of blossom until later on. Although Chelsea is this month, of course.
It is.
We've just had it.
Yeah.
Just had it.
As Stewart bowls to Cox, goes the wide one there, deflected away really well actually. It's really wide, and you could see, well, arms almost coming out of sockets there from Jordan Cox reaching for it, but he has steered that through the offside for 4 runs. Errant delivery, exactly what Jordan Cox was waiting for, and actually just after that he's just flexed his back backwards as if that was leaning forward for that one. Has put strain on his lower back, but he's got 4 for it in any case. End of the over, 198 for 3.
Yes, he continues. Essex scoring at 2.97 per over on a dead track is the way to go in winning this match. Brown scored 65 off 195 balls. Dare I mention the name Kushi if he had faced 159 balls? Well, of course you dare mention it. Yes, it's not offensive.
I completely agree, and it seems, I was saying before tea, slightly counterintuitive, but this pitch is slow and low, and sometimes actually trying to move quickly. I think I probably said this 5 minutes ago. Is you're at more risk. Going at 2.5, 3 and over, keeping your wickets intact is probably the way to go.
Yes. As Arafat continues, moves in, bowls to Critchley, who's underway now with a single out to square leg, and he signs off. Tony, your fan. I knew I must have one.
There we go.
I knew I must have one. I waited 28 seasons and I've got a fan. Good Lord. Probably a distant relative. Michael comes back and says, dear commentary team, I have an app that tracks aeroplanes the world over. Oh yes, I think I know the one. And it seems that the small aircraft that fly over the ground every so often are taking off from Manston.
Ah, okay, there we are. Thank you very much. Min Patel was right.
And they're taking the same route each time. This suggests that the pilots therein are probably having flying lessons. Yes, good thinking as Arafat moves in and bowls. And that's just played totally defensively, it trickles out on the offside. I enclose a screen grab of the latest one at the time of writing. Warm regards, Mike, erstwhile of Pudsey.
Fantastic.
He does indeed. Oh, it then says, do you want to allow this to be seen? Yes, of course I do. Download again. All these warning messages you get, it just drives you mad. Well, that's what I put it down to. That's just played almost a carbon copy, very diligently and obdurately. There's a new adverb, I haven't used that one today.
Obdurately, I like that.
Yep, thanks Mike, very much.
I haven't used parsimonious yet today, but I like a bit of that.
We all have our favourite words which we try and fit in. There used to be a game, didn't there, where you'd give somebody a word and say before the day. Yeah, if you'd meet a mate going round the ground before the play started, and they'd say, see if you can get in the word such and such somehow.
Precociously.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Chris, the centre. Well, it doesn't work terribly well on radio, but it works for Dick Davis beside me here.
That's the thing, yeah.
The front-loading car-carrying aeroplanes.
Yes, Carvairs they were called.
Thank you very much,
Carvairs or Bristol Freighters.
That's extraordinary.
Oh, of course they became fairly short-lived. I think what proved to be the death knell of those was it was about maybe the time the Channel Tunnel was becoming a reality.
Right.
And that just played out on the offside. Yes, but we went on our very first time with the Broads. I was a very little lad, in case you're looking up the dates of this and trying to work it out. It's not difficult. A boy with my war stories later. And yeah, I remember we sat in this. It was so. Sorry, we'll get back to that. I'm sort of starting 23 conversations at once here. That's just played diligently and defensively. And yes, they were very noisy because they were very, very heavy. And it only took about 12 passengers. And we were 3 of them, my parents. Don't think my brother came with me. And I can remember my mother saying, oh, the noise, if only it would stop. And there was this fellow who sort of doubled up as car loader and flight attendant and was everything. He sort of bent over and said to her, I do hope it don't, lady, otherwise we'll crash.
Fair comment.
Yes, fair comment.
Very fair indeed. So Essex are 199 for 3 here with Jordan Cox on 15. The new man Matt Critchley has won. It was this pair who did all sorts of damage to Kent at Chelmsford. With tons. That's Critchley. Just engineering that into the offside.
Yeah, Critchley was not out 99.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, he was just short, wasn't he?
Yes, and this short pitch, Essex needed 3 to win, I think. And this short pitch delivery came down to Harmer, who was at the other end. And he meant to turn it round the corner for a single so as to give Critchley the strike.
You're talking about the Warwickshire game here?
Yes, the Warwickshire game.
Sorry, I was talking about early in the season, Kent.
I beg your pardon.
At Essex, I think both of them got tons to my memory. This one's just touched the onside. Single taken, but do go on, sorry.
Well,
that was the Warwickshire game, yeah.
I'm sorry, I've got my wires crossed there. And yeah, so last weekend, or Monday it was, yeah, Harmer meant to turn it away for a single and it found the boundary instead and the game was over.
Matt Critchley actually, I saw the video of that thinking, oh, because of the nature of the introduction of the clip that perhaps he looked really crestfallen. But he just punched the air in excitement, didn't he? And Simon Harmer, I think, made a sort of the body language sort of, sorry about that, old chum, but I don't think Critchley was terribly worried.
No, if he'd been on the verge of his first century, he might have been, yes.
I suppose so. That's defended, by the way, no run.
Although even then he wouldn't have admitted it because, I mean, always and understandably, you know, they're media trained and you know, the players, they always say it's the team that counts.
They always say the right thing.
Yeah, never mind about personal glories, personal milestones, it's the team that counts. I remember, of all people, especially saying it here in Kent.
As Stuart bowls straight back at the bowl, I think it's a bump ball. It's a good stop by Stuart.
It is.
I don't think that was a chance. I'm pretty sure it was a bump ball, but
I'm sure the
really
fielders
hard.
generally would have been more animated had it been a chance. Yeah, I remember Rob Key saying that was a a myth, and
What, the players? It's all about the team, not about me.
he said. He said, if you get 100, it keeps you employed for the rest of the season, probably.
Very good point. Yeah, when they come to the committee come to look at your contract towards the end of the year.
Yes,
maybe.
exactly.
Yes, yeah. But yes, going back to that game at Chelmsford, perhaps nervous Kent fans would like to put their fingers in their ears for a couple of minutes, but good deep in his crease, that one, but blocked out by Jordan Cox. A good delivery from Grant Stewart. He's bowled pretty well after tea, I think. They both have, him and Arafat Bouyan. But yeah, there were centuries in the first innings for Dean Elgar at Chelmsford, 120. Matt Critchley was 151 not out in that game, and then a absolutely brutal 116 from 89 balls in the second innings from Jordan Cox. He sat there. Oh, that's another good ball from Stewart there, testing Jordan Cox on off stump. Sees it off, fends it off, end of the over. Still Essex in the box seat, 200 for 3. But just for the sake of BBC balance, Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond both got hundreds in the Kent innings. Now what's this? Is this a helicopter? Sounds a bit like it. No, can't see that. It's over the top of the building, but there we are. Yeah, so perhaps there's a lot of flying lessons today then. Perhaps Friday is flying lesson day.
Yes, could be. Or these bank holiday weekends become elongated.
Well, that's what I was thinking,
really?
maybe, yeah.
Yes.
If you're taking a day off on the Friday, go through to the Monday, get the flying lesson out of the way. Or maybe it's the highlight, I don't know. Could be. Here's Arafat to continue.
And that's just worked away onto the onside, or into the onside for 4 runs, just to the area of the ground that I can't see, and it was there again. Not no great force, and Critchley's a big man, a powerfully built player, but yes, he just timed that, and it sped through the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. And Stephen says in Hockley, not a million miles from where I live, and also, as he points out, just up the road from Southend Airport, which was indeed a World War I airfield, situated in that's worked away on the onside. Yeah, Southend Airport is in Rochford, place I try to avoid. It's where my mother-in-law lives. In Essex, he says, I guess there were more US bases: Ridgewell, Wethersfield, Gosfield, which was his home village. And he says, talking about ferries at Southend, there was a scene in a Bond film shot there. Yes, that's right, there was. Right, as Arafat moves in from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's just played diligently again by Cox. Cox on 15, Critchley on 7, and 205. During the tint, but I wandered round the ground and had a close look at that electronic scoreboard where the pixels are missing, and all that play and a miss outside the off stump. Not a very judicious shot, really.
No, he just sort of hovered his bat out there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a bit sort of indeterminate.
Did you notice anything wrong with the scoreboard?
Oh yes, I mean close up, of course, it looks like quite a big patch. Yes, yeah. So, well, they really need to sort that out before the T20. I mean, at this moment, it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, come T20 and it's getting close, and then we're in the final half dozen overs or so when every run counts. Then that needs to get sorted out. I'm sure it will be sorted out.
Yes, it could be 205 or 206 from here, and it's quite difficult to tell. And again, the wickets column is almost worse. It could be a 3, it could be an 8. It's very difficult to read. And obviously they'll want it to show replays and things during the T20s.
Yes. And that's played out into the deep into the cover region, and it goes through for a single. And with these free format electronic scoreboards, Now it says Essex, then a blank, and then the score, which we now know to be 206 for 3. I'm wondering whether they abbreviate all teams to a reasonable length, or if they were playing somebody like Gloucestershire, by that time, if they put the whole of Gloucestershire up, then the blocked out bit would be in the middle of the word Gloucestershire, which wouldn't be so important, and then the score would be legible.
Do they include the nicknames as well? So would it be Kent Spitfires, and then obviously that the Spitfires would be partially covered up, but the score would be fine?
Spot on, yeah. And Essex are known as the Eagles, so yeah, the same thing applies. The word Eagles would be obscured, which to my mind isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Stewart in bowls, and that's just tucked off the legs by Jordan Cox down towards the sweeper there on the leg side boundary. I think that's Parkinson who picks it up and throws it in. No, it's not.
So all these conjectures, which are all of which so vital to the world at large.
Well, I mean, what does matter to us at this moment is that we can't quite see the score, which is a problem.
Yes. But we do have the luxury, A, of the old-fashioned scoreboard, and B, electronic devices and phones and laptops and goodness knows what. So we don't really have any excuse.
We don't, but that scoreboard's slow as is, and the live stream, while an excellent addition, is slightly behind live time as well.
Yes.
Stewart is in bowl, that's slightly shorter and just tucked into the leg side by Critchley, who will pick up an easy single fielded by Parkinson.
I think they originally kept score by making notches on a bit of wood, so perhaps we'll go back to that. But then somebody presumably had to count the notches, or...
I mean, there are county cricket fans who bring scorebooks and fully score the entire match.
Yes.
I never much liked scoring when I had to do sort of 5 overs stints or so in matches I was playing, never mind willingly bringing an entire scorebook to do it. But, you know, each to their own. As Stewart is in bowls, and that's just played straight back to the bowler along the ground by Cox.
But the more modern method of scoring, I don't mean the computerised version, but even pen and paper, is very different. It's sort of evolved in recent years.
There's also varying degrees of it, aren't there? Because there are people who will manually draw out those wagon wheels of where every shot's gone, and others who have different colours for different bowlers. Stewart runs in over the wicket, bowls, and again that's defended straight up to the bowler. And I mean, some people's scorebooks really are a work of art.
Oh, they are.
And other people's are a little bit less so.
I mean, BBC Essex has a scorer, David Jackman, whom we haven't seen yet this season, and it's very useful when he's in the box because he can do it precisely and almost a sort of the Bill Frindle character. And,
Stewart in bowls, and that's just defended this time up towards mid-on.
And his are works of art. I'd be proud of that just as a piece of artwork, let alone whether it was accurate or not. And at the end of the game, he just screws it up and puts it in the bin, and it just seems sacrilege to me.
What?
Yeah, he should have saved those.
If there's anything that I've crafted over for as many hours, that's at least getting filed away somewhere.
Yeah, quite.
But I guess his files would probably be up to the height of our desk if he'd kept every one of them.
Maybe, but yeah.
Stewart over the wicket, and that's just punched into the offside, but straight to the cover fielder, and at the end of that over, Essex 208 for 3.
But there are this sort of touches upon the subject of there are so many ways. One of the great things about cricket is there are so many ways of appreciating it, aren't there? You can appreciate the elegance of the stroke play, or the general scene, and then there are people who are fascinated by the statistics that it generates. I mean, there's probably no game, maybe American football, I don't know, or American baseball, but there are very few games that generate as many statistics as cricket, and you can make statistics out of anything. And we used to have a very keen fan at Essex, who we reckon he didn't know, an off drive from a sweep. I don't think he was that interested in the game of cricket, but the statistics absolutely fascinated him. And one day, this was when Graham Gooch was playing, so it goes back a bit, and one day he knocked on the scoreboard door, on the commentary box door. Come back to that in a moment as Parkinson moves in and bowls. And that gets the better of the batsman of Critchley, and he went on the back. Well, he seemed to be in at least two minds there as whether to go forward, whether to go back. Finished up in no man's land and just was in the end lucky not to get an edge through to keeper Finch as Parkinson moves in again. Right arm over the wicket. This time a little bit more decisive, but no more productive as it's played out into the cover area. We'll come back to this little tail at the end of the over, but describing the action is the most important thing and what we're requested to do. And that's lofted away over the infield for 4 runs, and Essex's most loyal fan, Dan, who I don't think ever misses an Essex game, home or away, he's just a little bit away to our left, shouts out, and he's also an Ipswich Town supporter, so he's got had plenty to celebrate in recent weeks. And
as is Matt, he's just reminding us.
Matt is an Ipswich Town supporter.
Matt is an Ipswich Town
Are
supporter.
You? Oh right. Well, we must find out how that came about. As Parkinson moves in and bowls. Well, that's just played back to the bowler. Score 212 for 3.
You've done Essex a disservice there, taking off 100.
Yes, well, what's 100 here and
well,
there?
we can't read the scoreboard.
That's outside the off stump. Yeah, so at the end of the over, and this fellow came knocking on the door of the commentary box, and he said, I thought you'd be interested in some statistics I've dug out, worked out about Graham Gooch. We said, oh yes, all right. He gave us his bit of paper. Now, I don't know how much you know about Graham Gooch's career. Anyway, he had these immaculate statistics comparing Gooch's record both with bat and ball and fielding when he did sport a moustache and when he didn't.
That's incredible.
Yes.
That is a level of detail.
And
that you have to have a certain type of brain to produce these statistics.
You do.
It's not something that I'm blessed with in the slightest.
Nor I. And at what stage?
And cricket is always a numbers game, no matter how
isn't
far
it?
you go into it. But that's a very impressive record.
Well, yes, impressive is certainly one word.
I mean, the diligence to go back through the scorebooks.
And
Stewart in bowls, and that's just pulled away by Cox off the back foot into the leg side towards sort of mid-wicket, and it's fielded on the boundary, and he will pick up just the 1 run for it.
And I didn't dare ask him because I'd probably still be there listening to the answer or not listening to the answer and pretending to listen to the answer. But, I often wondered, it takes, I don't know, depending on how fast your hair grows. I don't know if Gooch took a long time to grow a moustache or just 3 or 4 days, but at what stage is that called sort of clean shaven, and when's a moustache not a moustache? Down the leg side. Oh, sorry.
Down the leg side, and that was really wayward from Stewart, and that's raced away to the boundary, so that will be 4 byes to the total. Essex won't mind about that, but it's very wayward from the bowler, and Finch did a sprawling dive to his left, but it swung away and kept going, and that will be disappointing for Kent, who's toiled out there in the field so far today for little reward.
Yes, it has to be said, and I hope this doesn't come across in any way patronisingly, it's certainly not meant to, that Kent fielders have really stuck to the task, and they've fielded very well in conditions which at times have been very, very warm. Not all day, it has had cloud cover, but no, they've stuck to the task well.
Stewart over the wicket, and that's just defended up towards a vacant, well, not a vacant, mid-on by Critchley. Yeah, it's been well done from Kent, and the crowd are just getting a little bit more involved, I think it's fair to say, in the afternoon. As Stewart's ball in hand at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls. And that's just defended at the last minute by Critchley. He played that very, very late and sort of almost just put the bat on it as it trickled into the offside, which fielded by O'Riordan. Have you got any more emails about Spitfires and airfields and?
No, I've got one here which.
About custard.
No,
that one did. I was lost, I have to admit, at that particular point. I was sitting in the box next door and heard you mention a custard analogy, and it went slightly over my head. Not quite as much as the grammar analysis, but that's just defended up towards the bowler.
It's probably better than custard itself going over your head. And I'm not quite sure. I don't quite think well, I know that I don't understand this email. I think it's capable of two interpretations. We're talking about averages of individual players' averages, I think, compared with the team scores. He says, my average is the last thing I think about, ... before I turn out the light each night. Now then, does that mean...
Stewart in bowls, and that's just played straight back to the bowler, well fielded by Stewart in his follow-through. And at the end of that over, Essex 217 for 3.
Thank you for Julian, for that, Julian. I'll work on it. Saffron Walden.
I think that means that they do think about it a lot, but they don't necessarily want to admit that they think about it.
Maybe. Or sometimes, we also use the phrase, "Oh, that's the last thing I'll ever do," or something, or last thing I'm, meaning wouldn't ever sort of idea. But no, it's. No,
but last thing you think about before you go to bed suggests that it's on your mind quite a bit.
Yes, it does. You're right.
But then the ... dots make it a little bit ambiguous.
That's it. It's very cunningly phrased, that email.
Maybe you'll get a follow-up email explaining what they meant by the first email.
For thickos like me. And Parkinson to continue. This is his 12th consecutive over.
Well, your grammar chat lost me slightly, I have to admit, arguing about the differences between less and fewer. I'm not sure my grammar knowledge got much further than about year 4 when we learnt verb as a doing word, and I think it sort of ceased about that.
Well, I must admit that surprises me. I don't think we got beyond fewer and less, but maybe we did. And one of my colleagues who studied, if we were to get on this subject, he studied Latin at university, and he would go on ad nauseam to use a Latin phrase. That's what worked out on the leg side for a single, and good throw comes in beside the stumps.
I don't think Latin was on my state school syllabus.
Was it not?
No.
It was on mine, I must admit.
I think it was an option for people who wanted to do it, but I'm not sure it was compulsory.
I can't remember. It's such a long time ago, it wasn't even a dead language. And 220 for 3 as Parkinson moves in, bowls. Allowed to go by outside the off stump, allowed by Critchley, that is, to Finch, who has one slip keeping him immediate company. Then there's a backward point, a deep cover, a conventional cover and a short cover, somewhat strangely, and a wideish mid-off. So the off-field looks a little bit unusual. Then the onside, it's the end of the over, so I can't tell you now because they've all moved, and the last ball was a dot ball worked away towards that onside, and the score remains at 220 for 3 with Critchley not out 13 and Cox not out 20.
Another aircraft goes over. It's been a very aircraft-filled day.
It has been, yes.
It's been very busy.
Far more blue sky now than there was in the... it's been a day of 3/3 really. The morning was almost unbroken sunshine, the afternoon was almost unbroken overcast cloud, and now the evening session is, we're back to a mixture of the two really.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it?
Of course it is, all part of
life.
Who
doesn't want to sit in the sun with any drink of choice, cup of tea, you know, soft drink or others, and watch a bit of cricket in the afternoon to start your bank holiday. I think it's the perfect way to do it. And there will be a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end. Joey Everson in bowls, and that's just defended towards point by Cox. You know, we've had so much rain around that it's nice that it is sunny.
Oh yes. Yeah, parts of Essex have been flooded, no doubt parts of Kent have.
Well, I went through at one point last week. I was on the tube around lunchtime, went through Victoria, and one of the platforms was closed for a flood, and that's not even particularly close to the river. I don't know if it was a burst pipe or something, but it was surprising. Everson in bowls, and that's just clipped off the pad into the leg side. It'll be fielded by the sweeper on the boundary, who's come in and takes that, and that will keep it down to just one. Essex move on to 221. Yes, it was. I mean, we've had so much rain in London. I'm sure it's been the same all over the country.
Yes, I think it has. Yes.
It's basically feels like it's rained for 2 days straight this week, which is not what cricket clubs want. And I know that a lot of them have had issues, especially in the recreational game with pitches not, because obviously they don't have any of the drainage that you see at this level, so some of it can get very boggy as Everson over the wicket, and that's just watched by Critchley through to the wicketkeeper, who is standing up to the seamer. And you do feel for these sort of low-lying cricket clubs that are struggling to get games on.
Very much, yes. One of the best sides in Essex who play in the East Anglian Premier League is Frinton-on-Sea, that have a delightful ground on the Tendring Peninsula, and both their two opening home games were completely washed out.
Everson in bowls, and that's kept very low and struck him on the pad. That looks very close, but the umpire hasn't raised a finger. I thought he would have given that, but from here we're not quite behind the line, but it looked very good, and once the replays are up on the stream, I will let you know what exactly that delivery is done, but it did keep very low from Everson. He was struck right on the pad. That might have just been going down from the replay, but it was a good shout, and something slightly to worry both Essex and Kent if we see more of this variable bounce that's causing a few problems.
Yes.
Because that one was about shin height. Everson over the wicket bowls, and that's again kept low, but this time Critchley was equal to it and just pushes it out into the offside.
Yes, well, yeah, I mean, I would not have been the least bit surprised if the finger had gone up there. Not in the least. But, and I think possibly Critchley wouldn't have been that surprised.
I mean, I thought from the appeal you felt like they were convinced, and usually that's when the finger goes up, but on that occasion it didn't. Everson bowls, and that's cut away by Critchley, but 2 point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see and hear sort of orchestrated appeals where one or two people started and it quickly, oh yes, we'll join in to give him support, but that was all instantaneous. And
there was one earlier where two of the fielders at mid-wicket went up and no one else did, and that's not really going to convince the umpire, but that one was everyone all at once.
Yeah, no, I think even Critchley is probably thinking, maybe even now Cox is telling him from the far end, I'm not quite sure why you got away with that, but just count yourself lucky.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder if there's a few people in the Kent dressing room poring over the stream, and the Essex one, in fact, just going, was that out? How close was that?
So, yet again, for his 13th over, Parkinson moves in and bowls to Cox, who goes on the back foot, cracks it into the offside, and they go through for a very comfortable single.
Some interesting stretches being done by some of those around the field.
Yes.
Good hamstring stretch. Just keep limber.
And that's just played down the offside, square on the offside, no addition to the score of 2-2-2 for 3. So Essex 28 runs away from the first bonus point, and Kent already have one by virtue of having taken 3 wickets. That's just also played square on the offside.
Yes, it's just sort of starting to meander along, and Kent will want to take at least 2 or 3 more today, or it starts to already become quite a formidable task to get themselves back in the game.
Yes, 19 wickets of the day left, well 18 and a bit depending on how far through this over we've got. The scoreboard tells us that was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th or 5th depending on whether they've put the 5th dot up. I think that's 4 gone, 2 to go. And it's played solidly, defensively. Tempting to say impregnably, but there's no such thing as an impregnable defence.
No, you just need a very skillful bowler.
Yes. That virtual carbon copy trickles out on the offside. Sun comes out brightly, and the score remains 2-2-2. Lots of 2s on the board. 2-2-2 for 3 with 22 against Cox's name and 13 to Critchley. And it's time for me to make room for Matt.
Yes, there's going to be a change of commentary as Joey Everson prepares to continue from the Nackington Road end, and the wind's just picked up a little bit, judging by how much the papers in our little commentary box are moving around, so it might be a little bit breezy out there, but there won't be any additional movement as the cloud cover has definitely all but gone, and there's a lot of blue sky around as Everson runs in over the wicket to Cox, who defends that straight back to the bowler for no run. Good. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
That was looked like quite a compelling shout to me, but there we are.
Yes, I was convinced, but I am a sort of fine leg for that, I guess.
The replay didn't disavow me of that, I'd say, but there we go. And Kent will be frustrated because there haven't been very many chances today either, I suppose, but whether or not it was going to go and hit the stumps.
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended straight back into the pitch by Cox. Yes, there really hasn't been a lot on offer. And the ball hasn't seemed to be doing anything, but concerningly for Kent, it has started turning a little bit. Parkinson's just got a little bit of grip and lateral movement, and given that Essex are boasting Simon Harmer in their side, you wonder if, and Matt Critchley, you wonder if Kent are just going to be a little bit concerned at the prospect of batting fourth on this pitch, as Everson runs in, bowls, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler.
You might be wondering whether they're going to bat at all at this point at 5:01 on the first day.
Well, wasn't it Gloucestershire who racked up an absolutely mammoth
700
score?
Odds,
they got over 700 last week, so...
against Leicestershire, was it, I think, yeah.
Yes, it was, and Leicestershire managed to scramble a draw out of that match, so you think maybe Gloucestershire just batted a tad too long.
They'll certainly think that now, if not before, yeah.
As Everson is in, and that's just again defended straight back to the bowler for no run. Interestingly, Jordan Cox is not playing a very Jordan Cox-like innings.
No, I had mentioned, I mean, we know how explosive he can be, but he spent some time as an opener for Kent as well, and he can control his game, and obviously he's shown that as well, and I think his approach is absolutely the right one on this pitch. You can just eke out runs here, and that psychologically, I think, it's a hard battle sometimes.
Everson in, and that's defended up towards mid-on by Cox. Yes, I mean, he did get off the mark with a 6.
That's true.
But aside from that, he's played a very, very watchful innings, unlike the one he played against Kent at Chelmsford a few weeks ago.
Which was
slightly more destructive.
It was terrifying if you're a Kent fan, or indeed if you were sat in the stands and you need to keep your eye on the ball. But that was
I was safely behind the glass of the commentary box.
A fantastic knock, that one, yeah.
As Everson is in bowls, and that's slightly fuller and pushed uppishly, but into the gap between point and cover and to the sweeper on the offside, and Cox will pick up a single for that at the end of the over. Essex 223 for 3. There's a lot of 2s and 3s.
I think to me it shows what a good cricketer Jordan Cox is. He's playing the pitch at this point rather than any thought of the occasion or what it might mean against his old team. I think that shows really good mental strength.
Well, he knows this pitch as well, so he will know if it's keeping low, how he has to play it, and I think that is a huge advantage when you can't sort of impose yourself if the pitch is keeping low and not bouncing much, and it is slow. You don't want to go chasing after runs because that's how the wickets are going to fall. So it's an interesting approach from Essex because they haven't actually scored that many runs today.
That's true enough. Matt Parkinson will take the ball now. I think update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly with this, and putting the scores of the Surrey and Sussex games. We go across the southeast very grandly during the afternoon on our shared programmes now. Parkinson, the leg spinner then, to bowl to Jordan Cox, who's on 23. Cox waits for this one on the back foot and just nudges that up towards long on, takes himself a single, moves on to 24. Matt Critchley has 13. And calm across this ground, but it's been a good attendance throughout.
Yeah, so I was told at lunch there were over 1,000 people here.
Yeah.
Which is
good work for a Friday when a lot of people are at work. A drive from Critchley up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Ben Compton.
Yes, you'd hope there'd be a few more families in over the weekend, making the most of some of the space that's around the ground for them to play cricket.
Here's Parkinson once again to Critchley, throws the bat at that one. Good stop in the covers by Marcus O'Riordan. And Saturdays are always a weird one for cricket clubs. For county cricket clubs, it doesn't always pan out that you necessarily get that many more people. I guess because of all the other things that individuals' families are doing over weekends, particularly on a Saturday. Great diving stop by Matt Parkinson off his own bowling. But
and
we'll
I
see.
also think all the cricketers, like if you play cricket and if you have a local cricket club,
that's a good point,
or your family play cricket, you're more likely to go to your local club potentially.
Yeah, that's a good point. Parkinson bowling to Critchley, defended. Essex here are still batting and batting on. 2-2-4 for 3, won the toss and elected to bat first, and that seemed to be a good decision, certainly. 102 for none at lunch. They lost Dean Elgar for 77 to the bowling of Parkinson. Everson cleaned up Nick Brown for 65, but it's been hard work for the Kent bowlers. Just one wicket to fall in the last session of this first day. Tom Wesley edging the bowling of Arafat Bouyan to Zach Crawley at second slip for 21. It's brought Jordan Cox to the crease, formerly of Kent. He's batting at Canterbury against his old team for the first time. He's played well within himself so far. He has 24. His batting teammate Matt Critchley, perhaps a little bit lucky, still be there on 13. A big LBW appeal against him from Joey Everson, turned down in the last couple of overs. Elsewhere, Surrey 127 all out, and Hampshire are 60 for 1 at Southampton, batting in their first innings. That game going quickly. Sussex doing better, 2-4-2 for 4 at Lords against Middlesex. Commentary of all three of those games, in fact across the county scene, on BBC Local Radio via the BBC Sport website and app.
Everson in from the Nackington Road End bowls, and that's just clipped off the pads by Cox. There was a half shout for it hitting the pad, I think, but and it has been given as leg by, so there's a half appeal there. But Essex add one more run to the total.
Do indeed. I've got more airport chat for you whenever you're ready, Sonia.
Go ahead.
So, Peter,
is anyone going to show us a Spitfire? That's what I want to know.
Oh, you mean actually fly one over the ground?
That's
I mean, you're not asking much there, are you?
Well,
Sonia would like a moon on a stick.
Yes,
but no, you're absolutely right. If someone's pootling around in their Spitfire right now.
Everson in bowls, and that's...
Oh, yeah.
And he's gone. That one was given, and Critchley has to depart for just 13, and I don't think there can be too many complaints about that. It looked good. The appeal was very convinced, and the umpire has brought an end to that innings. Kent have their 4th wicket, and Essex are 225 for 4.
Yeah, that one looked very adjacent, I'd have to say. And Matt Critchley, not much encouragement needed to depart.
Yes, just looking at the replays, I think that's hit him on the back leg. It was a bit high, but on the back leg, and looked pretty good from the replay. And I don't think Critchley will have too many complaints about that one.
And are we in the 81st over? Joey Everson bowling. I didn't see an indication they'd taken the new ball. No, I don't think they have the scoreboard. We're putting in brackets if not. So they're bowling with the old ball here, and Everson getting it to work, certainly. Michael Pepper comes out next, but I would say again, it's an important breakthrough for Kent just to keep the wickets falling. It's not exactly been a rush, has it? But they can't let Essex get too far away here. 2-2-5 for 4. They've worked hard, Kent. Bowled well. Everson probably thinks he gets his just desserts for a big appeal a couple of overs ago, but has pinned his man now. But Essex still advantage for them on the first day, 2-2-5 for 4.
Yes, and I think for Kent it'll be important. They will be really encouraged by how they've just kept plugging away at this. You know, at no point have their heads dropped, even when it looked like they were building quite formidable partnerships. But they've just kept going, and eventually they have been rewarded. And it's looking like a pitch that's not very difficult to bat on, but I don't think it's very easy to score runs on, if that makes sense. Like, they're sort of having to wait for those opportunities to run score. The bowling hasn't been particularly wayward, and they've been able to just sort of pick off and score runs at will. It's slow, and the bounce is keeping low, and they're really having to work for it. And Kent are being rewarded for their strong efforts with the ball.
Yeah, as you say, it's been hard yards, and still without Wes Agar. He went off just before lunch, the Australian, so they're a seamer down, but they're making it work to an effect. Still, Essex will be pleased so far, I think, with their first day's work.
Everson will stay over the wicket to the new batter in bowls, and that's just pushed away by Pepper into the offside, where we fielded for no run. Yes, it's Everson's bowled particularly well, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree.
He might not have the extra pace, but he's definitely caused problems, and his ball to get out Brown was a lovely delivery that Brown could do nothing about. It was really nice, that.
Yeah, that's if you're a Kent fan, search that one out on the replays of the day if you want to.
I'm sure it will have made its way onto Twitter or X by now.
On social media at some point.
Everson in bowls, and that's cut awkwardly off the back foot by Pepper, straight to point. Fielded by Ben Compton.
But yeah, and for captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, how well Joey Everson is bowling is great for him as well. Without Wes Agar, he really needs to rely on Everson bowling a lot of overs here.
And without Gilchrist as well,
yeah.
And Cohen, as you mentioned before.
And Garrett's out as well with the groin injury from the previous game, so yeah.
I mean, Kent's seam attack has been pretty much eviscerated. Everson in bowls, and that's pushed bump ball up to the bowler. Yes, so Everson really has to step up and make the most of this opportunity, and he will be afforded that in this match, and then a little bit of respite with the T20 blast, and the workload sort of goes down a little bit, and you hope that can bring some of the bowlers back into the fold.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they dearly love to have Wes Agar fit for... it's only a week away now, isn't it? Next week, in fact, at Chelmsford against Middlesex, curiously.
Yes, that is curious. That's one's just played, defended, back up to the bowler, and at the end of that over, Essex 225 for 4. Round of applause just for Everson as he goes back to his sweeping job on the boundary.
But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, obviously you expect to play Middlesex at Chelmsford.
But yes, yeah. I'm suddenly trying to put all the pieces in my head. It's not at Lords, it's not at Uxbridge, it's at Chelmsford.
Well, Chelmsford, I think, is preferable to Uxbridge. There's obviously Radlett, which doesn't have floodlights, which adds a new dimension to proceedings.
You might say that I couldn't possibly comment about that, but 225 for 4. Short trip over the water, never mind that. Lovely tight ground Chelmsford as well, right on top of the action. Here's Parkinson outside the off stump, and it's cut away by Jordan Cox. Takes a single, no more than that. Jas Singh fields at deep point, and there's no run. But yeah, Kent certainly on paper have a really strong looking T20 blast side once again. They will miss Jordan Cox, there's no doubt about that, not least in the field. He is one of the finest T20 fielders.
Sam Billings will captain, will he?
He will indeed, yeah. He'll come back for that. He's just playing white ball for Kent, and that effectively means T20 as he'll. I'd imagine he'll get a 100 job this summer. I think he'll be playing for the Invincibles again.
I think he's captain
for Cox. For Pepper, there's a single rather. Yeah, I was just.
Well, the draft's been done.
227 for 4. Yeah, absolutely. He's still on the staff. He's done all right for them, the lad. As Sam Billings 227 for 4 has cut away. We've been talking, and again, this is one to raise over the summer, and maybe those cricket statisticians can do their job, but he's one of the few, if not only, cricketers to win the T20 Blast, the 100, Big Bash, IPL. I think I'm right in saying Pakistan Super League as well. He's pretty much, it's like a grand slam as Pepper plays back to Parkinson.
So he's got the SA20 and the
true.
IL20
Yeah.
and whatever the one in the US that I can't quite remember.
Major Cricket League. He might have done the IL though, actually. Did he do that this year? Into the offside, deflected away by Pepper, and there's no run.
He
2-2-8-4. But I think if you're looking at the major, well, I don't know.
SA20
what would you call the majors?
SA20 I think counts as a major.
I'm thinking if you're looking at the 4 tennis majors. No, I'm going to start playing favourites. That's the wrong thing to do. But,
can't play favourites on the BBC.
No, I can give my opinion. I think I can still give my opinion. It's the offside. I mean, I can do it. Obviously, it's whether it jeopardises my career or not. 2-2-8 for 4. It's my choice. 26 for Cox. 1 for Pepper. I'm just going to dig myself a massive hole here. I mean, the Big Bash is 1. IPL, of course, is 1,
yes.
Isn't it? I would say still the Blast is 1. Is the 100 the other, or is it the PSL, or is it the International League?
Well, why do you have to pick 4? Just because there are 4 in tennis?
That's true.
There are more majors than that in golf. You can.
I think if you range what Sam Billings has won.
Yes, he's won an incredible amount of T20 tournaments, T20 and 100 tournaments.
Just anecdotally, a few of us in the office trying to work out. I don't think there's another cricketer that's done all those. Put it that way.
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended back up the field for no run by Jordan Cox. Yes, we're seeing more and more players, wasn't it? Will Smead, didn't he sort of decide he was going to be a white ball only player before even ever playing a game of red ball cricket? And I just wonder if we're going to see more and more, because, player workload, and as we know, and I don't think there's any reason to say otherwise, there is so much more money in the white ball game. Everson over the wicket to Cox, who defends that one, just turns it into the leg side. Yeah, no,
if you're the right kind of cricketer, obviously, in the right talent, you can make an absolute fortune, can't you? Well, I'd say a fortune. You can make a very good living being a franchise T20 cricketer, and people say, and you understand it, why don't these cricketers want to play county championship cricket? Well, there are very good financial reasons, and there are time reasons as well, in terms of what it takes out of your working life.
Everson over the wicket to Cox, who defends that one into the offside, where it's fielded at cover by O'Riordan. Yes, I think absolutely. And also, a cricketer's career, compared to sort of our careers, which can go on until 60s and 70s and all these things, their careers are very short. They don't have that long to earn money for retirement, I guess. I mean, obviously a lot of them go on to have careers in various guises afterwards, but in terms of their cricketing career, they might want to capitalise as much as they can. Everson in bowls, and that's just defended back up the pitch by Cox for no run.
I mean, it's head spinning. If you think about some of the franchise cricketers that will play in the Blast, they'll play in the 100 as well. So not necessarily English cricketers, but players from, I'm trying to think, Colin Ingram or someone like that, who will go all around the world almost all year playing franchise cricket. I mean, that's got to be a head spinner for one. You can't have any kind of real family life, I'd imagine, either. It's a real commitment to do that, but obviously, as you say, short career.
Everson bowls, and that's clipped into the leg side, but straight up to Bell Drummond at mid-on. Yes, I mean, I think a lot of them are picking and choosing. I think there are very few who sort of globe-trot continuously.
No, I suppose
I think they'll pick.
Winter, before the Big Bash, you'll get a break. But yes, sorry, I see what you mean.
I think there's very few who will do Big Bash straight into SA20, straight into the PSL, straight into the IPL, and then into the Blast. I do think there is a bit more management than that, as Everson is in bowls, and that's just clipped off the legs by Cox into the vacant gap, just wide of Parkinson diving there at mid-wicket, and it'll be fielded on the boundary. And that's 1 run to Essex's total, which moves on to 229 for 4.
I remember meeting Quinton de Kock's family at the Aegeus Bowl
as
was. Yeah, and sorry, that's not a name drop. That was literally a chance meeting, and just getting chatting with his other half and her mum, and they were moving because he'd played 2 weeks of Blast, or maybe 3 weeks, and he was off to play in the Caribbean Premier League, and they were shipping not only masses of luggage but a baby as well. That's the way it works. And I asked, will he come and warm up for a couple of days? No, he'll get off the plane, he'll go play. And that's the kind of, I mean, obviously it's a wonderful life playing cricket for a living, but as this one's pushed into the onside, no run, but that's got to take a toll, isn't it? But I guess it's for a short time. Sometimes you have to do those things, don't you, for the sake of your career and family. But
I mean, that's got to be at the extreme end, you'd think.
Yes, I mean, he's one of those cricketers, isn't he, that could probably, he can decide which franchises he wants to play for over the summer. Born to the offside, and there's no run. 229 for 4.
Well, he's also quit red ball and Test cricket now, so he is sort of, I guess, just maximising his, capitalising on who wants him and who's going to pay him.
Parkinson bowls to Cox. He's whipped that away behind square. That's a lovely shot, actually, really deft shot past the man at backward point, and he'll take himself 2 from that. It's a lovely shot from Cox there. Just gone fine past Everson at backward point. Perfect placement. 2-3-1 for 4. But yeah, I just thought that was almost for me the perfect illustration of what that actually means in practice for those cricketers you see turning up at these different tournaments. And run up to long on, another single. 2-3-2 for 4. And also I would say, just by extrapolation, what it means for counties trying to get overseas players to play. And county fans, you understand why they say, why can't we have someone for the whole year? That's one of the reasons. It's these players will go and play where they can make the money, what's easiest, most comfortable for them. Ball into the offside, and there's a single. And I think if we put our hands on our hearts, we would all do the same if that was our profession. 2-3-3 for 4.
I think absolutely. I also think it's one thing to say, oh, you want someone for the whole year, but you forget that the English summer in itself is quite a demanding schedule for players.
That's true. That is true. And so this one's tossed up outside the off stump by Parkinson, gone for by Jordan Cox. That's a strong drive through the offside. That's a fantastic pick-up shot from Jordan Cox, driven all the way along the ground. And Dan to our left liked that one as well, as you can hear. That's a great shot. He's picked a wide ball. He's hit it unerringly along the ground. And that is 4 runs.
Yes, I think it, you know, I mean, obviously, I'm sure you're aware of the concerns raised by Joe Root and the PCA about player welfare in the Blast. And when you look at some of the turnarounds that they've got, and with the travel involved, because I know they've divided it north-south, but Kent to Somerset or Glamorgan doesn't really feel very convenient.
No, I was listening to the TMS podcast with Kevin Howes about that, which I thought was well, you can still catch it. It's a really great listen in talking from a chief executive's point of view, because John Philby from Sussex was on there talking about the amount of cricketers play, and you know how it's seen from a club point of view, wanting health and safety in mind, but also it's a profession, wanted from a club point of view to get the best they can out of those players. As Everson bowls to Pepper, but Tamal Mills also talking about it as well. So
yes, and
the onside,
I was part of the call with the ECB when Joe Root raised those concerns and the PCA raised those concerns, and it was really interesting to see, you know, I mean, obviously one of the things that came out of that was players who get a coach back to their home ground and then have an hour and a half driving at 2 o'clock in the morning. And it's quite concerning when you hear that players would drive home and not know how they got there, as Everson bowls over the wicket and that's just defended back to the bowler for no run. And you do think, you know, that is a concern, and you sort of, that potentially that type of thing shouldn't be happening. And they mentioned one county who they didn't name for obvious reasons, who were using players to drive minibuses, driving 4 or 5 of their teammates around to games, and that was their plan ahead of the season, and the PCA actually had to step in and say, this is not okay, and you can't do it. Everson in bowls, and that's just defended again by Cox, straight back up the pitch and fielded by captain Daniel Bell-Drummond.
It's not that long ago that counties as a whole, players were driving individually or in pairs to games, and that's and doing actually as tough a schedule, if not a tougher schedule than it's now. So, and absolutely right. There is a. I mean, I don't mean to sound morbid or exaggerate, but that feels like an accident waiting to happen.
Yes,
when players are tired, and I mean, any of us in our working environment.
Everson in bowls, and again that's defended back to the bowler. Yes, I mean, especially with the blast games, I know from our perspective sometimes you're tired driving home after one of those games, never mind if you've played in it and then also sort of had time to relax on a coach and then get into your car. And a lot of the times players don't live particularly near their county grounds. I know some have like an hour and a half drive home afterwards.
And all those things that break sleep patterns as well, because you've got the adrenaline, as you say, you're on a coach, and I can understand that from their point of view.
Everson in bowls, that's driven by Cox, but well fielded by Riordan at cover and keeps the score down. Essex 238 for 4. But then obviously you know that, for counties, that Thursday to Sunday schedule is a lifeline, especially when it comes to the blast, which is often their biggest money maker.
Yeah. There are so many things to balance within that, aren't there, I suppose, and county fans will be saying
Everson in bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side at this time, where it's fielded by Parkinson at the end of that over. Essex 238 for 4.
But and there's a balance, isn't there, obviously, with people who love county cricket. They want to see the best they can from their players, and counties will say, you keep reducing the amount, if you reduce the amount of county championship matches and blast matches, well, that's where we make our money. And members will say, well, if you cut the amount of championship games down from, what was the suggestion, from 14 to 10 matches, if it was going to be 3 conferences or 3 divisions of 6, then that's only 5 matches. How do you sell that to members? Which it's 5 games, you're going down from 7. Home games, you're cutting down that even further. So it's a really tough balancing act, isn't it? But
who'd be a chief executive?
Yeah, quite. And fortunately for us, we get to watch cricket in the sunshine. 238 for 4.
And we don't have to make decisions.
No. So it's very easy to take pot shots at administrators when you don't have to draw up the spreadsheets yourself.
To be fair, I think it's just raising issues. I'm not necessarily offering solutions or suggesting what I think the answer is. I'm just raising what concerns that I've heard in my job.
Parkinson to Pepper, driven into the offside, and there's no run. But I think again, Kent Essex fans would probably say they might love how much blast cricket there is, but they'll be aware of times when their teams have been away somewhere, have driven halfway across the country, and then they're playing another game at 2 o'clock the next afternoon, or even just that evening, that's Parkinson bowls to Pepper into the onside, and there's no run. Feels like there's a balance to be struck.
I was speaking to Gloucestershire because they've got a game away, and then they've got Somerset at home, and then 3 days later they're playing Yorkshire in a county championship match at Scarborough.
As that's swept away by Pepper, reaches well in front of him, nicely hit actually, all the way along the ground, and there is they get through for 2, no, just a single. Good throw in from Everson on the far side of the ground from us, on the leg side, and there's no run. Sorry, 1 run I should say. 239 for 4?
I think so.
I'm trying to check the 2 scoreboards against them.
One of them we
half
can't...
the score is obscured, so
yes.
You can see the top half of the numbers only. This is a back foot drive by Jordan Cox into the offside, and there is no run, fielded by Marcus O'Reilly. Just 1 slip in behind Jordan Cox in the sunshine, as we said now, and 5:30 on this first evening of this game, and as Parkinson bowling to Cox. Still the new ball not taken, the second new ball. Straight back at the bowler, and there's no run.
I wonder if they'll take it just for the last sort of 3 or 4 overs of the day. I'm not sure there's a huge rush to...
No. Well, 10 overs remaining now, and that's thumped into the offside again off the back foot by Jordan Cox with some pace. Tawanda Mayeye stops it. Almost takes him off his feet as he does, but that is the end of the over. Essex 2-3-9 for 4. So 14 these two have put on since the departure of Matt Critchley, who went 4-13. Keith, not impressed by the early decision on Matt Critchley, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, he very much thought the first one was a good shout. And Keith, I'd agree with you on that one, but certainly Joey Everson got his man shortly afterwards. It's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex.
Everson bowls over the wicket to Pepper, who looks to drive that one well into the offside, doesn't get hold of it at all, and the ball sort of trickles up to mid-on for no run. Was it a slightly bizarre shot?
It was, yeah. Quite sure what he was doing there, but
I think this will be the earliest finish that I've had for a game that's gone all the way.
yeah, we've had a lot of spin, and actually the seamers have got through their overs pretty quickly, I think, haven't they? So we're just about on time, I think, aren't we? Yeah.
Everson in bowls, and that's driven by Pepper, but well fielded by Riordan. It wasn't powering past him, but he managed to get down and make the key stop. And Everson has put in a hell of a shift. I know you say he's not a main seamer, but he's bowled. This will be his 19th over today, which you hope he's going to pull up okay with, because Kent will definitely need him in this match and going forwards. As he stands at the top of his mark with ball in hand. Runs in, bowls to the wicket keeper, who defends that into the leg side, where it's kicked up and caught by Parkinson. And you would never know that it was grey and slightly cold earlier, would you, if you looked at the sky now, where there's hardly a cloud to be seen and blue skies and sunshine over the Spitfire Ground at Canterbury, although we haven't seen any Spitfires, which I'm going to be disappointed about.
No, it's the
we've had
over the
so
summer
many
week,
planes. Everson in bowls, and that's clipped off his pads by Pepper, but straight to Parkinson again there at mid-wicket.
I think George has done some digging for us on the commercial Spitfire flights, if you like. He says there is a company out of Biggin Hill and other locations offer flights on Spitfires and Mustangs, American planes as well. George, thank you so much for that. George from Romeo.
He doesn't say how much the experience will set you back or anything. I imagine it's a fair amount.
He's posted a link.
Everson in bowls, and that's driven uppishly by Pepper, but to the fielder on the edge of the ring there at cover.
Yeah, I've gone to the site, and one of the first little windows that pops up says, we can arrange a payment plan. So it makes me think it might be. It's not going to be the.
It might not be a
and why should it be cheap
event
either? Why should it be cheap? Yeah.
Well, the Spitfires have lasted a long time. I'm sure they're not just welcoming anyone onto them. You look so happy with this discovery.
I am. It's in four figures, I can tell you that. There we go.
Everson in bowls, and that's clipped off his pads by Pepper down towards backward square, and he will pick up a single for it. The score moves on to 239 for 4. At the end of that over.
Yeah, it's pricey, as you would expect, I suppose. It's an historic once in a lifetime thing to do, but there we go. Yeah. Thank you, George.
Broken some dreams of people who were listening, who going, oh, I could go on a Spitfire. Oh, never mind, payment plan it is.
Well, you can look it up yourselves. Maybe it's well within the compass of a lot of our listeners, or maybe a select few. But yeah, certainly, if it's a lifetime dream of yours, it's available through Biggin Hill. George, thank you very much for that. I'll let people find that themselves rather than do a full advertising job. Yeah. So Keith, thank you for your email. George too. Peter was talking about Manston earlier on as well. Our good friend Peter Geese, as Parkinson comes over the wicket to Pepper. No runs, it comes straight back at him. Sorry to burst the bubble, but Manston, he says, currently closed, so light aircraft won't be taking off from there. It's been closed for a few years now. Peter, thanks for letting me know that. I knew it was to commercial traffic, but yes, certainly Manston closes an airport entirely at this point, or is it an airfield? This is up in the air. It's going a long way. It's coming close to us, I think. I've lost the flight of it. It's 6 runs. That is a big old shot from Michael Pepper. He has climbed into that one from Matt Parkinson, and that one I think hit the balcony next to us of the Woolly stand. That was a huge hit.
That was a huge six, wasn't it? It was well hit by Pepper, straight out of the middle of the bat, right down the ground, and it's hit the sort of middle tier, which is about equivalent to us, so second floor of that stand, and crashed into the advertising hoardings and then sort of dropped just below the sight screen.
Yeah, that's a big old thump. 2, 4, 6 for 4 as they look to accelerate, and then a sweep the next ball. Would he get 4 for this one, Pepper? To add to Kent's woes, they take 2 off that, and 248 for 4. And Pepper just looking to accelerate a bit here at the end of what's been a long day for Kent so far, and still 8.5 overs to go.
I wonder if they're just going to start attacking as with the 8.5 overs to go and try and really, put Kent under the pressure at the end of today. There's just been a change of intent, and I wonder if that might push Kent into taking the new ball.
Maybe they'll want to force that issue, but driven back by Pepper to Parkinson, and there's no run. St Everson's got through nearly 20 overs, 19 overs already. I wonder if he'll be due a breather from that far end at some point as well. As Parkinson bowls outside the off stump. Ooh, it's an ugly looking slash into the floor from Pepper. Ends up with Zach Crawley at cover.
It's an ugly shot when a batter stares at their bat afterwards, like they can't quite work out what it's done.
I'm not quite sure how it got where it got, but I don't think Michael Pepper was entirely either. Just off the toe end, and this is a punch up to long on, and a single taken. So 249 for 4. 34 for Cox, 14 for Pepper, and Sonny Twiggy's going to make way. It might be the last we see of you today, I think, if the timing seems to be about right, with 8 overs remaining. Sonia, thank you very much. From the Independent, of course, broadcaster and journalist. 249 for 4. Dick Davis rejoins us for what could be the final half an hour of the day, I think, here. 8 overs remaining. 34 for Jordan Cox, 14 for Michael Pepper. And it's going to be spin from the far end, so Joey Everson is indeed relieved. And I mean that. Relieved to be taking a break, I'm not sure. I think he's bowled really well. Probably the pick of the Kent attack today. 2 wickets, which he's deserved from the way he's bowled. But he has been taken off at the far end, and certainly as commentators we always look at askance, don't we? If it's coming near 6 o'clock and also the overs have almost been bowled, it's a massive surprise. But Marcus O'Riordan is just adjusting his field slightly. Michael Pepper looks around. There's a slip in next to Harry Finch, and Pepper just jabs this into the offside, and Matt Parkinson fields at cover, and there's no run. But 249 for 4. Are they just taking the shackles off here, I wonder? There's Marcus O'Riordan and Zach Crawley talking at the far end, chatting at the far end. They're in the same Tunbridge team. Tunbridge school team were literally the same year, those two. Wasn't a bad team, that one, I think, from a school point of view. O'Riordan, quick arm. Ben Earl, who's now England's number 8 at rugby union, was in that same team with Zach Crawley and Marcus O'Riordan. Tunbridge must have thought all their Christmases had happened at once with their sports teams at that time, I'd imagine. But here's O'Riordan once more. They've got a proud record, but that's a pretty good trio. Clipped around the corner by Pepper, and there's no run. .249 for 4 then. Essex. As Pepper tries to take a single again, just rolls the wrist. It's not back sort of square to Ben Compton. And 249 for 4. 34 for Cox at the other end. Pepper does get himself a single and more. That's a lovely shot, actually, really well timed. Past Matt Parkinson, didn't have time to move at cover. And again, it's a jabbed sort of drive into the offside, perfectly timed. And that's a 4-run, and it's the Essex 250 up, 253 for 4. One ball to come of this Marcus O'Riordan over, unblemished before that. He has none for 20 so far. That's one ball shy of the end of his 9th over.
And a bonus point.
Indeed, good point. Yeah, good point, sorry, no pun intended. Yeah. Oh, it is a good point. They've done very well so far today, have Essex. Kent have one. It's 1-1. Oh, what a drive that is. Explosive this time from Michael Pepper. Hands flying through that, through extra cover drive. And that is a bludgeoning drive from Pepper. 4 runs from him. 2-5-7 for 4. 7 overs remaining in the day. And just on the basis of the score, Dick, I'd say it's been Essex's day. Kind of chipped away, but Essex still in the driving seat for me.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, it's obviously a pretty slow wicket. I'm not convinced that there's much there to help the bowlers, and similarly there's not much to help the batsmen either. Yeah, they have been going along fairly slowly, but I just feel that if they'd tried to accelerate, and the few times, or many of the times they have tried to accelerate, then they get out. Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and has worked away for a single. Backward of square on the onside. So I'm almost tempted to say this could be a draw, but I remember the last time I said that. I finished up with a lot of egg on my face. Parkinson moves in again. An attempted sweep from outside the off stump, ambitious, but got away with it, in as much as went through the keeper.
Does really look like Pepper's decided, doesn't he, that to attack here. He's given the licence, perhaps, just to go for it at this point.
Well, I think it's the way he plays anyway. And it's only he's only not. He's not in the same mould as, say, Elgar or Brown from the Essex point of view. Parkinson again, short of a length, cracked away to that man patrolling the deep boundary on the offside. Still a long way in from the apartments though, because the wicket is pitched well over to the other side, and therefore it's been brought in. The boundary's been brought in by a good 30 yards or more from the physical edge of the ground. That's pushed out into the covers slowly enough to accommodate the taking of a single. Had he hit it harder, then it may as well not have resulted in a run. Parkinson. Again, a long spell this, unbroken, I think, from this end. And yeah, that's no, they've taken it off the screen now, but I think that over was 1-1-1-1-1 dot. End of the over. And Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 262 for 4 off 90 overs. So 9 threes of 27. Yes, it's not even up to 3 and over, but I think it's that sort of wicket personally. I've had an email from Jeff in Gloucestershire. He says, we were talking about aeroplanes and car ferries from both Lydd and Southend, and he says his first holiday abroad was via Lydd, or from Lydd rather, via a Silver City aircraft in the 1950s. Well, won't say exactly when. And I was not pleased at the time because it clashed with Gloucestershire versus Yorkshire at Bristol. Our first day in France, and Gloucestershire bowled out, sorry.
O'Riordan to Pepper, and he rolls the wrist. That's a single into the onside, and they move on to 2-6-2 for 4.
Sorry about that.
Sure.
Gloucestershire bowled out Yorkshire for 35, and Jeff wasn't there to witness it. He said it was indeed a very noisy journey, but mercifully short. Thanks, Jeff, very much.
So, once again from O'Riordan to Cox this time. Just pushes the ball gently back towards him. No run. O'Riordan once more. 55 on his back to number 77. Jordan Cox propels that into the onside. It's fielded by Zach Crawley. Let's have a slip in. It's captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, who, especially with the loss of Wes Agar earlier in the piece, off with that shoulder injury. Imagine he might have thought at one point it was going to be about containment, but I think his bowlers have done a little bit better than that. But still, Essex moving on. Another single, 263 for 4. And Pepper moves on the 25. Cox to 37, sorry. Pepper is on 25. He faces now. 2 balls to go, the 91st over. Here's a in quicker delivery to Pepper. To the onside single taken.
Thanks, Anthony, for your very detailed description about the use of fewer and more, or fewer and less, rather.
So Redden gives that more air, and Jordan Cox drives it up to long on for a single. 265 for 4.
Emailing from Bangkok. Gosh.
I always think, what's the weather like? Is it all right? It's treating you fine? I would hope.
I would imagine so, isn't it? I don't know, really. Never been much further than east than Great Yarmouth.
There's nothing wrong with Great Yarmouth, is there?
No, there's not.
See, not. I feel like I'm going to go for the weather forecast now. I'm sure our correspondent could tell us, easy enough. But that's the end of the over with Essex 264 for 4. And 5 overs from... Crikey, they're in danger of bowling more overs than necessary here. Or maybe not. There's now a council of war out there, and I wonder if that is a little bit from Kent looking at the clock.
Yeah, let's just slow it
5
down.
overs to bowl.
No point to going mad. Yeah, we're only paid to bowl 96 in a day.
I was going to say it's an average of 4, one every 4 minutes. I know for T20, so they'll be thinking, wait a minute, if we bowl 5 overs spin here, it's going to be 5 to 6. So maybe they just slowing things down, as you say. It's like Bangkok today. Cloudy, hints of sun and rain, 32 degrees. There we are. Here's Parkinson.
Short of a length, cracked away again to the offside. Fielded in front of the apartments. And I've had a couple of wanders around that side of the ground. Yeah, they are very, very pleasantly done, as I was saying earlier on. Somebody put a lot of thought into designing those. An appeal, again, I'd have thought born of optimism rather than realism. And the umpire agrees with me, I think. We say he doesn't reply in the affirmative anyway. X1 cracked away in the offside, but only straight to the fielder. Probably heard the crack of the bat on the ball.
Hit that hard.
It was hit hard, but yeah, straight to the fielder. Extra cover. Parkinson moves in again and bowls. And again it's played out to that man at deep cover. And again they take a single. The grumbler says, hope all is well. Are Essex scoring too slowly? Barely been above 2.9 runs per over all day. Well, as I say, you know as well as I do, Grumbler, it's easier for us when we're 70 yards away from the action, at least. But I think, as it's played in the offside, I think it's the conditions, and the ball's not really coming on, it's keeping low a bit now and again. I think when they have an end of day sort of, not exactly inquest, but summary of the day, I think Essex will be very happy with it, assuming they don't lose any more wickets in the remaining 4 overs which now remain. He then says, less or fewer. The key is countability. If the noun you're describing has an S on the end, then use fewer. If it doesn't, then use S. Yeah, generally speaking.
Sounds like an elegant rule, certainly.
Yeah. On the other hand, if one person is more wound up than the other, does that other person have fewer stress? Or less stress?
So Joe Denley is going to bowl. 4 overs remaining in the day. There's some cheers. I'm not sure if those are ironic cheers or just people who love Joe Denley, and the latter, there are a lot of those in the county. Around the grounds, by the way, again, good news for Essex, I would have thought. Somerset bowled out for 171 at Chester Street. Durham are 114 for 3 in reply, so eating up that first innings score. And also good with Surrey bowled out for 127 at Southampton. Hampshire 81 for 1, so making short work of that as well, on the way surely to a first innings lead. Denley bowls to Pepper, trying to get on the front foot and nudge and run there, but O'Riordan fields, and there's no run. Late start at Lancashire, Warwickshire. Warwickshire 89 for 3. It's now suspended because of bad light. At the end of that day, it looks like. Driven by Pepper off the leg spin of Denley up to long off. And there's a single, so 2-6-8 for 4 now. No play on the first day of Worcestershire against Nottinghamshire at New Road because of the socky conditions there. Here's Denley on the back foot. Chopped away is Jordan Cox, but stopped by Marcus O'Riordan, who's getting plenty of action in the covers. Derbyshire 4-12 for 5 on the first day at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 3-2-6 for 7 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. This one's defended by Jordan Cox. Joe Denley looked down the pitch at his former teammate. Sussex 2-8-4 for 4 at Lords against Middlesex, and Yorkshire 2-6-8 for 5 at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. So all those sides batting have made a good fist of it today. As have Essex as they move on with a single from Jordan Cox behind square. Arafat Buyan comes into field, and his cap with the sunglasses perched on top at backward square. That is another run added. 2-6-8 for 4 now. With Pepper on 28 facing. The last delivery of the 93rd over of the day. Little paddle from Pepper. T20 coming up. Sort of shot you can engineer. And that's a 2 down to, except fine leg, I suppose, where Arafat Buyan picks the ball up. End of the over. 2-7-1-4-4. 40 for Cox, 30 for Pepper. Making decent progress, these two, aren't they? They came together at 2-2-5 for 4. They've moved it on a little bit. 46 between them.
Yes, they are. Yes, and yes, if Essex don't lose another wicket tonight, the remaining 3 overs, they'll consider that to be a pretty good day, I'd have thought. And a few would probably disagree. Well, yeah, we know 1 or 2 would disagree, those on who emailed us accordingly, but yeah, I'll probably get a word with, I was just thinking, who shall I talk to at the end of the day? Anthony McGrath, the Essex head coach, is the obvious man, really. A good egg who's always willing to talk and really very honest about everything.
Well, that's a lovely combination for a journalist and for fans as well to hear from.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
There's no, he's yeah, from the media's point of view, he's you know, one of the best coaches Essex have had in recent years. You know, he communicates well and willingly. Well, it seems willingly. Perhaps he's thinking, oh no, not again. And that's pushed away on the offside. Also on my jaunt round the ground, I stopped off and had a few words with the former Essex player, now Chief Exec John Stevenson, who he reckoned it was a sort of slow wicket where not much was happening for either batsmen or bowlers. That's just pushed out on the offside. Another run out into the deep. So it's been a thoroughly intriguing day. Played at a very, very pleasant ground under very good weather generally. And Essex supporters couldn't realistically have asked for a better one. Understandably, there's a lot of Essex supporters here, as there are indeed at Kent in the return fixture at Chelmsford, or wherever. No, it would be Chelmsford, because Essex don't play anywhere else now, sadly. Kent are using Beckenham this year, are they?
They are not for T20, but
yes.
for One Day Cup matches, yes, sorry, yes. Yeah.
Parkinson moves in again and bowls. That's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. But no, I suppose Beckenham isn't really considered an out ground as such, is it? Well, it's not the headquarters, so maybe if there's only the two, then maybe it is. But that's the weight, the power taken off that shot at mid-off, which means that, and he's obviously feeling it a little bit now, and went through for a single down to long off. Yeah, there are fewer and fewer out grounds now that clubs use generally.
Sorry, 50 partnership up.
50 partnership. I've watched Kent and Essex matches at the Moat at Maidstone and at Tunbridge Wells, of course. And Folkestone. I remember watching long before I got paid a few shillings to do it. Long before then, I remember seeing a tie down at Folkestone in a one-day game. Tunbridge Wells took some beating on a glorious day with the rhododendrons.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ground, isn't it?
Slight lull now. It's that time of day where maybe people are looking at players looking at the watch and thinking we don't want to do too much before the close.
Well, it has got to this point, doesn't it? 3 minutes and over just about takes them to 6 here. They don't want to. Kent definitely don't want to bowl more than the 96 today.
No, there's a little triumvirate at the far end holding. Probably not talking about anything to do with the match, but where are we eating tonight? Or
Joe Denley says, "I'll just point to one of the fielders, make it look like we're talking about
right,
that."
Yeah.
So, you're probably right. Curry? Do you fancy Curry?
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, it killed a minute or so.
It did indeed, and the phony war is over. Back.
Of course, one way of slowing it down would be to take a wicket.
Well, that's true. Yes, Michael Pepper faces. Denley gives that plenty of air. Pepper has this jab, doesn't he, almost with his drive, whereas really powerfully and times it well, but hits it straight at Marcus O'Riordan. And bowling by Denley on the back foot. Nudges this up to long on. They come through for a single. I don't mean that when I say a jab, it almost sounds ugly, but it's not. It's almost a brutal sort of jab, and the timing, the offside, and we've seen a couple. He's hit those really, really well, really hard. He's a powerful player, Michael Pepper. So too Jordan Cox on 42. Yorker length. He drives up to long on or to mid on, and Parkinson comes in. Is that Parkinson there, or is that Everson coming in from the far side? I think it might be Everson actually just jogging in there. Thought about shying at the stumps and then thought again, as they made their ground quite comfortably. So 3 balls to come. Everybody's wondering about where these 4 minutes are going to be elapsed. They're going to elapse now, I think. Going to mop these up. I wonder if Joe Denley might need a drink, the bowler, at this point, but. Just to angle into the offside, this one by Pepper along the ground, and it's fielded by Ben Compton, who's swapped his floppy hat for a dark blue Kent cap in the evening sunshine. They have a slip in still. Danny Drummond in a much faded Kent cap. It's a shade of brown now. This one's floated down the leg side. Pepper tried to whip that one away for a boundary. He'll get 2 in the end. Quick hands on it, couldn't quite time it on the leg stump, and they will come through for 2. So in grave danger of having to bowl more than 96 overs, but I'm sure they won't let that happen.
No, and I mean, similarly, the batsmen won't want to play any more than the minimum either. They don't want to be, out in the very last over or 2 of the day.
No, they'll be fine with it. Oh, Joe
yes,
Denley.
that's a good one. Well
done, Joe. Always, he's not looked at man-cadding, is he there? Well, maybe just look at his foot. Basically, he's aborted his delivery in the delivery stride.
Perhaps they agreed that between the bowler and fielder.
He's looked back at Jordan Cox, perhaps just to say, I'm seeing you. But you're right, he might just have decided that was a way of taking another 30 seconds out of the game. The next ball is propelled into the onside for no run, and we're as sure as we can be this will be the last over of the day. Of course, if they take a wicket,
it's the last ball of the day.
It will be the last ball of the day, yes. It won't be time for a new batter to come out, presumably. At 5:58, I'm sure they won't, no.
Of course, to make sure it's the last over of the day, you could bring back a seamer, couldn't they?
They could. Daniel Bell, this is a...
Well, but whoever they're going to put on to bowl, we won't know for quite a while, because there's not a great deal of activity going on.
No, there was I have to say, some pretty poor acting between Daniel Bell Drummond and Joe Denley there.
Yes.
Because I think they were trying to pretend they were in a conference, but they were actually heading in different directions, which didn't really work. And Matt Parkinson's...
Now the bootlace needs doing up.
He's doing his,
they're trying everything.
Both his shoelaces are come undone.
And who can blame them?
No, quite.
I don't know which clock they're going on. The electronic digital one says 5:58. So.
I mean, they may have been thinking, well, if we take a wicket first ball, the batter has only, how long is it to get out into the middle? So they might think, we might actually be due to bowl more deliveries than that. It might not be the last over. All that accounting, I think, is done. It's 5:59, and they're bowling the last over. Matt Parkinson
moves in now, bowls way outside the off stump and allowed to pass on its merry way by Cox, who has 43 to his name, as well as an asterisk on the scoreboard showing that he's one facing the music. And Parkinson moves in again and bowls. And the digital clock says 5:59. And that's just played out calmly on the leg side. Could be time for a subtle fielder change. Yes, here the long off comes into conventional mid off. Don't run, you can walk, it's all right. Take your time. Oh, and mid on, yes. Parkinson moves in again. And that's cracked away for 4. So I think Parkinson's got the measure of this situation as regards the time. It's not what Parkinson's law was all about originally, but a new version of it seems to be coming into play. 288 for 4, with 3 deliveries of the day remaining. As that's played straight off the back foot, a good-looking shot there, backed away and played very elegantly by Cox, almost absolutely straight, and that brings up his 50. Met with comparative apathy for the crowd, as you would expect really under the circumstances. The clock now says 6:01, so there's very little risk of any of them, or indeed us, doing too much overtime. Parkinson moves in again and bowls outside the off stump. And 1 ball of the day remains, assuming it's valid. I always have to say, well, yes, I mean, they haven't tried that one just in case it was looking as if it was going to finish too early. Can always bowl a no ball or a wide. And that's played defensively, and that is conclusion of the entertainment for today, ladies and gentlemen. The entertainment comprised Essex winning the toss, batting, making 287 for 4, with Pepper not out 35, Cox not out 51, and the main contributors earlier in the day, Dean Elgar 77 and Nick Brown 65.
Indeed so. We'll be back tomorrow, Dick Davis and I, with Nikki Chowdhury as well, thanks to Sonia Twig. for being part of the commentary team today, and thank you all for listening, for your emails about all and sundry subjects, which I have to say, when Dick and I commentate together, these things tend to happen. We don't.
They certainly do, yes.
And I got myself not only half at fault for that, but I'm sure there'll be more of that tomorrow, as well as some absorbing cricket, we hope. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your emails and tweets and posts today. And good night from Canterbury for now.